everyone. Apologies. We're still just kind of setting up, so we'll start in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, thanks everyone for your patience. Good morning. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Monday, October 3rd. It is 9:37 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow colleagues. With me here digitally is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, and in person we have Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. With us as well is Eileen Sobek, our Executive Director, Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Deputy Director, and today with us as well is Assistant Chief Counsel Ann Hartridge and Andy Sawyer. Our Clerk of the Board is Janine Townsend, and assisting her today is Margie Argel. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded. You are either joining us digitally on the Zoom platform or you're here in person in the Cali PA building in Sacramento, California. If you're joining us digitally, you're either viewing us from the YouTube webcast or the Cali PA live web stream, or if you intend to comment on any item today, importantly, you are on the Zoom platform. If you are not yet on that platform, there are instructions on how to do so at the top of today's agenda. And if you're having challenges filling out the form and getting on with a password and link, you can always email the Clerk of the Board at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. and she will help you get onto the platform. Once there, your camera will be off, you will be on mute until it is your turn to speak on the item you've indicated you wish to do so. For everyone here in the room, good morning, good to see you. And I'll quickly go over some procedures here for us. First, importantly, identify the nearest exit. In case there is an emergency, we'll calmly file out, we'll gather at Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further instruction. If you intend on commenting on any of today's items, there is a QR code along the wall there that will take you to a form that you can fill out. And once you do come up to the microphone, please do state your name and or association you're affiliated with. Please also do turn off or put on silent your phones so that they don't interrupt today's discussions. And with that, we can get into today's very special meeting. As most of you know, our meetings are usually on Tuesday, Wednesday. We didn't actually have a calendared meeting for today up until recently when it was obvious and to observe the Jewish holidays, but here it became obvious that the board's work was going to need and facilitate a day. So I appreciate everyone attending this off-day meeting. We've also rearranged the schedule a bit to make sure that we can hit everyone's schedules today. And so public forum has been moved until after item number 3, this tranche of informational items. So in many, many ways, this is a special meeting, but especially because we'll be kicking off today's meeting with an acknowledgement and celebration of the 10th anniversary of California's adoption of the human right to water. And to introduce this item, I welcome Secretary of the California Environmental Protection Agency, Yana Garcia.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Hi, Joaquin. Can you all hear me okay?
We can. So glad for you to be able to join us. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, board members. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to mark this 10-year anniversary for what we all know is a monumental milestone for our state and an accomplishment that you all certainly on the board and so many among the audience, those tuning in, those that may be with you in the room, have done to make this possible. The signing of AB 685 in 2012, which many of you know, made California the first state to legislatively recognize the human right to water, and I'm just really grateful that we're celebrating this today. This law declared that every human being has the right to clean, safe, affordable, and accessible water adequate for human consumption, cooking, and sanitary purposes. And while it may seem obvious that having access to a resource so basic and necessary to daily life should be a right for everyone, regardless of where they live or what their income is, we know that like so many basic rights, this had to be fought for. And we all did just that. We fought for it. And AB 685 was only achievable through the tireless efforts of hundreds of individuals, grassroots activists, many of whom I have special memories of working alongside and have really appreciated the work of them for so many years. And today I'm honored to be with you to mark the immense effort for many people who became advocates for their communities because of this right. It did take all of us coming together to seal the promise of safe and affordable water for everyone, and it will take all of us to continue to make this a reality. As we know, it's going to take more than a promise and acknowledgement, and the hard work that so many of you still have underway is still moving. AB 685 did start to also undo what generations of discriminatory institutional policies and disinvestment have and continued to kind of have an impact on too many communities. And I hope that we can carry this work forward as well. It is going to require legal authorities to overcome more barriers excluding these communities, barriers that had been in place for too many years. It is going to continue to require significant funding, and more than anything, it's going to take determination and partnership with communities and advocates, with elected representatives who know what their communities need most. As you all know on the board, the human right to water, although passed 10 years ago, has been a story of building the apparatus and these partnerships to deliver on the promise our state made. In 2014, the Division of Drinking Water moved from the Department of Public Health to the State Water Board, creating an integrated organizational structure to better protect both water quality and public health. And in 2016, SB 88 gave the Water Board the authority to order consolidation of public water systems, allowing the board to step in to force established water systems to adopt failing systems, something that is integral to us meeting the human right to water needs across our state. Now, as many of you also know, Governor Newsom and this administration has a very high priority on delivering the human right to water to all Californians. One of the governor's first acts was to sign a bill to provide emergency funding for safe drinking water and technical assistance for communities without reliable water supply, and this remains a priority. Before SB 200, a lack of funding for the operation and maintenance of drinking water delivery systems also created an obstacle to implementing long-term solutions, such as the construction of much-needed treatment facilities. And the Safe and Affordable Equity and Resilience Program at the State Water Board that the State Water Board created to implement SB 200 resolved this critical piece of the puzzle. Now, although we've come a long way together, after just completing the first 3 years of this important program, we still have so much more to do. We are a decade in, and I welcome everyone's partnership in moving this forward. Thank you so much for having me. I look forward to hearing from all of you on this informational item and the items to come. Thanks very much, Chair Esquivel.
Thank you, Secretary Garcia. It is an incredible path that California has trod this last decade. And as you went over the transition of the Division of Drinking Water to the board, the consolidation authorities, all of that has been with the legislature, with administrations that have really prioritized this, and to be part of this moment, to just take a step back. And I think you said it most as well, and that this is really because communities themselves have stood up and embraced this. So I want to transition to Board Member Firestone, who will kick us off. You know, when we began thinking about how best to really pull this together, what was clear was that there were many voices out there that really contributed to this moment. And we wanted to quickly be able to acknowledge them. And just want to thank Board Member Firestone for your leadership in helping to pull together this great group of folks that we have that we're going to hear from.
Great. Thank you so much, and thank you, Secretary Garcia and Chair Esquivel, and just thanks to all the folks and fellow board members that really have made this a priority to pull together. At the State Water Board, we have many roles to play in advancing the human right to water. I think we often think of the SAFER program, but really we're charged with not just regulating every drinking water system that serves a community in this state, so that no matter where you live, you have access to safe drinking water from your tap. But we're also charged with regulating pollution sources that threaten or contaminate the sources of drinking water that communities rely on. We're charged with protecting reasonable and efficient use of water supplies so that communities can access water for their basic human health and safety needs. And we're charged with administering billions of dollars in grants and loans to invest in infrastructure for local and regional drinking water and clean water projects throughout the state. And how we prioritize and balance and enforce and implement these roles throughout all of our programs really matters. Perhaps the most important thing that the Human Right to Water Act has done is really act as a guide for us at state agencies as we do our job, directing us to look at not only who doesn't have access to safe drinking water, but focusing us on changing that. As we recognize in our racial equity resolution, race is the strongest predictor of who has access to safe drinking water and sanitation. And as we pursue implementation of the human right to water, we can't be successful in that unless we are deliberately and intentionally working to dismantle the systems of exclusion and disinvestment and oppression that have created that disparity and continue to perpetuate that today. To do this, the first step is to listen and learn and examine from leaders across the state how best to partner and support local leaders, implementers, and impacted communities that are driving change and creating lasting solutions. And to that end, we've asked a few of the leaders from across the state to join us today to talk briefly about their work. These are some of the people that are restructuring how water is delivered in the face of really brutal and the brutality of climate change, managing through challenge after challenge, and bringing together the partners and resources to do that. So I have the honor of introducing the first of our guests, Lucy Hernandez, a representative of the Agua Coalition and a leader in her community of West Goshen. The community leaders that make up the Agua Coalition, including Lucy, were the primary drivers of AB 685, which codified the Human Right to Water Act into law. After members from community after community were first told that they should just accept that they don't have safe drinking water in their homes and schools, and then by others that we don't really have communities in California without access to safe water. And since the founding of AGWA in 2006, these moms and fathers and aunts and uncles and youth have met monthly to collectively advocate for actions to secure safe and affordable drinking water, not just for their communities, but for communities throughout the state. Lucy is one of these amazing leaders that has not only dedicated countless days and really relentless energy volunteering to secure a lasting solution for her community, but has traveled up and down the state year after year to push for regional and state policies, programs, and funding. I remember meeting with her for years in one of her neighbors' homes as she and other volunteer local water board members saved their failing water system and consolidated it into a nearby system. And I saw her countless times traveling 8 hours round trip in a day to Sacramento to pass critical laws, including successfully passing AB 200, which led to creation of the SAFER program, and more recently pushing to establish a statewide affordability program. She is truly a change maker, and with that, I would like to turn it over to you, Lucy, virtually to share the work you have and continue to do. All right, well, maybe we can go to the next one and we can troubleshoot, see if she can join.
Yeah, apologies. It doesn't look, we will try to get Lucy here onto the platform. And we can go then next to Board Member Morgan.
Hey, good morning. Over the past 3 fiscal years prior to 2021-22, the Safer Drinking Water Program has increased by 84% the amount of grant funding committed to small disadvantaged communities, which totals about $700 million in grants. We've distributed this funding to support planning and system assessments through our technical assistant providers, fund projects that support long-term resilience and address compliance issues. We've also have provided over $27 million for technical assistance work to assist small, primarily underserved communities. In total, we are currently executing approximately 200 drinking water funding agreements and approximately 540 drinking water technical assistance assignments. Technical assistance providers are part of the glue that holds this work together, especially when they are embedded in the communities we are partnering with. Next, we're going to hear from Maria Elena Kennedy of Kennedy Communications. But first, let me share a little about her human right to water work. It is a pleasure to be able to introduce her because I've had the honor of having a front row seat and seeing her work and what she is able to accomplish. So I actually met Maria for the first time in person at a community meeting in Compton, where she sat in the front row seat listening to the community members' concerns and taking it all in, where she then took all of that and advocated for the community and is making sure that she's following through on those concerns to ensure that they have clean, safe drinking water. She is a lawyer by training whose early career took an interesting turn when she was asked to lead a water project. Maria Elena Kennedy is now a water resource consultant who has dedicated her life's work to knocking down the barriers that underserved communities often face when trying to assess safe, affordable drinking water and building and maintaining resilient drinking water systems. Her work includes collaborating with agencies in Southern California, such as the Water Replenishment District, to help communities access funding. Maria places a premium on meeting people where they are through engagement and communication, as well as understanding the importance of speaking the same language, relating to the community, and demystifying the world of water so the community understands how the project benefits them once it's complete. Having been part of an underserved community in Northeast Los Angeles and being a native Spanish speaker, help her to establish a deeper, trusting connection among the urban and rural communities she serves. With that, I'd like to ask Maria to talk about some of the important work she does to advance the human right to water.
Morning, you may need to turn it on, yeah.
Okay, the light's working. Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. Just a point of clarification, I'm not a lawyer, I'm a paralegal. So, and I haven't done that for many, many years, but having worked in big downtown law firms has not hurt my cause. Thank you for the honor that you've bestowed on me. It's truly an honor to have worked with this board for many, many years in helping especially the urban disadvantaged communities that I work in. A lot of times urban disadvantaged communities weren't getting the recognition for the problems that we have. A lot of it has to do with the fact that in Southern California, we have very large public agencies like the Department of Water and Power, MET, and including the Water Replenishment District of Southern California, who I have the tremendous privilege of working with very closely. I thank you guys for the opportunity to highlight the work that's needed in these urban disadvantaged communities, because oftentimes people don't recognize that in urban LA, we actually have small mutual water companies, namely the Maywood Mutual Water Companies that are serving 1 square mile. And for many years, they had brown water, and it caused a lot of consternation in the community. And that was one of the small pushes for the human right to water, the fact that those residents took it upon themselves to really advocate for the community. I was just very lucky to be able to help them figure out a solution, which was the treatment plant. And I think all of you have been to at least, the treatment plant that you so generously funded in Maywood, and I'm glad to say that it's working, and we have 4 other treatment plants in the work with your support. And so I thank you for the work that you're supporting in urban disadvantaged communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. Really appreciate you joining us here. And, it is, we can't possibly be able to fulfill the human right to water here at the Water Board on our own. And it's because of these partnerships that we've been able to really reach communities, maximize our potential and opportunities. So your leadership and your time here today is really, really well taken. Lucy is now on the platform with us, and so if you'd like to do just a brief re-intro, and thanks everyone for patience around.
Well, I'll just say thank you to Lucy for joining. I think she, example of the many challenges communities face to participating. She's joining from her cell phone, and so it was labeled with the cell number and was talking, but we couldn't hear her. So I think she's set up now. And just want to thank Lucy to talk a little bit about the work has done and continued to do, and as part of the Agua Coalition.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me now?
And Lucy, we can. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you so much. Okay, yeah, I'm going to start Thank you for acknowledging the Agua Coalition as a key partner in educating the human rights to water in California. My name is Lucy Hernandez. I live in the community of West Goshen in Tulare County. I joined the Agua Coalition because I had the same story as many neighbors and friends around Tulare County. The water coming out of our taps was making us sick. We couldn't see or smell contaminants in our water, but we knew something wasn't right. Agua was formed in 2006 in response to widespread contamination of valley drinking water. Source recognizing the need of united voice of impacted communities to advocate for action. Our mission is to ensure Central Valley and and Central Coast residents have access to safe, clean, and affordable water. In my hometown of West Goshen, we struggled with nitrates and 1,2,3 TCP for years, including losing water completely for days before finally connecting to Visalia water system run by Cal Water. As an active member of AWA and president of the West Goshen Mutual Water Company, I, along with many others, have advocated tirelessly for passing the human rights to water in 2012. Now, 10 years after California declared everyone has a right to safe, clean, and affordable and accessible water, we still have work to do to make sure this truly applies to everyone in the state. Here in the Central Valley and Central Coast, there in Sacramento and everywhere else in the state, I have traveled several times to Sacramento in those 10 years, sharing my story at the Capitol with legislators, with reporters, and even with this board. My daughter-in-law, and grandchildren have joined me in this fight for safe water. And although I'm proud of the work they've done, I hope for the day when we can rest easy, knowing in the human right to water is a reality for our families and every other family in the state. Everybody, no matter where you live or where you are from, should be able to drink water from the tap without being afraid to get sick. And lastly, I, along with my agua luchistas, thank you and look forward to continue to work with you all. Thank you very much and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Lucy, for raising your voice and continuing to raise your voice in this important discussion. We wouldn't be able to have the progress we have if it wasn't for communities rising up and here supporting the work that the state has been able to better to do. And we still have a lot to do. And so I really appreciate your just sticking with us here on the technical difficulty side and being a real critical part of this discussion today. So thank you, Lucy. Next, I'd like to hand it over to Board Member McGuire.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Good to see you all. And what an honor it really is to be here today, to be able to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Human Right to Water, and to be a part of this board during this critical time that we're really helping make it a reality for so many. So that said, certainly we have a lot of work to do. But I'll say that over the last 10 years, one of the great testaments to the success of Human Right to Water are the tools that it has made clear that we need at both the state and local levels to help make this a reality. And often one of the best solutions for small, struggling water systems is consolidating by connecting to their neighboring larger system. And as of June 30th, the State Water Board has supported 80 water system consolidations and has another 210 active consolidation projects in progress right now, which is really remarkable. And yet, as we can imagine, the kinds of drinking water challenges faced by struggling systems have become even more complex in the wake of climate change as we face new challenges like sea level rise, long-term and deep droughts, and the induced wildfires California is facing, seems like every year. And so, for our next speaker, Ben Murphy is the general manager of the Cobb Area County Water District in Lake County, and he is all too familiar with the nexus between drinking water and wildfires. In 2015, the Cobb area suffered the effects of the Valley Fire. The Cobb Area County Water District suffered a loss of 38% of its customer base. It was determined that the fire left some districts in the area too small to be able to maintain their water systems. In 2016, with the help of our Division of Drinking Water, Division of Financial Assistance, a number of other groups and consultants, Cobb Area County Water District, and so many more, a consolidation of the surrounding water systems into the Cobb Area County Water District began. One system, Starview, had lost 87% of its customer base, so you can imagine the challenges that they were facing. Ben worked to keep his community afloat by taking in smaller water systems that had lost too many homes to remain viable. In total, 8 water systems, including some that had struggled with contamination, were consolidated. The consolidation of these systems was necessary to not only fix failing infrastructure, but also to keep these systems financially stable. If it had not been conducted quickly, these systems would have failed financially due to a low rate of return by its customer base. As a part of a disadvantaged community himself, Ben understands well the significance of safeguarding the human right to water. And I understand, Ben, are you here today with us? There you are. Thank you so much.
Really appreciate you joining here in person with us, Ben. Good morning. Good to see you. You may need to turn on the microphone there. Yeah, thank you.
I think I did that. All right. It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for having me here. I can't thank you enough. You so eloquently put everything that I kind of wrote down already. So now I'm going to have to kind of fling off the collar here. So my name's Ben Murphy. I'm the general manager of the Cauvery County Water District. I've worked for the district since 2008. I became officially named the general manager in 2017. In 2015, the Valley Fire destroyed my community, and we have been rebuilding ever since. After the reorganization and the feasibility study, the district was able to get all of these water districts put into one district, grant funded. We are a disadvantaged community. Since then, we've put in emergency grant funded 200,000 gallon water tank. We've had 2 treatment and distribution projects, both multi-agency funded, one reducing gallonage leakage by 200,000 gallons a week, which is a big deal in today's drought world. The other one provided iron and manganese treatment, which now is 0 non-detect levels, and provided a new 80,000 gallon tank distribution improvements in PRV stations. We're in the process of submitting our application for construction for 5 more projects, one of which is a community that doesn't even have potable drinking water. So this is another great thing. We have pulled that district as well as another district into the Cauvery County Water District. Now 10 water systems that have joined because of failing infrastructure and needing the district to take over these things. The Human Right to Water Act is at the core of all of these projects and drives the access that provides funding, planning, and implementation for these projects. It ensures that communities like mine all across the state have access to safe, clean, affordable, potable water. So I challenge all to take the next 10 years on. Let's strive to take more responsibility, create more outreach, and push for even more action. In 10 years, let us come together and talk about even more success. Water is one of the most important precious commodities we have. We need it for our health and safety. It's essential to our everyday lives. There's so much more that needs to be done, not only in my community, but all across the state. One thing I have learned is that cooperation, communication, multi-agency involvement, although complicated, have produced extremely successful projects. Thank you for having me. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Ben, for taking the time to be here, but also, like I said a moment ago, none of this work is possible without the local leadership to actually develop the projects, bring people together. I know this is all really just time-intensive work when we're dealing with so many different systems, their own unique issues, but a community's ability to come together. And it's not lost on me that in the case of the work here in Lake County, and you look across the state, and even having the Safe and Affordable Fund, having this discussion, was because tragedy is continuing to pressure our communities, whether it's drought, which again, in the last drought, we really saw communities going without water for weeks, for long periods of time, and is why I feel there was really the momentum and pressure to pass the Safe and Affordable Fund to get the resources, because we saw that painful suffering in the drought, but it's true with wildfire as well. And whether it's Paradise, whether it's other communities we know, even just this last summer, that have been touched by tragedy, these are opportunities to have conversations around water, around our common good, around the way we might see our future together in ways that are really powerful. So just thank you. It means a lot that you're here and for here addressing the board on such short notice, I know as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
And next, I'd like to pass it over to Vice Chair Diadamo.
Good morning. So I just first want to say just how meaningful today is, because this is a top priority for our board, but to hear directly from those that have been on the ground and so committed and dedicated, and their passion is evident when we hear from them. So this is just really important, and it reminds us, why we are all here today and why this is such a top priority, not just for us and the local communities, but for the entire state. So thank you. Advancing the human right to water takes a tremendous financial commitment. This past fiscal year, our board provided $984 million, including $118 million through the SAFER program, to advance access to safe and clean drinking water throughout the state. This support funded construction projects benefiting nearly 8.6 million people, and technical and planning assistance benefiting 465,000 people. Since 2019, our expanded technical assistance has accelerated projects in over 300 small disadvantaged communities. Now it is my pleasure to thank and introduce Sergio Carranza, who has done some tremendous work to securing funding for the communities his organization serves. Sergio founded and leads Pueblo Unido Community Development Corporation, which advocates for disadvantaged communities, particularly farm workers in Riverside County's eastern Coachella Valley, on a number of human rights, including access to safe drinking water and sanitation. The work that he and others are doing centers on meaningful coordination and collaboration between farm workers, community leaders, local government, the water district, and even the private sector. So here with us today, I believe also joining remotely is Mr. Carranza.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. I want to just, on behalf of the communities that we represent, I want to really express my gratitude to Chair Joaquin Esquivel and the members of the board for having me here to briefly talk about this incredible experience. This has been for us a total journey that began back in 2010, when we started to actually outreach the communities in the Eastern Coachella Valley. We serve a population that is pretty unique in California and is known as Polanco communities, which are families owning a small mobile home park regulated by the Employee Housing Act. They actually created their mobile home parks because they could not find any affordable housing for their families. This is probably the most remarkable testimony of leadership and entrepreneurship, where families are trying to find, viable solutions for the lifestyle. The problem was when they realized that the mobile home parks that are relying basically on on-site wells were contaminated with arsenic and fluoride. So Pueblo Unido started to work with them, and basically together we created a plan so that we can identify short-term solutions and long-term solutions. This work, this collaborative work, culminated in creating the first program called the short-term arsenic treatment program, which consisted in installing point of use water filtration under the sink as an interim solution to alleviate this problem with arsenic. The long term was the consolidation to municipal systems. Knowing that the consolidation will take an incredible amount of time, this solution proves to be definitely the most cost-effective. Together with the passing of Proposition 1 in 2014, funding opportunities came through the Department of Water Resources through the Integrated Regional Water Management Plan, and we created the first round of pilot programs to install these reverse osmosis filtration systems. This forum also opened an incredible opportunity for these communities to create the very first community infrastructure master plan recognized by the local water districts that became the model for replication in California. So right now, thanks to these great policies that we work together with many colleagues, many leaders across the state, we have been able to install over 400 units of point of use water filtration systems serving over 2,500 people. And we are now close to actually get 85% of families covered under this program while consolidation actually takes place. But I want to just to close this brief participation by saying that in our experience in this decade, we actually come to three incredible things. Number one, we find out that adequate public policy creates not only the opportunity for families, for farm worker families to be the drivers of change, but also to be engaged, to have their priorities established, not the other way around. We also learned that this community involvement pushes for the creation of more collaboration among other elected officials, local entities, government institutions, as well as technical assistance to find viable solutions to this. Once again, I am very, very honored to be actually presenting in this critical commemoration and to emphasize that right now we are in a pretty much evolving situation where we are lucky to have the resources, but we need to understand how can we adapt these resources, this investment through local cultures and lifestyles. That is now the challenge. That is now how we're going to deploy rapidly those resources so families can actually have for the first time in their life drinking water for the benefit of their future. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I look forward to continue working with the state water boards.
Thank you so much, Sergio. Really appreciate your time and long leadership in some of these discussions, and for importantly highlighting as well how it is across all state agencies, and importantly at the local level and all the way up through the federal level here increasingly, where you have the bipartisan infrastructure law, you have the Biden-Harris administration really focused on these issues of access that we're fortunate here in the state of having here over well over a decade of progress and still with a lot to do. But we're not going to be able to do it if we don't maximize those investments and those opportunities across the state agencies, the local agencies, and the federal ones. And so just thank you for your good time and leadership in all of this. And I really appreciate the contributions here of my fellow board colleagues to the discussion, being able to introduce here again a variety of voices that have worked with us. We, before closing and having further closing thought, we do have a couple of commenters for this item. And so I'd like to be able to call them up. First, I'd like to call Joe Coffey, who will be followed by Michael Claiborne.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. I celebrate with you the progress that has been made for increasing the availability of life-giving water for every human being in the state. It has frankly been inspiring to listening to the stories this morning. The human right to water policy adopted by California 10 years ago recognizes this as a right. But as we celebrate, I urge us all to remember that other species need water too. Water is life. And right now, other species are suffering. Some are in danger of extinction because of changes we have made to the rivers and other waterways that are their ancestral homes. It is past time for us to make a serious shift in our thinking and policy making and recognize the rights of other species along with the rights of humans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. I appreciate your contribution to the discussion this morning and your good comment. Well taken. Thank you. And next, I'd like to call up Mr. Michael Claiborne, who's here in person. Good to see you this morning, Mr. Claiborne. You may need to turn on the microphone.
Good to see you as well, Chair Esquivel and board. So Michael Claiborne, I'm an attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and happy to be here to talk about progress on the human right to water. It's been an eventful 10 years, and I'll just say it may take more than 2 minutes, hopefully. Okay. It's been an eventful 10 years, and several accomplishments at the state and local level give me hope that a future where all Californians have access to safe and affordable drinking water, regardless of race, income, and immigration status, is possible. But we're not there yet. First, to focus on some of the positives that do deserve both acknowledgement and celebration. The first is, as was mentioned earlier, SB 88 and several bills after SB 88 to refine and expand that authority, like SB 403 last year. These are really impactful bills that can cut through some of the local difficulties in reaching agreement that will result in drinking water for low-income communities, generally low-income communities of color. What does this mean to communities and families? Well, in Tullyville, it means that access to safe drinking water is likely within the next year, as Exeter works to implement an emergency connection and the two communities finalize a consolidation agreement. This would not have happened without both state funding and the threat of a state mandate to get people in a room talking. So that's extremely positive for people I work with. Second, the passage and implementation of SB 200 is another monumental achievement. It creates a flexible, ongoing funding source and program that would not have become state law without the dedication of community residents in the San Joaquin Valley, East Coachella Valley, Central Coast, and many people in this room. What has this meant to residents in El Porvenir? It will soon mean ongoing state support to increase system-level affordability, likely cutting what would be in excess of $200 a month monthly bills for just water, and then sewer on top of that, in about half, as the community implements a solution to the drinking water problems that have plagued the community. Which is a good segue into challenges. I think top of mind for me is affordability today. And with the governor's veto of SB 222 last year, a bill that would have established the framework for low-income rate assistance for water and sewer bills throughout the state. As we look to the future, we must all recognize that water is not a human right if only the wealthy or relatively affluent can afford it. Another challenge is that water and sewer projects continue to take too long. These are challenges that will always take, or projects that will always take time to implement, years generally, but more must be done to shorten timelines. And I'm encouraged that staff is working on this and is clearly dedicated to implementing process improvements. As one final point on challenges and barriers, we have not made enough progress on source protection. Nitrate pollution continues to get worse, impact more people, and wells continue to go dry at near historic rates. If we don't better protect sources of drinking water, we'll continue on a treadmill where even as we implement solutions for some communities, more communities are impacted. So why am I optimistic today despite these daunting challenges? First, I work alongside hundreds of dedicated community residents who fight every day to make their rights and law a reality in fact. Second, with only a few notable exceptions, I think that we have the policy and legal tools that we need to make access to the human right to water a reality for all Californians. All we need is the courage and creativity to use those tools. And that brings me to my third point of optimism, which is that I believe this board and its staff are exactly the type of creative people and dedicated people to implement the human right to water. Thank you for your time and your rededication to the struggle for water justice. I really appreciate the time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Claiborne. I really appreciate your good words. And yeah, to another 10 years. We still have a lot of work to do, but you look across nationally, and I'm incredibly proud of the work that California has been able to do. And because we've centered the lived experience of our communities here and committed to improving that at the state level and increasingly with our local colleagues. So just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Eric Oriana in person. Good to see you this morning.
Good to see you, Chairman. Good morning, board members. Privileged to be here with you all. My name is Eric Oriana. I'm a policy advocate with Community Water Center. And I just had a few reflections on the human right to water, but I just want to say it's challenging to follow up Mr. Claiborne. He's quite the speaker. So I just wanted to say that having the human right to water has been a game changer for the communities that we work with, particularly in the Central Valley and the Central Coast. For a lot of the conversations, the human right to water serves as a shining star. We see the realities of contaminated water, challenges with water availability, and what the human right to water tells us is our communities deserve more than what they currently have. And it has been something that has been huge. And while we really commemorate and appreciate the work of communities, staff, and advocates who have made this moment possible, I wanted to also just ground us in the fact that the human right to water was controversial at first. It took my hometown representative opposing AB 685, saying that this would create a number of challenges for many stakeholders. And so while we recognize and appreciate the progress, there's still some folks who don't want us to get to where we need to be, unfortunately. I also wanted to just ground us in the stories of a few community partners that we work with. I wanted to first start off with the Chavez family in East Porterville, a family who's dealt with nitrate contamination issues for a number of years. And they still today have nitrates about 4 times the legal limit, which is something that I don't understand what it's like, but just hearing their perspectives and hearing about the challenges that their family has dealt with, it motivates me to continue to try to advocate for a different change. And I hope stories like these can continue and motivate you all in your work. There's another community partner, Carlos Sanchez in East Orosi, who's lived in East Orosi for almost all of his life, has lived with nitrates in his water as well, and doesn't remember a time in which he can just drink safe, clean drinking water from the tap. And then another family, the Bolaños family in Madera County, a family who recently had their well go dry as a result of corporate agriculture nearby, just pumping and pumping without stop. And so these 3 scenarios, all community partners, all families from the Central Valley who are the backbone of this country and this state, but who do not have the human right to water respected. And while the work of the State Water Board is providing interim drinking water solutions and emergency bottled water, which is helping secure the human right to water for these families in their critical time, it's still not an adequate and an accessible method to access drinking water. And so 3 main challenges still exist for the communities that we live with today: accessibility, source water protection, affordability, and then we'll add another one, which is governance. And so right now, accessibility is a big challenge because of climate change, but we can't speak of just climate change as an abstract and forget about the actions that we as humans are taking to create the impacts that we have. And hopefully soon, the board will have an opportunity to begin putting in pumping limits in critically overdrafted basins in the case that the board does have the authority over groundwater sustainability plans. Source water protection is another one that's really important for our communities. We have contaminants like nitrate, 1,2,3-TCP, and a number of other contaminants like PFAS that make the human right to water not a reality for the communities that we live in, and we need to address these challenges for the communities that we have. Governance, many small water systems across the state don't have the ability to address the challenges, and so the funding that we now have can help a lot of these communities get to where they need to be. And affordability being the last one, which is that communities have a serious challenge addressing the rising costs of water rates and the cost of water wells across the state. And so all challenges that we need to address, but all tools that we have now more of than we had 10 years ago. And I am really motivated by the fact that the State Water Board is moving in, I would say, relatively quickly paced to reduced the number of folks who had unsafe drinking water. We're now under 1 million, and I hope to see us cut that number in half hopefully soon. And I'm confident that we can because of the fact that the State Water Board has recognized community engagement and community outreach as a priority to address the challenges that our communities have. And so with all these challenges that we have, I'm hopeful that we can continue in this fight and continue to make this promise a reality for the communities who have unsafe drinking water. And I just want to encourage you all to keep doing this work. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orellana. Really appreciate your good words. Matched those of Mr. Claiborne easily. And for reminding us that, 10 years ago, it wasn't without some controversy that this, what we all here tout and are very proud of and multiple administrations have embraced, but was without some tension. And I think you just look, and importantly, it was passed without any new funding, caveats around its impact on anything other than the spirit of the law unto itself. But since then, have had so much progress and continued, whether it's the transition of the Division of Drinking Water or consolidation authorities, it's really been a full embrace, and it shows in the legislature's support. So I appreciate that. We have one last commenter, and would like to now call up Bruce Hochschild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you in person, and I will be I'll be brief. I think what today has shown is that the first and foundational steps of the human right to water have gone from Compton to Cobb Mountain, the Cobb Area Water District, and there's a lot that has been directed toward this and funding. As you know, NACWA, Northern California Water Association, holds the irrigated lands permit for the Sacramento Valley, not the Rice. And so we work continuously to ensure that our discharges to surface and groundwater are protective of the beneficial uses, especially the beneficial use of drinking water. And the tools that you've put up have been incredibly useful as we work with water resource managers in our counties to ensure that the funding that they need for the disadvantaged communities is applied for and received, and we can be helpful toward that. A lot of work has been done, but a lot more work needs to take place, and we are watching and learning from those who have gone before us in the San Joaquin and other parts of the state, working through this program, through the SAFER program, through the CV Salts program. And I think that at the end of the day, through consolidations and other funding programs, we will ensure that safe drinking water is there for all in California. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Mr. Hochschild. Really appreciate you raising your voice up here and joining us because it is, as I think I noted, an effort across our communities, and the relationship with agriculture, the fact that we have programs in this state that other states don't, and are really struggling with uncontrollable HABs. And although, again, we have a lot of water quality challenges still yet in this state, we have a different commitment, and that's enshrined in this law. And so I won't add too much more in closing because I think so much has been said, and I'd rather let that rest. I'll just take note that there are many voices and many communities that are part of this discussion and work with us and could spend the entire day here actually going through, I think of Placer County as well. I think of along the coast, real critical discussions going on in places like Salinas and otherwise up and down the state. And even importantly in big institutions like the Metropolitan Water District and others where the pressures, the climate change, the inequities that still exist in our communities, that aging infrastructure, emerging contaminants of concern, all of it are placing incredible pressures on our water systems. And now, not just with the 10th anniversary here of the Human Right to Water, but the 50th of the Clean Water Act, and soon the 50th of the same Drinking Water Act, I think is a really critical moment to pause, reflect, be thankful for the incredible level of access that we do have, even acknowledging the great challenges that we have. And just thankful to all my colleagues here for this moment to just have taken a step back, reflected, and importantly heard from voices in the communities themselves that predate even struggles around passage of the human right to water, but are all part of this momentum in the state, and just fortunate to be a small part of it. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate that opportunity to have this acknowledgement and celebration. With that, we can conclude item number 1, and we will move on to informational item number 2, which is our drought update and current hydrologic conditions. And I think an appropriate segue here, because again, drought and the pressures that we've seen these last water years so front of mind, and here important time to begin preparing for the next water year. We'll start here with a presentation kickoff with Eric Ekdahl, and it'll just give us a moment as we transition to the item. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Ekdahl, Ms. Opaka. Good to see you both.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. This morning, I'm pleased to provide a hydrologic and drought update to you. If we can go to our initial few slides. A brief overview of the agenda. We're actually going to kick things off with an update from the Department of Water Resources and United States Bureau of Reclamation on hydrology. They will provide an overview of kind of the water year in review, as well as maybe some highlights of what might come should we see a fourth dry year, and then we'll jump back into our kind of typical agenda running through the watershed specific drought efforts that are underway before turning over to drinking water and other actions. Next slide, please. And so with that, I'd actually like to turn it over to the Department of Water Resources and U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. I believe they have a PowerPoint that is being loaded. There we go.
Yeah. Really, thank you. I know everyone's schedules are very busy right now, but thank you so much, Director Namath, Regional Director Conant, for joining us here today. I know, happy water year. We are now transitioning into the new water year, and really appreciate your time and attention and presence here today. Good to see you.
Good to see you all. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm joined by my colleague, Regional Director Ernest Conant. We have a brief presentation for you. Also, happy new water year to you too. Hope springs eternal, but sobriety is what's going to get us through. And so we have a PowerPoint presentation. If you'll advance to the next slide, please. So first, you are going to hear from the Department of Water Resources state climatologist, Dr. Michael Anderson. He's not a new face, but I do want to take this opportunity to let you all know Dr. Anderson, as a sign of the times, used to be in our flood section. Because all that kind of forecasting, especially that up to the minute forecasting, when we think about public safety, really lives in our flood department. But given everything that's been happening and the intensity and acceleration of these bigger climate conditions, this world of moving between extremes, sometimes within the same water year, Dr. Anderson has joined the executive team at the Department of Water Resources. So he works directly with me and our lead deputy director, Cindy Messer. I'm very proud of the work that he's doing. We are actually one of the few states that has a state climatologist affiliated with the state agency. So I think that's just an important update as we are all fine-tuning our organizations to better position ourselves to meet these climate challenges. So you're going to hear from Dr. Anderson first, and then Regional Director Conant and I will share the duties around the drought actions of the previous year for the projects and our water year 2023 framework. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Welcome, Dr. Anderson. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Director Namath, and thank you, Chair SWRCB and the board for this opportunity. If we could go to the next slide. All right, so we wrap up water year 2022 with the narrative of more extremes and more variability, ever more pronounced. Getting through the year, we actually ended up with storage slightly better than last year, but still well below average. And we'll talk about how that came about a little bit. And then point that this new world that we live in does require conservative planning and working together to get through it. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so we don't have the final numbers from Western Region Climate Center, but they won't change too much from these. On the left-hand side are the temperature percentiles for October through August, which shows we are at the warmest end of the distribution yet again. This does not include the Labor Day heat wave that was an all-time record setter. Truly spectacular in the all-time high temperature set in a number of places across California. When we look at the precipitation graphic there on the right, we see a wide range in conditions. Percentiles that are near average there in the Bay Area and the northeastern part of the state. That in part due to that massive atmospheric river that hit in October. Its footprint was felt throughout the entire year. And it's important to understand how such singular events can leave a lasting footprint on the seasonal statistics, but may obscure some of the other aspects of the year that make it quite challenging. So let's go to the next slide. And here we see that wet, dry, alternating pattern of extremes that we had, including that first storm there in October, a Category 5 atmospheric river coming right through the Golden Gate, an opening in the terrain in the coastal range, allowing just a huge amount of moisture to come into the Sacramento Valley, and deep enough that it went over the Sierra and created heavy precipitation east of the crest. And you saw that footprint extend throughout the year. Didn't sustain itself because November went really dry, third driest November on record. We go in, not third driest, third warmest. And that's the other element of this that's not pictured here is it's not just dry, it's dry and warm. And when we don't cool off, we don't see patterns that are historically associated with that. We have new added challenges start getting folded into managing water. December filled us with hope, a fantastic month. Had it lasted through the winter. Unfortunately, the new year brought a revisit of 2013, if you remember back then, November and December, among our wettest on record, to only go into a driest stretch on record. Well, this year we outdid that. A decade later, drier and warmer than 2013. And that is something else we expect to see. These things we thought would be once in a lifetime, once in a career, are now going to be episodic and may, in some instances, become commonplace, which will truly be challenging. Good news there, in the spring, we see a little more precip show up, right, as snow is melting. That is really critical in terms of how our hydrology works, that you get some precip right during the melt, and it happened this year. So timing on a few things worked really well for us. Just the other aspects are really hot, really dry, not so well. So let's go to the next slide, which really speaks a little more to this. So this graphic, I tried to put this together with three elements that really come into our lexicon in trying to describe a water year. Timing of the storms, when they happen, really important. On the bottom, we see kind of climatologically what we're used to. sometime in October, November, where the fall rains kick in again. The dry season ends. Heart of the wet season, December, January, February. Half our water year precip shows up in this 90-day window. We hit peak snowpack on average around April 1. Can be a little early or late depending on it. But particularly in Northern Sierra, we hit peak melt shortly thereafter because of the elevation of the mountains. It's a little later in the San Joaquin where the mountains are higher. And then we shift into that dry season. Water year 2022, you see the timing worked pretty well with October, December, and April. The pace of it, though, with the breaks and the record dryness, not so good. And the scale, a little bit off too. Coming off the second driest water year in our history, that October storm really turned out to be important. Really helpful in kind of offsetting that dryness. Like I said, had we able to carry December's pattern through the winter, we would have been in good shape this year. Not so. The other elements that we have that I think are really becoming interesting are when it's warm enough and we go through a dry spell, the landscape is now actively drying because it's warm enough for those processes to be happening. The other element that we have, we saw this year, is the monsoon. The southwest monsoon, very active again this year with some impacts in California with the flooding of Death Valley. So you see these storms becoming bigger, stronger, small in area, right? If you're underneath it, you're going to get really wet. But that creates its own challenges. And then heat. I don't think it's going to be anymore if there's a heat wave in summer, it's when and how strong. So if we go to the next slide.
And on that, Dr. Anderson, it's been interesting to see the shift to also begin to name heat events and categorize them. I really appreciated the similar effort around atmospheric rivers, because it really then, really begins to help us all better anticipate and prepare for those impacts.
This is true. It as these new features come into our world and become a greater part of it, it helps having a way to relate to them and to be able to categorize them and understand where they are, especially as we find that relative to history, they keep getting bigger. So I did want to, before I close out here, take a minute to talk about a really important program that's happening, because the other thing we're seeing is a changing in patterns. And with our snowmelt, we rely on measurements that are detailed at a location, but historically they've related well to a spatial pattern. Well, so spatial pattern changes, it's important then to measure the spatial pattern of snow. And that's where the Aerial Snow Survey Program that started as a research collaboration with the NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory is growing into a key program for the state to understand these new patterns of snow. And this last year in 2022, we were able to fly the Feather River Basin. The program started in Central and Southern Sierra. This past year, we were able to expand up to the Feather and some in the Truckee systems. But this coming year, the really exciting news is to get those watersheds above Shasta Reservoir and really start to understand what these new patterns of snowpack are, particularly in these watersheds as we get further north. They're not as high elevation. And that's where you begin to see the first impacts of climate change, where seasonal snowpack becomes more variable and will eventually pivot into becoming an ephemeral pack, meaning it's there sometimes and not others. So this is a really key time in our history to have this technology come available, and a really fantastic opportunity to see how we can use this to help manage our water in a changing climate. I think that's it for my slides. Any questions at this point?
Looking over to my fellow board colleagues, Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Anderson, very much for the presentation. Certainly very helpful to have you here, and with all the really helpful information and lessons learned from the recent past years. And so just a quick question. I've been hearing a lot about the forecast for this coming year and a lot of discussion about another La Nina year coming up. And so I was just wondering, if there's some way you can articulate, what that looks like from your perspective as we start the new water year here.
Sure. Thank you. So we are currently in a pattern of La Nina, which is a cooler than average sea surface temperatures in the eastern tropical Pacific. That pattern has persisted and looks to persist well into this winter, which will mean a third consecutive year of those conditions being present. This doesn't happen too often. In fact, this will only be the third time since 1950 that it has. Unfortunately, if you look at the other two third-year instances of it, it's water year 76 and water year 2001. Neither one, actually both were dry years, but didn't look the same. And that, I think that's important. With La Nina, conditions are variable. And it's really important where that high pressure sets up. If it sets up in the Eastern Pacific, we get a lot of dry, warm weather, and that's problematic, particularly in the potential fourth year of drought. If it happens to set up further to the west, we could get some cold storms in and build some snowpack, and that would be fantastic. If it happens to shift up north into the Aleutians, or as the conditions, La Nina conditions break down, which changes the storm track and pattern, we could see an extreme storm during our winter. And this is a challenge that we last saw in 2015, where we had two really significant atmospheric river events provide a lot of water all at once, but no snowpack. And so managing flood and drought together is a likely sign of our future, and there are signs that we may be having to navigate that again this year. I caveat that by saying there's a whole lot of uncertainty right now. So nothing to really point to, but just things to be aware of.
Yeah, thank you for that, board member, and thank you, doctor. It's been interesting to track the sort of crystallization of the science, if you will, around an increasingly warming Arctic, warming at rates faster than other parts of the world, and what it's doing to our jet stream, and the increase in the Rossy waves that are there, and then this kind of dynamism that we're seeing where we have these flood events, even with general drying and aridity as well. And it just, it's a lot to be watching, and really ultimately means we have to simply be prepared for both. And so appreciate that, Doctor. And with that, good segue over to Director Namath and Regional Director Conant to talk about what it's meant for operations and what we might be expecting. Thanks again for being here, and thank you for bringing Dr. Anderson as well.
Yeah, good morning, board members, and thank you. Let's go to the next slide. So this is just another illustration of what Dr. Anderson was describing earlier, sometimes referred to this last year as the hydrologic whipsaw, where we had a lot of precipitation in October and December, and then January through March saw the lowest recorded precipitation ever. And then on the right-hand side here, we've highlighted just some of the actions that were taken over the year. We filed for a TUCP in December of last year, and then withdrew it in January in light of the updated conditions. And then, as I mentioned, we had the driest January through March ever, and filed for a TUCP April through June. Then in April, we reinstalled the notch and the barrier at West False River. And then, as I'll mention a little bit further in a moment, we developed an approach for the extreme limited Shasta to limit Shasta releases in light of the conditions we were facing last year. You may recall that in water year 21, we had the lowest Shasta inflow ever, and in water year 22, it was the fourth lowest Shasta inflow ever. So the storms that we did receive last year were more focused on the Yuba and the Feather and the American, as opposed to the watershed above Shasta. So next slide. Carla? Carla, do you want to go? Maybe you're on mute.
Yeah, apologies, Carla.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's okay.
sometimes it has to request apologies.
Yeah, so thank you. I think that's that last slide is, underneath that is, a lot of policy decisions that we make, and we make in consultation with the board about when we have these whipsaw years, how do we make ourselves more flexible with the infrastructure that we have, how our processes and timelines for decision making provide a degree of predictability when the world around us is very unpredictable. So we're just going to be in learning mode together around how we make these decisions, how we provide transparency around them, and how we provide as much flexibility as we can to meet the multiple needs that we have. So for 2022, we did limit the Feather River Settlement Contractors rice decomposition deliveries as a way to preserve storage in Oroville, and we can certainly see more storage in Oroville this year. We also ultimately reduced the State Water Project allocation to 5% plus public health and safety. We had started with a 0 allocation, we moved to 15, then we reduced 15% after that great December. And then we reduced to 5% plus public health and safety, just given the extraordinarily dry conditions. And then we also reduced our Feather River Settlement Contractors deliveries by 50%. So that's kind of a general overview of how we manage the SWP system. And then over to you, Ernest, on some of the CVP decisions.
Yeah, so on the CVP, as I mentioned earlier, we dramatically reduced Shasta releases and Trinity releases to prioritize storage conservation and temperature management. And in that process, we developed this in cooperation with the other federal and state agencies, along with the Sac River settlement contractors. And in developing that strategy, we prioritized maximizing winter run habitat on the Sacramento River and public health and safety over other fish and wildlife assets, including the Pacific Flyway, and over of course, the economy of the Sacramento Valley. As a result of those actions, approximately 370,000 acres of the 450,000 acres of the Sac River Settlement Contractor service area was fallowed. And recent projections are that resulted in about a $1.3 billion loss of economic value in the Sacramento Valley this past year. We also limited releases, resulting in reductions to the other senior water right holders. We reduced our CVP water service contract allocations to 0 for agriculture and to just public health and safety for urban uses. And we also made significant releases from Friant Dam to meet South of Delta senior water right holders. The next slide. So then the next slide shows the storage levels for 21 and 22, end of each water year. And as mentioned earlier, although overall we're in a little better shape on storage than we were at the end of 21, I would point out that for Trinity and New Melones were in a poor condition. And I would also point out that with respect to Shasta, we had originally projected to be at 1.1 at the end of the year, and we ended up at 1.5. So that was a slight improvement. And Carla?
Yep. So for the State Water Project is, the numbers kind of speak for themselves. Really different conditions, frankly, in the SWP watershed between 2021 and 2022, and it's reflected in the carryover storage. I just also want to add, just given how challenging conditions were in the Sacramento Valley, obviously there was a lot of state activity with grant support. We funded about 13 projects in 7 counties in Sac Valley that helped with about 13,000 acre feet. Obviously a small number, but those small numbers become really important when we have such extraordinary conditions. And then separate from that, an additional 11 projects for some of the smaller communities in the Sac Valley. So those resources are, we try and work them in a coordinated way as we understand how the water year is playing out between the CVP and SWP. So next slide, please.
Yeah, and if I can note on that, I've just appreciated the engagement from folks on the drinking water side as well, knowing that a number of growers in the Sac Valley have gone to groundwater to supplement for the lack of surface, and we're seeing impacts in communities that we certainly didn't see, and especially because of the extent of the impact this last summer in the Sac Valley, but didn't see in the last drought certainly. So, and appreciate the continuum of work that's been between DWR and the water boards as well. So just thank you for that, Director.
So this next slide describes our guiding principles heading into 2023. These are not new. These are the same principles from last year. I would say that going back to my prior comment about, we are learning with these different patterns, some of the challenges to managing the whole system and the timing for decisions and how we incorporate flexibility so that we can do the best that we can, to balance and protect beneficial uses of water with all of these other concepts, also embedded in there. So that's more to come. I think it all frankly just speaks to our need to communicate early and often with our various partners in this process. And for the state water contractors, certainly there's a lot of activity already underway in terms of how we manage through this year and how we plan through this year. And then I certainly very much value the work that's been happening with our NACWA, the folks in NACWA and some of the early drought task force work that they've been doing together with DWR and Reclamation and Water Board. I think more of that to come in 2023. Next slide, please. So our getting into a little bit more nitty gritty, no big surprise that we are planning for a 4th consecutive dry year. And certainly discussing the potential for more flood drought interface in this year, which speaks to some of the work that we're doing to ready ourselves in the event that we have some flood flows that enable us to move water in for groundwater recharge. In previous executive orders, we've had some opportunities to exempt certain projects from the CEQA process so that they can be ready, and we are on track. Again, working at the staff level with the water board to make sure that we can take advantage of some of those flood flows as early as December of this year. We'll continue to provide for minimum health and safety needs with all of our contractors. We are also focused on water quality in the Delta. In the event that we need a TUCP, we're going to, we have a general principle that we want to avoid that if we can, but we are very focused on making sure that at a minimum we're protecting the source water quality for many municipal communities in the Delta. We also are working to deal with some of our drought barriers, I think in a more proactive, pre-planned, holistic way. Just really that's another sign of the times, and planning for the reality of ongoing deepening droughts, and that insertion of drought barriers isn't a once in a while thing anymore. I think we put them in 2015. That had been the first time since the 1970s, and it really speaks for itself that we're right back in it just a handful of years later. So that's also part of how we're thinking about water quality in the Delta, and then certainly protecting species by meeting environmental needs, conserving storage. I think that's pretty clear in some of the lessons learned from the last year. And then I do think there are opportunities to make some improvements in terms of water supply for CVP and SWP. Again, this sort of flexibility idea that I mentioned. I think there's lessons learned from last year and work to do in this upcoming year across agencies and water users to do the best we can considering the circumstances. And that all that is certainly going to require continued agency and communication with various partners in the NGO community and various groups of water users, certainly to make our way through a fourth consecutive dry year. So next slide, please. And I think that goes back to you, Ernest.
Okay. Yeah, so just following up on the prior two slides, this slide just lists specific actions that we would be looking at, assuming that dry conditions persist. And so both the CVP and SWP would be looking at allocations for urban use to be focused on domestic and sanitation and fire suppression. And on the CVP side, we have a M&I shortage policy that focuses on those uses also. We'll continue to coordinate with our settlement contractors, both Sac River and Feather River contractors. We would be at some point submitting a TUCP and reinstalling the drought barriers. The SWP would be using terminal reservoirs for emergency storage. And we would be both trying to help facilitate transfers and exchanges south of the Delta if possible. Then, of course, other actions by others. Of course, you would have potential curtailment orders from the state board. We would be trying to encourage voluntary and mandatory conservation, and would be, again, I assume, looking at governor's emergency orders and proclamations similar to what we've had the last couple of years. If we get lucky and things turn around and we have improved hydrologic conditions, of course, we would be looking at off-ramps and not needing to pursue some of these actions that I've listed above. And continue to be extensive efforts on forecasting and modeling, and again, collaborating with the various federal and state agencies along with our water user community. So I think that takes us to the last slide.
Yep. So you're going to see over the next couple of months, we're going to continue reductions in releases at Oroville to help us conserve storage. We will have a low initial allocation come December 1st. And then we are coordinating with the Feather River settlement contractors on reduced winter deliveries. Ernest, if you want to describe what you're doing in CVP?
Yeah, CVP side, the same, will be and are ramping down releases from our reservoirs in order to conserve storage. And again, we've been coordinating with, and we'll continue to coordinate with our contractors and prepare for another potential dry year. So I think that concludes our slides, and we would be glad to answer any questions that any of you may have.
Yes, thank you to you both for joining us today and providing this update in person. You know, I reflect back at the last water year, and there has been a lot of learning going on. And to your point, Director Namath, it is really about just managing the continued uncertainty that we continue to find with the hydrologic conditions year by year here now. and doing everything we can to be transparent around the decision making, having the full benefit of what are a lot of great minds within the state, and not a short amount of complexity when it comes to how all of the work that either DWR, Reclamation, the water boards, Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, all NOAA, all of our partners, Delta Stewardship Council. I'll stop because there are many of us that are involved in what has been incredible response. And you see it, that learning, the evidence of it, in the fact that our storage is in a better place this year. That's the effect of curtailments, helping preserve stored water. It is also the effect of managers better managing in this uncertain time. And it's not lost on me that we didn't have a TUCP this past summer here in effect now, and appreciate the meeting of those water quality standards, and even in a drought year, attempting to do so and find that right balance. I know it is what is always so front of mind as us as colleagues here on the board is what is that right balance to just really unforgiving circumstances, regrettably. I guess on that, on TUCPs perhaps, when would be, just so that we can help prepare folks for the kind of pace and discussion, but would it be after the new year, sometime before the new year, that we begin to at least kind of signal or understand where things may be? I know it'll depend what October looks like, what November, and here, not trying to commit to firm dates, but what, as these next months kind of unfold, directors do think the moment around, will we meet standards? Will we need to see some flexibility start to emerge?
Well, certainly, for the Department of Water Resources, we provide our first look at allocations December 1. And so, and that tends to be a pretty conservative read of the year for obvious reasons. There's a lot more uncertainty when we start that early. And so I would think that's likely to be the opportunity when we'll talk about where we are relative to the need for TUCP, but we are not, unlike last year, we are not starting in December with a TUCP application to the board, but we'll have a better sense of sort of probabilities come December 1 about when and if in the spring we would need something.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate that. Looking to my fellow board colleagues, if there are any questions, comments. Okay, seeing none. Thank you, directors. Really appreciate your time today. And I know we'll have further more discussion, certainly. And thank you as well for having Dr. Anderson here to really start to connect what we're seeing at the climate level and here, inter-year, just patterns that we're going to have to be continuing to deal with. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
With that, I think we can transition back to the good hands of Mr. Ekdahl.
A few more slides, and I'll go quickly on our end. Updates on curtailments in the Bay Delta watershed. Most of the Sacramento River curtailments have been lifted, in part reflecting lower demand in October, but also that rainstorm that we did have was enough to kind of move us through the need for curtailments, with the exception of Puda Creek. In the San Joaquin, the watershed level curtailments are to about 1,900 in the broader San Joaquin watershed, with a couple of additional watersheds, the Fresno Merced, curtailed more deeply. There's still a more robust demand and then just more limited supply in those watersheds. Next slide, please. In Mill and Deer Creeks, currently there's no in-stream flow requirement as of July 1st, but a note that the emergency regulation was approved by the Office of Administrative Law and effective on September 21st, and that curtailments may be issued as early as October 15th based on whether or not fish are present in the watershed. And kind of early indication looks like curtailments will be necessary on or around October 15th. Next slide, please. In the Russian River, current storage is about 41,000 acre feet. Storage is dropping at about 1,000 acre feet per week at this point. There was a brief blip from the precipitation we saw towards the end of September, but that largely seems to have receded. we go to the next slide, curtailment status, we still have about 328 appropriative rights that are currently curtailed, but no riparian reductions at this time. So there was enough from that precipitation event to kind of reduce the need to correlatively curtail riparians, but there are still other appropriative rights that are curtailed. And as always, the curtailment status list is available online, and the voluntary water sharing program is temporarily suspended due to insufficient supply in general. Next slide, please. In the Scott and Shasta River, in the Scott, curtailments are in effect for all surface and groundwater flows. The target for October minimum flows is 40 CFS. In September, it was 33. And in Shasta, conditional curtailments in effect to about a priority date of 1850. That does require most junior water diverters to cease diversions, contingent on working with the water master and the watershed in general. October minimum flows are 105. It was a kind of stepped up ramp approach from September, which started at about 50 CFS from September 1st through 15th, up to 75 CFS, September 16th through 30th. The livestock prohibition is now in effect September 1st through March 31st. And note that's the prohibition on inefficient livestock or watering. And local cooperative solutions are available on our website for folks to review and see what's been approved and what's still pending. Next slide. If we look at the Scott flows are still very low. This morning it was 7 CFS, and the flows in the Scott are just much more contingent on precipitation. Irrigation at this point has largely dropped, or should have largely dropped, although staff are in the watershed each week doing reconnaissance level overviews of whether or not illegal diversions are continuing. Next slide, please. And in the Shasta River, flows this morning were 93 CFS, so we're closer to that target. I think it did step up again to about 100 in October. There are adult fish now present in the Shasta system. Next slide, please. For additional information, again, check the websites, and please be sure to sign up to the email subscription list. And I believe with that, if we go to the next slide, we'll turn it over to the Division of Drinking Water.
Thank you, Mr. Ackdahl. Good morning, Mr. Zuniga. Okay, I've asked you to unmute now. You should be able to.
There we go. Thanks, Chair Esquivel. Thanks, Eric, and members of the board. I have some quick updates, so let's go to the next slide. We've have now a total, it's kind of fixed number as of now, 270 drought informational orders that we've requested folks to report to us. The vast majority of them on drought watch, 223 systems that are just being watched right now. No indications that they're having any major issues. 34 on drought warning that may have some issues in the next 90 days or so. And then 12 drought emergencies actually going up to 13. We added one water system, Ocean's Edge Estates, which was found to be hauling water in Mendocino County. And I also wanted to highlight two other changes I updated because of the drought funding update that's going to come later. I have 26 million up from 23 million dollars for drought warning systems that's being invested in building drought resilience for those systems, and 10 million up from 2.8 million for the drought emergency systems that are listed there. So we have been able to now calculate and figure out how much we've been investing in these systems to help get them out of their situation, and we now have updated numbers for that. Next slide, please. This slide, I'm only going to talk about the last 3 points, which are the ones that we're really going to focus on, which is that we have 7 water systems that don't currently have accounts, and they're on drought warning and emergency. So we're going to focus most of our outreach and notice efforts for these 7 systems. We have past due systems, 22 water systems that have a lot of past due reports, and those are the ones in drought warning and emergency. So we're going to again target the highest level systems to try to get these systems to start to do some of their past due reporting. And we have one water system that should have reported a severe water shortage and didn't, and so we're going to try to get them to report. We have some other folks that are not reporting their hauled water usage, so we'll also get them to report. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to show a graph of just how many dry wells have been reported quarterly. This is domestic dry wells. You could see in the last drought, you kind of had a spike in 2015 in that third quarter. Well, since then, last year's third quarter was comparable to the 2015, but now 2022 has exceeded the number of dry wells by about 100 of what we saw in the peak in the last drought. And I think this is very telling. So even though we have a 16% decrease from the last 30 days, we're still at a very high level of 202 wells reported in the last 30 days. So still very high numbers. We do expect them to drop down, but this is just showing you what the extent of the impacts to dry wells has been during this drought season. And that's all the slides I have.
Thank you, Mr. Zuniga. I appreciate this, especially DWR's data here on the last slide, because I think what it reflects is what we know is a demand on our emergency response programs and hauled water being delivered, bottled water through our partners and programs. But then also, and has been brought up many a time in discussion here at the board, but what we do in the long term. What does the pace of well replacement look like? What are the long-term solutions for these communities? Because our communities will be provided hauled water then until that point, and costing that out, understanding and helping the legislature understand the real full cost and resource need to actually address all these systems, all these households, and here yet systems that are being provide interim solutions and the need to fund those longer term solutions. So appreciate the graph. Anything from my fellow board colleagues to the Division of Drinking Water? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Zuniga. And I think we can hand the mic over to Ms. Oaxaca for Division of Financial Assistance update.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, board members. Jasmine Oaxaca from the Division of Financial Assistance. Next, please. So this slide summarizes our drought funding activity since July 1st, 2021. We've committed 9 urgent repair projects, 17 emergency repair projects for a combined total of $3.3 million. We've established 2 new regional or countywide programs and amended 5 of our existing regional programs for $41.4 million added. So overall, we've provided interim solutions to 18 communities specifically related to drought issues, or about 20,000 people. And then in addition, since July 1st, 2021, we've funded 58 drought resiliency projects for a total of $396 million, and that goes towards 67 communities or about 2 million people. Next, please. This map shows some of our existing regional and countywide programs available to respond to drought. We have a couple of statewide programs, several programs in the San Joaquin Valley and the Central Coast. And then, as I mentioned, we had 2 newish countywide programs in the Shasta and Santa Cruz counties. Next, please. And then this slide shows current number of households enrolled under our regional programs as of September 30th. And this is just a snapshot of assistance being provided currently. Next, please. Lastly, these are some links to resources available for drought funding. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Oaxaca. Any questions from colleagues? Seeing none. Mr. Ekdahl, anything further?
Nothing further on my end.
Well, thank you. Appreciate the information. We do have a couple of commenters, and so we can go to them. I believe we have 2 commenters. The first will be James C. Yeager, Sr., and then Doug Obici. And if Ms. Townsend, is Mr. Yeager on the platform or? He is, sir. Okay. Perhaps just not responding at this time.
Hello.
Oh, I can hear you.
I'm on, I believe.
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'd like to try to read to you, and if allowed, I'd like to present to you a very short video I made. And the idea, the concept of this is water conservation at a mass level. So if I get to a point you're uncomfortable with my request, please feel free to speak.
No, I'll just note, unfortunately, you would have to have sent the video over to Ms. Townsend prior. So that component we won't necessarily see, but glad to hear your comments. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll have to do my best. I thought there was a portion here where I can share screen. Is that possible?
It's not. It's locked down for any of the participants, and we have anything to be shared needs to be sent through Ms. Townsend. Apologize for that.
No problem. I wonder if I'll be able to share the video, the audio possibly. Well, I'll try to kind of reenact it, but thank you, Mr. Chairman, and all of the board members for allowing me to comment on such an important matter. I would like to introduce myself and request 5 to 10 minutes of your time to speak. First, and is that okay? By the way, I'll be brief as I can.
Yes.
Okay, first, I'm not soliciting any product or service to any of you, the state of California, or any agency. My background is I'm a president of a small custom home building business from Ohio, which we founded in 1988. Today, I want to share with you an exciting yet simple method in which the California public can conserve, can conserve 1 to 2 gallons of otherwise wasted potable water per day. If my method is adapted and only 50% of the California public were to instigate it or institute that, this could save in a storage increase, as Mr. Anderson mentioned earlier, of between 20 and 40 million gallons of water per day. I know that may sound like a stretch, but what we want to offer is something simple, convenient, and easy to perform. And as you all know, there's lots of ideas out there, but most of which we've examined or looked into are not exactly easy or convenient. We've named our method the bucket flush. And we found that many programs, I'm trying to stay on point here. Due to our background in construction, we've come to occasionally need to use toilets at job sites with temporary water services. Sometimes we have to fill buckets with water, and we flush the toilet manually in a bowl because while we're building a home, we may not have permanent water service. About 12 years ago, my wife Julie pointed out that while we're showering, we waste roughly 1 to 2 gallons a day per person to warm that shower, while we wait for the hot water to arrive at the fixtures. Through our surveys of people that we know in the general public and even some scientists, we've come to find that most are unaware of at least her first point, that concerning a bucket can be used to clear and flush a toilet without using the handle or the tank. We know many are aware of each point. For example, that we all may know we waste water in the shower. We may also know that how to flush a toilet with just a bucket, but many are unaware of connecting the points. And I think that Julie may have connected the dots and come up with a solution to capture an otherwise great deal of wasted potable water. Well, at this point, I wanted to show you the video. So we made a video that of basically me standing in a shower, and it went something along the lines of, pretend for a moment I'm somebody famous like Matt Damon, and I'm going to do something that's very wasteful, and that is, and you see the shower turn on and the water running down the drain, and it's white, clear, potable water that has not, that's just going to go down to the sewage system to be processed again. But instead, I grab a bucket of an empty bucket that's right next to the shower, and I start filling that bucket. And as the water becomes warmer and warmer, the bucket basically creates 1 to 2 gallons of clean water. And I put that bucket aside. And at that moment, I just turn off the water and I step outside of the shower. And I say, now, if I place this bucket on tour, for example, if I have to take it to my garden, my lawn, or the car wash, or whatever I want to do with that water later, it's a task, it's a burden, it's something that I wouldn't expect Californians to want to adopt or think, gee whiz, this is kind of cool. But instead, if I place that bucket right next to the toilet and wait a few hours, before you know it, that toilet's going to be needed to be emptied again. And instead of flushing the handle, drawing new water from the California water supply, I just take that bucket and evacuate that toilet with that bucket that's already just would have gone to waste. Now I've saved the community, and in my case, our Ohio community, 2 gallons, and in my wife's case, her 2 gallons. And so over that time frame, over that time frame, it really adds up. So even if the general public, I'm going back to my notes now, captures the wasted shower water, it seems too much work. I think I've covered that. And so about 8 years ago, we began sharing this idea, but we weren't able to find the proper ears. And since then, a new force has come into play, and that force is social media. So if you can imagine a quick little cute video made by someone like a very environmentally friendly guy like Matt Damon, or Jamie Lee Curtis is one of the first persons I've ever heard talk about this on the Tonight Show back in the 80s. She was a big advocate for not wasting water. Yeah. If you could find the right person who would volunteer or put a video together like this, I think Californians would be attracted to take on a new habit and conserve this amount of water, and even spread the word and make a few videos go viral. And so, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just agreeing, and I'll let you finish. Apologize, Mr.
Well,
Yeager.
I think I'm almost done.
Okay.
But the whole idea of this conservation is to make it easy and quick and acceptable to the masses, but to use social media, which, like I say, is a new phenomenon, and take that and create some sort of quick, inexpensive videos. Even it could be the citizens, but I think a viral channel or someone like that needs to pick up on this. And if you would have any way of accepting the idea, put it out there to others, I think it might be something that would surprise you as to how much water could be saved in your rivers, reservoirs, and lakes by not having it being warmed and running down the drain. That's basically the gist, and I certainly would welcome any questions anyone might have.
I really appreciate your time this morning, Mr. Yeager, and for addressing the board. We actually will have a conservation update item after this, as we close up this informational item, to talk about where Californians are in conserving. Here, percentage-wise, based off of 2020 baseline, but the activities you're talking about, being mindful of your shower warm-up water. I know I have a shower bucket. It's used to irrigate my small herb garden and some succulents. And I think it is not actually that far from, I know what a number of folks are doing and trying to just think, and yes, to your point, small changes here all amongst us really do and can have significant benefits when it comes to conservation and using our water more wisely. So thank you. I really appreciate your time this morning and elevating this. I will point you to our Save Our Water campaign, folks. There's a website at saveourwater, I think it is .com, and there you're able to actually suggest and make videos, and here we're actually very open to the creative inputs that folks can have in communicating what small changes can be made that can, again, have some real important impact, especially here in the arid West. So thank you for joining in from Ohio, and thanks for your real interest in this and for elevating this to the board.
May I make one last comment, please?
Yes, yes.
I just wanted to invite you and all the board members to grab a bucket, and throughout this next week, as you do take that shower, and I'm glad you already do this, but just think of the convenience and in this case, the work you've currently had to do to find a use for that water. Instead, put it next to the toilet. And each time you have that chance to flush that toilet, you have to do it fairly quickly. Just think to yourself, if you could spread the word on that and how many millions and millions of gallons it would be passed on.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Next, I'd like to call up Doug Obigi. Mr. Obigi, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Escobar, members of the board.
Morning.
My name is Doug Abici. I'm a senior attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council, and I too have a shower bucket. I wanted to give a quick comment about this year's drought response, but really focus on preparing for dry 2024. I really appreciated the directors of DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation being here today. And appreciate the effort that's gone into this year's planning for drought. One clarification and one point of concern is that Reclamation is currently considering, in our views, violating the temperature management plan and increasing releases from Shasta and Keswick reservoirs up to more than 6,000 cubic feet per second in the month of October. That is not consistent with what is in the temperature management plan that the board approved and would cause significant harm to not just winter run, but also fall run Chinook salmon. So I would encourage the board to get engaged on the Reclamation's draft environmental assessment and make sure that reservoir releases are limited in October to protect salmon. As both directors mentioned, it's really not too early to be planning for continued drought in 2023. While I agree that that La Nina and El Nino conditions do not provide a really strong, consistent signal for drought conditions in Northern California, NOAA does have experimental long-range forecasts, and they are predicting another year of below average precipitation and warmer temperatures for 2023. And so it is critically important that we do make plans in place to be able to adapt to and survive another dry year. You know, thanks to reducing water allocations last year, we've seen an improvement in reservoir storage. You know, unlike in the prior drought where we saw reservoir storage declining each year, even despite last year's hydrology, we actually saw an increase of more than 500,000 acre-feet in upstream reservoir storage. And that's largely due, I think, in significant part to the reduction in allocation to the Sacramento River settlement contractors who voluntarily agreed to take an 18% allocation. But ultimately, the water supply contracts of both the Bureau of Reclamation and DWR are not compatible with climate change. You know, the director of DWR highlighted that they provided a 50% allocation to their Feather River settlement contractors this year. Unfortunately, based on the terms of their contract, they're required to provide a 100% allocation next year and for the next 4 years thereafter, regardless of hydrology on the Feather River. So that contract's going to make protecting species and water quality next year even harder than this year. You know, similarly, the Sacramento River settlement contractors, that reduced allocation cut more than 800,000 acre-feet of diversions this year from the system, which enabled for the increase in storage. But it's not clear whether we'll see similar cuts next year. And Reclamation made the decision to also short the wildlife refuges in parity to the settlement contractors, which is a clear violation of federal law and has real impacts to the migratory birds. And then Reclamation also provided water to the San Joaquin River Exchange contractors, who got more water last year than virtually any other user in the entire Bay Delta system. And Reclamation has until October 18th to renegotiate the terms of the exchange contract. And I would encourage the board to quietly urge Reclamation to do so. It's becoming clear that these contracts really are not compatible with protecting the environment and adapting to climate change. Many of them have not been updated in decades. The exchange contract was last updated in 1967. The world has changed quite a bit since then. Finally, I just want to flag that we remain really concerned about proposals for temporary urgency change petitions to allow the state and federal projects to violate the minimum water quality standards in the Delta. And that concern is more highlighted because over the last year, Reclamation has shown modeling, has done a lot of modeling demonstrating that temporary urgency change petitions that weaken or eliminate Delta outflow requirements do not actually conserve storage in Shasta Reservoir and do not improve conditions for salmon. They can improve reservoir storage at Folsom and Oroville, but they're not protecting the environment. And the notion that this is somehow balancing environmental impacts upstream and downstream is simply not true and not borne out by the modeling. And that's because the minimum releases from Keswick are adequate to meet the Sacramento River's share of D1641 requirements. So I would encourage the board to continue to require greater transparency around TUCPs. And ultimately, we are going to need to reform these contracts and reform our water rights system so that we can adapt to climate change. And I appreciate the chair's comments in those regards and look forward to working with the board in the coming year, which undoubtedly is going to be challenging unless we get bailed out by a miracle storm. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. OBG. Yeah, I think it's continuing to simply prepare for the worst and plan, and then be able to pivot therefrom accordingly. And so, thank you. I appreciate your comments, and I know continued work as we figure out how we best balance a very complicated system, further complicated by the hydrology we find. Next, I'd like to call up Kaya Rivers. Good morning. Oh, apologies. Let me make sure you are unmuted. Okay, there you are.
Good morning. Thank you for this very informational drought update, and thank you, board, for the opportunity to provide comments again today. My name is Kaya Rivers, and I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center, urging for the protection of domestic wells. According to DWR's dry well reporting system, 1,231 domestic wells across California have gone dry this year. Most of the state's dry wells are concentrated within the San Joaquin Valley, and unfortunately, as drought continues in California to become more common, the number of dry wells will only increase, leaving many households and communities vulnerable. Currently, households must wait for extended amounts of time to regain their access of water, and this delay will likely increase as the drought continues and resources are stretched thin. Because of this, we ask the State Water Board ensures that long-term solutions like deepening already existing wells and drilling new wells are readily available. However, to sincerely decrease the number of households that are impacted by future drought overall, action must be taken to ensure that groundwater is managed sustainably. CWC has recently submitted comment letters addressing the Kaweah, Tule, and King subbasins revised groundwater sustainability plans. And we would like to extend the invitation to the State Water Board to connect over these revised plans, especially if the Department of Water Resources deems these plans inadequate and refers them to the State Water Board to begin the public process to designate the subbasin as a probationary basin. Ultimately, the revised groundwater sustainability plans have failed to justify their reasoning for chronic lowering of groundwater levels, prevent further degradation of groundwater quality, consider the impacts of land subsidence will have on drinking water users, propose an adequate mitigation program, and comply with both SGMA and other California law, including the human right to water. These plans will let hundreds, if not thousands, of domestic wells go dry and leave disadvantaged communities at risk. And because of these concerns, I encourage the State Water Board and Department of Water Resources to work together to determine the deficiencies of these plans, ensuring that drinking water needs are truly protected, and welcome GSAs to make the necessary changes under the State Water Board's management. Thank you again, board, for the opportunity to provide comments today.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers, for your comments. And again, just continued great engagement on, I know, what are really challenging issues for our communities right now. And the continued joint advocacy is really appreciated. Okay, I think that wraps up our commenters for item number 2. Any last thoughts, questions from board members? Seeing none. We are here rounding 2 hours into the meeting. I'd like to take a break. We still have an informational item here that let's quickly do. We don't have any commenters on, so I think we can get out of the way. And then once we do that, I'll go ahead and break us for an early lunch. It'll bring us to about noon anyway. And that way we can then jump into what is a lot of still board agenda, but maybe a little refreshed for, and thank you everyone for the great morning so far. So that will conclude item number 2. Thank you both. And brings us to item number 3, which is an update on our monthly water production and conservation data reported by urban water retailers and suppliers. Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Esquivel and members of the board. It's good to see you. My name is Charlotte Ely. I supervise our conservation program. And with me today is Ava Scally. She is the newest addition to the Climate and Conservation Unit and will be giving the conservation tip today. And I will be attempting to cover for Marielle Panjero, who is getting ready for her wedding. Next slide, please. So fall, end of summer was a very busy time. It continues to be a very busy time for ongoing work to make conservation a California way of life. And given everything that is going to be coming at you guys in the coming months, we wanted to give you kind of a quick overview of what has happened and also some glimpses into what will be happening. So first big thing that happened in the second week of August was the governor announcing the water supply strategy. I know Chair Esquivel, you were there in Antioch when that happened. But one of the things that this strategy sort of laid out for the world was that hotter and drier conditions spurred by climate change and aridification are expected to reduce California's water supply by 10% up to by the year 2040. So to replace and replenish what we'll be losing to thirstier soils, vegetation, and the atmosphere, Governor Newsom announced this water supply strategy. And it outlines that we need to invest in new sources, that we need to accelerate projects, modernize how the state manages water through new technology, and it also calls upon us to build upon the conservation achievements of the last couple decades. So it outlines things that we can do to reduce our annual water demand by 500,000 acre-feet starting in 2030. And this includes a possible third emergency conservation regulation, which is one of the reasons I wanted to bring this update to you today. And this possible third emergency conservation regulation will be happening if dry conditions persist into the spring. And Chair McGuire, as you're asking Dr. Anderson, with a La Nina seeming inevitable at this point, it seems like the likelihood of this possible third emergency regulation is also very likely. So this will be a different emergency reg. It is intended to build upon all of the work that the department and the State Water Board have been doing to advance the long-term permanent regulation to make conservation a California way of life. I think it's sort of easy to think of it as a sort of mini version of the 1668-606 regulation. We'll be sort of setting very likely standards for residential water use indoors and out, and then identifying percent reductions for each urban retail water supplier in the state that accounts for differences in climate zone and landscape area, population, and a lot of the other factors. So we'll be building on the really rich data sets that we have developed over the last couple of years. So next, big event that happened was the signing of SB 1157 into law. So this was introduced earlier in 2022 by Senator Hertzberg, and it basically took the recommendations that the Department of Water Resources and the State Water Board jointly provided to the legislature and updated statute. So based on those recommendations, the residential indoor standard that will be used as part of this Making Conservation a California Way of Life framework will be 55 gallons per person per day until 2025. It would then drop to 47 gallons per capita per day until 2030, and then after 2030, it will be 42 gallons per capita per day. And the governor signed that into law on September 28th. The very following day, the Department of Water Resources formally provided their recommendations to us. And these were the recommendations on the residential outdoor standards, the standards for commercial, industrial, and institutional landscapes with dedicated irrigation meters, the standards for, their recommendations on performance measures, on how to calculate a bonus incentive, on variances for appropriate uses of water that significantly affect water use within a supplier service area, and then lastly, guidelines and methodologies on how to calculate each budget associated with the standard or the variance, the bonus incentive, and the overall objective. So it is now go time. I feel like we've been running a marathon already, but we anticipate to start that regular rulemaking process in the coming months. And then, of course, the water loss rulemaking is nearing its end, and you'll be seeing a lot of us, I guess, is the warning. So that's it for kind of major milestones with the Making Conservation a California Way of Life. And if you could please advance to the next slide. I'll try to do Marielle's job here. So we are presenting the conservation data for August 2022. So residential per capita use in August 22 was 105 gallons per capita per day, residential GPCD. This is the lowest it has been in any other time since 2015, when there were the mandates in place that were really driving down urban water use. So this is a huge achievement for California. Next slide, please. What we saw was that August 22 water use was 10.5% lower relative to July 2020. And so we're continuing the trend that we've observed since May. And really, this puts California solidly back on track when it comes to saving water, especially since during the summer, right, water use usually increases as our irrigation demands increase. But these double-digit numbers that we're seeing really shows that people and the urban retail water suppliers that serve them are taking these more aggressive actions to curb and reduce water use. We started seeing these savings particularly after the adoption of the second emergency conservation regulation in June. So we are seeing the effects of the actions this very board has taken. Our cumulative statewide savings are staying steady, 4% relative to 2020. Next slide, please.
Yeah, really digging out of the hole, basically, right? I mean, you saw the averages. Again, we were getting close. We were there because of December storms, October storms, but that catastrophic dryness from January through March and just the after effects into April, et cetera, you just see how, that cumulative total, it's going to take some time, but seeing those consistent numbers is really a sign of Californians having kind of turned a corner on conservation. So.
Yeah, agreed. So we are seeing here the regional changes for the month of August. And as is shown in this infographic here, there are many parts of the state, including San Francisco Bay and the North Coast, that are exceeding the governor's call. Great work is being done all across the state. And I think one of the really remarkable sort of examples is the water reductions we saw in the areas that were subject to the monsoon. We received 0.4 inches statewide in August. It's usually something like 0.2. Dr. Anderson mentioned the flash flooding in Death Valley, and I think all of us can remember the footages of cars stranded in that national park and people needing to be rescued. So certainly some of that unexpected precipitation is part of what drove savings too in certain parts of the state. And I believe that is it for the conservation numbers. And now if we could jump to the last slide.
Welcome. So good to have you join us.
Thank you. I'm Ava Scally. I'm an environmental scientist with the Climate Change and Conservation team. And I'm here to talk about our conservation tip for October. So October is Energy Awareness Month. This is a national effort to recognize the importance of the electrical grid to our nation's economy, security, and our daily lives. And this October, the global energy shortage is making international headlines. One of the easiest ways to conserve energy is to use water more efficiently. It takes a considerable amount of energy to pump, heat, treat, and deliver the water that we use every day. An estimated 20% of California's total statewide electricity use, a third of non-power plant natural gas consumption, and 88 billion gallons of diesel are related to water, including collection and treatment and use and wastewater management. The State Water Project is the largest energy user in California. This September, to help prevent blackouts, State Water Project managers were directed to reduce energy consumption by minimizing pumping operation during peak hours and instead moving water across the state at night when energy demand is lower. The water energy nexus in California is strong. During the last drought, water conservation mandated by the governor of California saved more energy than all energy efficiency initiatives offered by the state's 4 largest investor-owned utilities. Californians saved 524 billion gallons of water, a 24.5% decrease relative to 2013 over the mandate period. This translates to 1,830 gigawatt hours of total electricity savings and a greenhouse gas emissions reduction of 521,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. This equates to taking about 111,000 cars off the road for a whole year. So our conservation tip this month is to save energy by saving water. And at a household scale, the US EPA estimates that a new home that meets water sense efficiency criteria is about 30% more water efficient than a typical new construction home. Water efficient products approved by the EPA are identified by a blue and green drop label that is on the slide here next to the text. And just by using an efficient shower head alone, a family could save 2,700 gallons of water per year. Saving water reduces demand on water heaters, which also saves energy. And by updating old faucets, shower heads, and toilets, households can save 10,000 gallons of water and 370 kilowatt hours of electricity every year. This is enough to power a family's house for 11 days. For washing machines, you can look for the Energy Star label. Energy Star clothes washers use nearly 35% less water and 25% less energy than standard washers. Aside from updating appliances, using cold water over hot saves significant amounts of energy. And more efficient use also results in energy savings from avoided water conveyance, treatment, and distribution. So thank you for taking time to listen, and remember that water conservation and energy conservation is an effort of not just individuals, but the community and institutions as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Scally. Anything further, Ms. Healy?
Nope, thank you for your time.
Thank you, really appreciate it. And what it reminds me is definitely how critical that energy water nexus is, but also that California, through the climate registry, has a voluntary greenhouse gas registry, energy water nexus registry that is for water systems to be able to better inventory where they may have greenhouse gases. I think of wastewater treatment plants, particularly say here where methane emissions and other emissions can be real key sources of short-lived and or long-lived pollutants, and a real structure and program in place already to help systems better understand that energy water nexus and ways that they can contribute. So thank you for the tip, really appreciate it. And importantly, great to see these firm numbers for August. As we heard, with a third La Nina, a fourth year of drought conditions here, potentially these savings now are going to become really critical. And so just thank you, really appreciate the good work. With that, we can close out the informational item. Before we transition to a lunch, we do have public forum that, and I thank Board Member Morgan for making sure to flag, public forum that we carried over. It moved past these informational items. Let's do that before we go to lunch so folks aren't being carried over the lunch for public forum. And so I'm seeing here Mr. Yeager, which I think he may have signed up twice then. So I believe we already have heard his comments. We then have Mr. Doug Obiji that would be going up next, and then I think followed by Nick Jocelyn. And apologies, Mr. OBJ, I know you commented on our drought item, and so I don't know if you want to comment further now, but you should here be invited to be able to provide it if you're still on the platform. No, he is not on the platform. Yeah, I see him now. Okay, well then let's move on to our next commenter, who will be Nick Jocelyn.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, I believe I should have signaled that I wanted to speak during the drought update portion.
Apologies.
But thanks for getting me in before lunch.
Yes, sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation on the human right to water. I hope we can take swift action by continuing to fund the programs that prioritize financial assistance to create robust support for the human right to water. I'm here today to speak about how the current enforcement in the Scott and Shasta rivers looks from someone whose family has lived in the Shasta Valley since the mid-1800s. I'm a geologist and an activist, and I try to speak for those with no voice, the fish and the public trust resources. It doesn't make me feel comfortable to say some of the things I feel need to be said today. I do believe the board needs to be recognized for their work during this historic drought, and I thank you. I also know that moving into enforcement mode cannot be a comfortable situation. Yet I would express to you that we have entered a place in time in the Scott and Shasta where enforcement of law is needed more than ever. The current enforcement, coupled with weak settlement terms, are not proving to be enough of a deterrent to unlawful diversion of water. The lack of strong fines for violations of the emergency drought regulations has allowed degradation of the Scott and Shasta rivers to continue. It's basically business as usual, with a little more water in the river. This precludes recovery of endangered species while continuing to prevent recovery of tribal fisheries. In 2004, when recovery of coho was discussed in the recovery strategy for Californian coho salmon, a long list of existing laws was presented as needed for foundational support for restoration activities to succeed. We've had regulations for decades that could have been enforced, but they have not. Some Scott Valley examples of recent violations include 2 administrative civil liability complaints against a large Scott Valley diverter who was failing to submit curtailment certifications. Granted, not a huge violation, yet without this information, management of water resources is made more difficult. This diverter racked up nearly $500,000 in fines, only for the state to settle for $5,000. This diverter is on the Siskiyou County Planning Commission, the Scott Shasta Watermaster District, and the Farmers Ditch Association. So he violates regulations on his own water rights. His guidance at the Scott Shasta Watermaster District meetings suggests that he believes that the curtailments should not be followed, and the Watermaster should have nothing to do with assisting the Water Board, despite having received money to do so. The Farmers Ditch Association also received a notice of violation for inefficient livestock watering, while having already received taxpayer funding for a groundwater system for watering cattle that should still be operational according to the notice of violation. This company is also a recent recipient of more taxpayer funds to be administered by cow trout via the Wildlife Conservation Board. Given this context and the guidance of this individual is able to exert on other diverters, we believe that the negotiation of fines is failing to provide the type of deterrence that is needed. Taxpayers also deserve to be assured that their money is used wisely and is not given to serial violators and unlawful companies. In the Shasta, an example is Edson Folk Wairika Ditch Company, a safe harbor participant. What is truly ironic is that 20 years of federal legal immunity for take of endangered coho would be given to a company who cannot follow the law. A notice of violation was recently issued for inefficient livestock watering when fish need it most, early September. We will watch for the resolution that comes, but we're guessing they'll get a small fine that won't change their pattern of practice, and they will continue unlawful activities while fines remain small enough to build into their cost of doing business. Another example in the Shasta is the Shasta River Water Association, whose illegal activity garnered international news coverage. Their fines are yet to be posted, but given the current pattern, we don't expect to see fines that would lead to changes in diversion activities or practices. The current Kumbaya approach of collaboration, weak enforcement, and even weaker penalties masks a 2-decade failure to enforce existing laws. Throwing more money at restoration without regulatory and enforcement support will not achieve recovery, when one or two bad actors can set the entire process backwards with a simple flip of a switch on a large ag pump. Were we to have enforcement of existing laws coupled with permanent in-stream flow recommendations, true recovery might occur and taxpayer funding would not be wasted on bad actors and bad projects. Without any of this, we're slow walking Coho to extirpation in the Shasta and extirpation of Chinook in the Scott. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn. I really appreciate you contributing and your voice here. I don't disagree with a number of points you've made, and so just appreciate the support and thanks. Next, I'd like to call up Douglas Deach, who will be followed by Bert Handy. And Mr. Deach may not be on the platform I'm seeing.
He is.
Oh, he is. Okay. And Mr. Deach, you should be provided the opportunity to unmute if you're on a phone. I think it's *6.
Yes.
Yes, good morning.
Can you hear me?
We can now.
Let me
Good
just turn
morning,
my
or
other one off.
Good afternoon. Good to see you, or good to hear you.
Yes. Good work there, Chairman Rey del Cielo. So today, first what I'd like to do is to formally request for the 7th time the intervention of the State Water Resources Control Board in the Monterey Bay Regional Water Management. And the secretary. And also what I'm asking and recommending as well is that due to, are there any slides that they put up for me? Hello?
Yes, one went looking to.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Deach, they are up. Thank you.
Okay, so there, you should see a slide from, actually it's today on the front page of the Chronicle, which is new sea level rise predictions for, I don't know if you've seen this, for I've specified out the Monterey Bay area, which very surprising to me shows a 2.9, second highest in the state projected sea level rise by 2060. I was figuring on 1 foot. I requested the intervention, and the reason for this is because of we need a one power down here to form a regional response. And the State Water Resources Control Board is the entity that has the power to do that. There's an emergency. And after the State Water Resources Control Board intervenes, then we have a governor who will be willing to exercise his executive powers under the emergency to implement the best plan for us here. The best plan for us here is to have a nature-based solution, as I call it, ASR, Aquifer Storage Recovery Plan, but not in the traditional sense, because what we're going to have here very soon, as I informed the Coastal Commission, and I think you too, is we're going to transition to direct potable reuse. The only reason we're doing these ASR pure water projects is because that's all that is allowed now. Once the DPR regulations are in, why would we want to inject anything into the ground when the sea level is rising 2.9 feet? That's where we're going to be storing the water. So that doesn't, on coastside aquifers or coastside projects. So anything that says pure water in it is something that we should be putting a hold on, and we should be analyzing what the sea level rise projections are going to do to that water, whether it's going to be that's a viable place to store it, and I can assure you that it's not. We should be using that water directly. So these ejection funding, I see that you're looking at $25 million funding for pure water and an extension of the pure water SoCal, pure water Monterey. They're asking for expansion of that. One of the problems with pure water Monterey is that's a 5,400 acre foot yearly project. There's a ranch down there called Armstrong Ranch, 1,800 acres using 3 acre feet per year, pumping it out. That happens to be 5,400 acre feet. You see, there's no coordination. We have to stop all groundwater extraction at the coast and build up the best defense that we can in our critical areas at the foot of the Pajaro and the Salinas valleys. Why? Because that uses 90% of the water, but more importantly, that area, very, very small area, produces 10% of the agricultural production of the 5th biggest and most important, fifth biggest economy and most important community, most important because it's our community on this planet. Of the 50 million of the 138 million agricultural production that we have here a year. That's number one. We have to preserve that by supplying a sustainable, since we're isolated on the rest of water in California, a sustainable water supply here, and we have it. You know why we have it actually is because for from 700,000 years ago, that where you're sitting right there used to be underwater. It used to be the biggest freshwater body in the North American continent called Lake Corcoran. And the only outlet for that was the Salinas River. And we know that because there's a huge canyon deeper than the Grand Canyon at the Salinas River. And that's what happened. So that's why we have good water down here, among other reasons. But it's being used up in a way that we have to do something about it at the coast. There are two areas, 21,000 acres of strategically located lands, farmlands, coastside farmlands that are worth around $50,000 an acre. Oh, and by the way, if you've ever been to Smudowski Beach, that's where my 30-year-old pilot project is on 43 acres called Willoughby Ranch. The concept is farmlands back to wetlands. The whole 21,000 acres will be called the Monterey Bay Estuary National Monument. It'll cost $100,000 an acre. That will be paid for by an OPM $2.1 billion of what's called Build Back Better infrastructure. The infrastructure is going to be targeted 21,000 acres in two areas, which I'll explain for a second. And they will have two elements of infrastructure in them. One will be conservation of, at 3 acres per year, 63,000.
Apologies to interrupt, Mr. Deach, but
I asked for 15. I asked for 15 minutes, and I can speak for 15 minutes.
Oh,
Fine,
I apologize.
fine. Okay, fine. So, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Wait, I can adjourn. I can adjourn. So immediately, what I'd like to do is be able to give you a comprehensive, finish my presentation, and you will see that what I propose here that can be done within 1 or 2 years by your intervention and the governor's executive order, and the state providing $1 billion of its $100 billion surplus, and the federal government providing $1 billion of Build Back Better infrastructure, we will have what I call the global exemplar social, economic, and natural system.
I appreciate that. And,
Well,
if you...
I've offered you a tour, Mr. Esquivel.
Okay.
Please call me, 831-476-7662. Please don't give SoCal Creek
Mr. Deach,
SoCal Creek has no water rights.
Okay.
Don't give them any water.
Thank you, Mr. Deach. And if you would like, you can make sure the full presentation gets to the board members through Ms. Townsend, our clerk of the board. Appreciate your comments this morning. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Bert Handy, and that'll round out our public forum.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you for taking the public speakers before your lunch break. I have lived in Ventura for over 40 years and have been following the water issues in Ventura for that full time. In 2017, the decision was made to make the Lower Ventura River watershed a very low priority basin. I attended a meeting where this decision to declare the Lower Ventura River Basin as a low priority basin. The reason given was there are no municipal wells in the basin and the pumping is by agricultural concerns only. The property owners who own the land which overlies the Ventura River watershed now and the feeder watersheds which feed the Ventura River were sued by the city of Ventura over water rights. This lawsuit is currently being adjudicated in court. My concern is the Lower Ventura River Basin, which is a low priority basin. The Woods Clayman's Foundation has up to 15 wells which they pump water for their agricultural needs. Wood Clayman's Foundation drilled 2 new wells for the Taylor Ranch, which is what it's called, in the last 3 years. One well is drained 600 to 800 feet, and the other one's 1,000 to 1,300 feet. The amount of water pumped is not readily available because they are in a very low priority basin, and the records are scarce and hard to access, if you can find them at all. In talking with staff from the State Water Board, they told me that the pumping is reported intermittently and is not posted on any sites. Because the Ventura River Basin has been one of 5 rivers in the state of California, which are declared as breeding grounds for the salmon, the water flow in the Lower Ventura River is critical for the salmon to thrive and reproduce. I believe the pumping in the basin by agricultural concerns has a direct impact on the water flow in the river. I believe the pumping should be made public and available via other means other than filing a FOIA or Freedom of Information Act. Basins which have groundwater sustainability plans provide a yearly tally of the water pumped by wells in their basins. I believe water pumped in the Lower Ventura River should be made public from the State Water Board, just like the information is presented in the yearly GSP update. I also believe the Ventura River Basin should be reevaluated as to its priority ranking due to the above information and it being considered a low priority basin. According to what I've read, you are setting up rules for people who are in uncontrolled or unmetered areas of GSAs to be able to report their usage of the water. But I see nowhere in that information that says this information is going to be posted to public information. It only says that you're going to be able to get it for a FOIA request. I don't believe that should be done. I believe that information should be made available to the public by well number so we can actually see what's going on and identify it into what water basin it is in so we can check to see how much water is being taken out of uncontrolled water basins. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Handy. Actually, really appreciate everyone who comes to the board, but appreciate your comments here and flagging your concerns. Data access and access to information to ensure that we're all being better decision makers, particularly as we go to fulfill the promise of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act or administer rights is important. With forum, we don't comment on the specifics often of what was presented, but just know that your comments are well taken and really appreciate your time this morning. And
I hope something can be handled with that too, where you actually advise somebody to do a follow-up on it. I know you can't comment on it, but I believe it needs to be addressed because I don't believe they should have set it up as a low priority basin.
And I think that, yes,
very beginning.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Handy. And what we will make sure, and I will personally make sure and do is communicate over as well. And you should hear with the Department of Water Resources, because I think that there are opportunities to be understanding where basins are as we go to implement. And so I think there is important touch points on all of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and now break for our lunch. I appreciate everyone's time this morning so far. Let's go ahead and take a 45-minute lunch so we can really kind of not just run in and out somewhere for 30 minutes and you get an extra 15. The sooner I stop talking, the sooner we will get that. So let's go ahead and get back here at 1 o'clock. Appreciate everyone's patience this morning, and I know we still have a number of items to get through. So let's take our lunch, and we'll see you all at 1. Thank you, everyone, for a great morning thus far. All right, everyone. It's 1:01. I think we can begin to gather back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. And appreciate everyone's patience as we kind of reordered today's agenda from when it was first noticed, so as to be able to accommodate the secretary's schedule, the director's schedules. And so we are now, we have taken care of public forum. We're moving into our board business and coming up on what is now renumbered item number 4, which is the board consideration of our September 20th board meeting minutes. Do we have any further adjustment? And if not, would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Can you please call roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Member McGuire.
Aye.
Checking to make sure if she's still.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, she's gonna have to hear me. Vice Chair Diadamo. Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Try one more time.
Mr. Sawyer, should we wait for the vice chair to respond on the vote, or how do you best want to proceed?
Let me just check her. Well, she can unmute her because she's co-host.
I don't think it's going to change the outcome, so I recommend we close the vote.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and close the vote then.
Okay.
And thank you. And the vote carries and the meeting minutes are adopted. Thank you, Mr. Sawyer, for your expert guidance. Next, that brings us to item number 5, which was an uncontested item, but I believe Mr. Deach was looking to speak on this item. I don't see him on the platform. Is that correct, Ms. Townsend? He may have delivered, I heard, I think, some component of his remark there regarding this item. Yeah, I don't see him on, so we will take his comment, part of his forum comment as in reflection to this. I don't think we have any others that were wanting to speak on this item. Is that correct? No. Okay. Then I think it can remain on uncontested at this point. And any board member like to make a motion?
I'll move to adopt item 5.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing. Did my name get called?
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Oh, there we go. I can hear now. Aye.
Aye. Thank you as well, and the vote carries and is adopted. Thank you, everyone, and for the good work, I know, on the Soquel Creek application and project. All right, that brings us now to item number 6, an item from our Administrative Hearings Office. And I believe we have Nicole Kenzie here to present on the item. Great. She's here virtually then. Okay, yeah, I see that. We will postpone item number 6 then until Ms. Kenzie is able to join us on the platform, and we will then move on to item number 7, which is an item and a tranche of items here. And we'll take item number 6 back once Ms. Kenzie is ready. So it may come after item number 7, but we'll move on to a tranche of Division of Financial Assistance items. The first is consideration of a proposed resolution to adopt the state fiscal year 2022-23 Clean Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan and supplemental IUPs and guidelines for complementary funding from the Budget Acts of 2021, 2022, Propositions 1 and 68. A good problem to have. Many different number of funding stream coming at the board, thanks to the state and the federal leadership out there and focus on these really critical issues on access to water. So really appreciate what will be a intended use and fiscal heavy discussion for the rest of the day here. Mr. Stevens, do you want to take us away? Thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Christopher Stevens, Assistant Deputy Director with the Division of Financial Assistance. Mike Downey is taking some vacation with his family, so I'm going to pinch hit for him. So if we could bring up the slide presentation there. So I'll focus today mainly on the public comments, and then there is a change sheet for the clean water IUP as well as the drinking water IUP, so I'll spend most of my time focused on that. I'll give a little refresher, a couple of slides for a refresher just to give some context. So the first slide is just kind of a reminder of the purpose of the IUPs. Couple of different things that it does. Of course, it's a guidance for implementing the Clean Water State Revolving Fund program, as well as a lot of other sources you alluded to there, Chair Esquivel. And so that's guidance for the staff on how to implement those programs. They're necessary as part of our applications to EPA for the capitalization grant. And of course, this year we have additional capitalization grants because of the bipartisan infrastructure law. And so I'm happy to say that all of those grants for both the clean water and the drinking water SRF have been awarded at this point, but they have been awarded with the condition that we can't draw any funds until the board approves the IUPs. And then last purpose here, of course, it includes guidance for, there was significant funding appropriated from the general fund last year as well as in this year's budget. And so some substantial funding for wastewater infrastructure funding with an emphasis on septic to sewer projects and water recycling funding as well. So both of those are covered in the IUP. So RG, you could go to the next slide after that. So just a quick reminder about the organization of the Clean Water IUP. So we have the Clean Water SRF IUP as we usually have every year. Again, we have supplemental funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law. There was funding that was appropriated for emerging contaminants to the Clean Water SRF. Just some very rough numbers here, approximate numbers for the Clean Water SRF base program, let's call it, $600 million in loans annually. That's our funding capacity that we've talked about in the past. Grant and principal forgiveness, either through state sources or the federal grants, about $800 million. And then about $280 million from the general fund for water recycling construction grants. On the emerging contaminants, the lion's share of there was also emerging contaminant supplemental funding for the drinking water SRF. The lion's share, 4/5 of that went to the drinking water SRF. So we're proposing that the board transfer the smaller amount from the clean water SRF into the drinking water SRF. That'll give about $55 million in principal forgiveness for emerging contaminant projects. And then I apologize, that last number there should be $80 million in grant for PFAS. I didn't catch that before I sent that to the clerk. So with that, next slide, please. Let's talk about some of the comments. I'm not going to go through all of the comments, but I'm going to highlight some of the more significant ones. As it relates to small and disadvantaged communities, One of the comments, multiple commenters, I think, on this, suggested that the board expand eligibility for nonprofits to include mutual benefit corporations, homeowners associations, and cooperatives. There is a change on the change sheet to acknowledge that those entities may be eligible for grant, but to clarify that they would not be eligible for principal forgiveness. There are specific rules on who is eligible for federal principal forgiveness. There were several commenters, and this was on the Clean Water SRF as well as the Drinking Water SRF. Historically, the board has had some restrictions on grant funding for communities that have more than 50% of the community as second homes. Several commenters felt that that was not correct and commented on that. We have made a change related to that, and so the drafts allow for grant funding for disadvantaged communities that have more than 50% second homes for priority projects. So those would be projects that, in the case of clean water, there's a public health problem, or there are violations, or they're consolidating or regionalizing into a system, so those sorts of priorities. In those cases, then, yes, it would allow for principal forgiveness or grant. Commenters commented about the way that the fundable list and the comprehensive list, how that's organized in the IUP. Currently, I think we organize it by regional board. You could do it a number of different ways, so this is probably something that we can handle in our normal status reports that we post on the web, giving people an opportunity to sort it different ways. Also had some comments about establishing emergency grant funding for wastewater systems. Currently, we don't have that, but we do have that on the drinking water side, of course, as Ms. Oaxaca talked about earlier today. And so that's something that probably going to take a little bit more of a deep dive to do that. Not really something that we can do on the fly in this IUP, but we've certainly acknowledged that comment. So next slide, please. General public comments. The first bullet here is also a comment that we received on the Drinking Water SRF, a very similar comment about providing water efficiency assistance funding to help homeowners with home water audits, leak detection repair, water efficient fixtures, those sorts of things to low-income households. I think DWR is working on or may have a program that deals with that. Historically, we haven't provided funding for that. Had comments suggesting that we offer principal forgiveness for water recycling projects. That is something that the board has done in the past, not currently doing that. And given the amount of grant funding, general funds that we have this year for water recycling grants, not something we're recommending that we go beyond that at this point. We had a number of comments about expediting legal review and consultation. We have put some additional language in there. There is language in the IUP regarding the deadline for rollovers to finish consultation and agree to our terms, as well as some discretion for the deputy director to remove projects if an applicant is not able to come to agreement in a timely fashion. We had some comments about reporting on more performance targets and measurements and creating a near real-time dashboard. That is something that we are working on with our process improvement work group. We've talked in the past about the comments from the state auditor regarding the drinking water program, the ESC report. So we're kind of wrapping all of that together and come up with a better information and more transparency. There were several comments regarding our recommendation to transfer the emerging contaminant funding into the drinking water SRF. And so we've clarified that that's just a one-year recommendation. So as with the IUPs, every year we come to the board to adopt an IUP. And so those supplemental IUPs will also go through that process on a yearly basis. And so for at least the next 5 years, we'll be doing supplemental IUPs. And I imagine that even beyond that, for several years, we will be updating those IUPs. So yes, that is something that we will revisit with stakeholders in the future as to whether that continues to make sense. So next slide, please.
Quick question, Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
I know that we also have, lead pipe replacement fund, not unlike the CEC fund. That's kind of this separate and, different pot of funding that's coming to us from the feds. Is that similarly able to be, generally kind of like brought into the state revolving fund? Sorry, I don't know if that is, or if the restrictions on it are such that, it's going to come through its own sort of mechanisms.
No, good question. So the portion for the lead service line replacement that's a loan, when that loan gets repaid, it will just go into the drinking water SRF for any purpose at that point. Yes.
Okay, that's helpful.
Thank you. So the most significant comments on the Clean Water SRF were regarding our recommendation to not add any projects to the fundable list this year. So multiple commenters urged the board to lower the cutoff score to 13. There were also comments regarding the funding target and recommending that we leverage the program more. Adjusting the funding target, several folks are aware that we're starting on a revenue bond sale this year, hoping to wrap that up, hoping to close that sale in January or thereabouts. So they thought that was reason to adjust the funding target up. There was $400 million that was appropriated to the SRF programs as match. So people felt that should increase the funding target. And then several commenters commented on previous IUPs didn't consider rollovers when looking at the lending on a year-by-year basis. So if we could go to the next slide here. I'm going to come back to that because, like I say, those are the most significant comments. Before I do that, I'll run through a few additional changes here on the change sheet. We've made a number of editorial and administrative changes and clarifications. As I say, priority projects will be eligible for grant. We added some language to authorize the deputy director to contract for work under the administration and technical assistance fund allowances. And lastly, put in some language that the deputy director has discretion to apply some safe and affordable drinking water fund expenditure requirements for technical assistance using that language already existing. Next slide, please. In the case of communities where that may be unsewered or we're connecting to an existing plant, we've tried to provide some flexibility to the deputy director to determine what sort of financial review is necessary when it's 100% non-repayable financing. Depending upon the size of the combination afterwards and the strength of the receiving system, it may not be necessary to do a full-blown financial review on that receiving system. So we've included some language regarding that. Updated the water recycling in the interim from when the draft was posted for public review. Of course, AB 211, the trailer bill was approved, and so there was, happy to say, another $100 million in there for water recycling, so we've updated that number. And then, as I say, changes to the fundable list and the cutoff score. So let's go to the next slide here. So just as a reminder, here's what we had in the draft that went out for public review. And as I noted, the staff recommendation was to select scenario A, a cutoff score of 16, since there were no projects that scored 16. One of the main reasons for that is, of course, the 24 rollover projects that are still on there are over $1 billion in financing. As we've talked about in the past, the sustainable lending capacity of the program is calculated at about $600 million. If you look at the 5-year average, should we execute that $1 billion in financing, then our average 5-year average over the last 5 years would be $844 million. And then there were the other scenarios there. As I say, stakeholders preferred scenario 13, which would be almost $2 billion in financing and 5-year average well over $1 billion. What we're recommending in the change sheet is a modification of D. So I'm going to talk about that in more detail. Before I do that, I want to just circle back to our discussion during the workshop. If we go to the next slide, please. So, I think everybody had very high hopes about the bipartisan infrastructure bill. The headline numbers there were very exciting. I mean, I was very excited by that as well. The actual appropriations didn't turn out quite that high. Certainly, they're higher than they have been with the additional appropriations there, even with the congressionally directed spending there. Our cap grant on the Clean Water SRF for the base program, between the base program and the supplemental grant, is about twice what it was last year. So don't want to sound ungracious about that, of course, but it's not at a level where we really feel comfortable suggesting any drastic changes to the funding capacity. So as we talked about at the workshop, the main driver for capacity, for loan capacity, is how much capitalization we have. The other is the earnings on that capitalization. And so I guess the good side of where we are at this point is that the Clean Water SRF is really running at full throttle. And that, is the culmination of a lot of effort over the last 10 years. Going back to 2012, we made a lot of changes. The board only leveraged the program once in 2002, prior to that, and now we're starting on our 4th bond sale since 2016. So it's a quite different program than it was in the early years. If we could go to the next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about some numbers and compare California to other states. I think there is a fairly common misapprehension that California is somehow way behind other states and lagging in the performance of the program. Now, of course, there are different measures of success. I'm not saying that this is the be-all and end-all of evaluating California's Clean Water SRF program, but I've pulled some numbers here. Now, one of the commenters commented on how much bonds the Clean Water SRF has sold versus the bonds sold by other states. Now, that's an interesting observation. If the goal of the SRF program was to sell bonds, that would be more interesting, but the goal of the SRF program is to finance projects. And so I've picked out some data from some other states to compare us. Now, I hope I'm not being too simple here, but the name of the fund kind of gives you a clue as to what it does. It's a revolving fund. So dollars are put into the fund, and then those dollars get loaned out, and then they get repaid, and they get loaned out again. So, one measure of success is to figure out, well, how much work has been done by that dollar? So if we take the total amount of assistance that each of these states has done and divide it by the total number of dollars that were put in there in the first place, we can figure out how much work that dollar has done. So that's that middle column there, total assistance divided by total capital. So the state that was cited as far as how much bonds they have sold compared to California, they didn't name names, but I think it's Rhode Island. Rhode Island is at the top of the list. So Rhode Island has done more per dollar than any of the other 50 states. Well, it's 51 because there's Puerto Rico in there too. Almost $5 for every dollar that has gone in. Rhode Island is, of course, quite a bit different than California. And as I say, it's not just capitalization, but it's earnings. So the top 4 states by capitalization are New York, number 1, California, number 2, Ohio, number 3, and Texas, number 4. So if you look at how much has been done per dollar by those 4 states, the difference, I think, is 45 cents. Ranges from $2.86 per every dollar to $3.31. California, $2.95. So very comparable results over. Again, I'm not this is kind of a rudimentary analysis here. We could go into a lot of different aspects of the Clean Water SRF, but we're not way behind other states if people are thinking that. The last column I just included the last 5 years. I only had data through June 30th of 2021. So you can see the total financing over those 5 years between those different programs. Now, one thing I did want to point out here is we're often compared with New York. If you look at the funding over those 5 years, of course, New York has substantially more capitalization than we do, but they actually had a little bit less financing there. So I haven't delved into their financial statements totally, but I will note that New York has sold $10.8 billion in bonds over the program. They've basically leveraged every year since the beginning. California has sold $1.6 billion in bonds. So I suspect that lower result there, even though they have more capitalization, is because they're paying off all those bonds. So with that, as I say, I still, let's go to the next slide. I certainly recognize how people might have been caught unawares by our recommendation to not add any projects. So we've gone back and had some previous discussions, some additional discussions about this. And so what we're recommending at this point is a modified scenario D. So what we recommended in the change sheet is that we would add new projects scoring 13 or higher, but with some additional criteria associated with that. So we've picked out those 9 projects because they are addressing enforcement orders or time schedule orders. Many of them are water recycling projects or climate resiliency. The additional restriction that we would recommend is that we would cap the projects at most $50 million in loan. That would be slightly less than, total of slightly less than $300 million. There's only one project that would be capped because of that $50 million. And it does not apply to the rollover projects. And then from the draft IUP, we haven't changed, what we haven't changed from the draft IUP is that we do have water recycling grant funds. We've also recommended some funding, principal forgiveness for stormwater projects. So the deputy director could add those to the fundable list, projects that are on the comprehensive list that are 12 or less. He could add those to the fundable list if they only take grant or principal forgiveness. The deputy director can bypass rollover projects that are not ready for a funding agreement, and also remove scored projects if the applicant does not provide information or is unwilling to execute an agreement in a timely manner. So last slide here. So we have to recognize that we're over the funding capacity either way, whether no projects are added or whether all the projects scoring 13 are added. And so each of those has implications. And so, as I say, the fundable list, what we're recommending at this point is to have the 33 projects on there, 24 rollover and 9 new projects. That represents about 2 years of loan capacity. And so we've also included some additional direction for the deputy director to evaluate the impact on future years lending. We're in a construction inflation environment, and so that needs to be taken into consideration. Also looking at past and current year lending on the long-term loan capacity, as well as the short-term cash flow needs. And of course, all of this we do in conjunction with our financial advisor, and so we'll certainly take their recommendations into consideration, and if necessary, make suggestions on modifying the IUP during this year, and certainly by next year's IUP as well. So with that, one more slide here. Just a quick reminder about the schedule. So we're at October 3rd today. The deadline that I alluded to about bypassing rollover projects is at the end of the month. And then right around the corner, starting on next year's fundable list and figuring out what we do in next year's IUP. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. I know I fielded, and I can imagine a number of my board members did as well, concern around not adding new projects in this year's intended use plan. But I think here it's an important signal that it's really loan capacity, the long-term loan capacity of the program, the ability to have big banner years. Last year was incredible to be able to support 3 billion projects. I know a lot of that is because folks are trying to come in under the Build America, Buy America provisions. It's creating, we're here to certainly streamline and do our part to ensure that applications move swiftly through a process, especially those really deserving reward of these funds. But it's also sometimes dynamics on the project proponent side that might delay projects, whether it's environmental review or the legal or all the many things I know that can really gum things up. But it's been interesting to see the momentum that coming in under what are even kind of further complex federal rules on how projects are funded, what can be funded, is kind of creating this push. And I think, and so I appreciate here the alternative scenario D, and what it comes with, though, still is a really important discussion around the long-term capacity of the program and setting some real expectations. We know we're in a generational moment. The bipartisan infrastructure law is maybe here important to note. It's only the first year that we've seen of appropriation of what is a 5-year bill. So there's still opportunity to see that the bipartisan infrastructure law on the water side, at least the way it's manifesting itself in California, really does lead to some more significant capacity, giving us comfort to be able to move forward. But knowing that there are projects ready to go and that there is some flexibility in some of those provisions, I think here in this moment it is appropriate to say, yes, we can do a bit more, even if we certainly got everyone's attention with the long-term health of the program. And so just thanks for that balancing. Thanks for that work. And I would note that although, yes, the intended use plan is a yearly opportunity to have this discussion around what is actually sustainable from this program, how best do we live up to its commitments, it is also in the policy that some of these things might, the state revolving fund policies generally, which I know we've signaled are up for discussion of maybe how to improve. And how do we look at having some flexibility where we don't just maybe always lend at half the bond rate. Maybe we do have some more flexibility for different types of lenders, or what that does to these pressures that drive the dynamics, largely capitalization, and the returns coming into the program that allow us to do more. So with all that said, just thank you. I know we have a number of commenters, but just wanted to make note both, again, the need to really be honest with ourselves around the program's long-term capacity and to appropriately seeing what's actually manifesting itself with the bipartisan infrastructure law so that we know what best to anticipate for the program's management. Other board colleagues with any questions off the bat or comments? Board Member McGuire, please.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for all the hard work that you've done this year. I know things have been delayed from, where we traditionally have the IUP come to us in the summer months. And, here we are kind of at the end, and I know there's a lot of need to move forward. And it's been a tough year because it's been balanced with so much excitement about all the funding that's become available with the reality of the financial situation that the SRF program's in. So I certainly have been learning a lot here about, how to, weigh that situation that we're in. And I think it is prudent to be responsible about spending within our means, living within our means. But I think, again, it came as a surprise to many of us. So as I'm trying to, just appreciate, the impacts of this type of decision-making and sort of this ramp down, if you will, at least for the foreseeable future of what we need to do. Could you just help me understand, it looks like you're recommending 9 projects to be added to the list this year per the criteria that you just spelled out. That would leave, I think, 6 projects kind of not on the list, even though they did score a 13. So can you just help me understand what happens to those 6 projects? Let's say they want to move forward in a future year. How would they, what do they do now?
So yes, there's nothing preventing those 3 projects from getting on next year's fundable list. Again, depending upon how things fall out, and I can't make any predictions about that. But there's, like I say, there's nothing preventing them from getting on the fundable list.
Do they have to start the entire application process over again, or is there a way they can, maintain eligibility, if you will?
Yeah, so all of their application material is stored in the database. There may be things that need to be updated, of course, 6 months from now when we do the scoring. And so no, they don't have to resubmit. But like I say, there may be things that they need to update. We will be and hope to bring a policy amendment to you in June of next year that would ostensibly change the scoring system, but we would still have the same scoring system for next year's IUP that would need to go into effect the following year. And so, no, there isn't any need for them to go back to square one, which I think is kind of your question, but.
Yeah, and it's really, how do we set expectations appropriately, right? How do we communicate to the applicants, folks who have been working on their projects? Many of these take years to come to reality, and the funding maybe is that last piece to make it go forward. How do we communicate to them that, hey, there may be funding available next year, or there may not be, whatever the case may be. And especially, I'm in particular sympathetic to those who have already put a lot of work in to their applications to get up to this stage. And so I've appreciated the fact that many were surprised and caught off guard a bit about the initial recommendations. I'm very pleased to see that you've made some shifts in the recommendations, that we could potentially fund some projects this year. But nonetheless, I want to hear from stakeholders, because this change sheet came out late, within the last couple of days. So I want to make sure we hear from them. But certainly a lot of my questions have to do with where do we go from here? How do we work with stakeholders in terms of that conversation about setting expectations about what's realistic, so we're not doing a bunch of work, they're not doing a bunch of work that may not be a project we can fund at the end of the day anyway.
Sure. So 2 things I would say in that regard. Number 1, I'm trying to reconstitute a stakeholder advisory group for the SRF programs. We had that many, many years ago. And so that would be one avenue to get information out. CASA and water use are definitely going to be participants in that. And the other thing we haven't done in a number of years, we did do a mid-year update for the Clean Water SRF program, and that's probably something that we could dust off as a way to, give people a status and at least some indication of where things are heading, for next year. So I think that's something we could do as well.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you both. I know that with the governor's water supply strategy and the work directed there, there's a lot of convening and discussions that will be going on to be able to just better understand and track the projects that are going out there. Many of them, when you look at the strategy, whether it's water recycling or stormwater capture, or any of the activity, or groundwater recharge perhaps, can be funded from our programs. And so I think that having a mid-year touch point, but importantly, developing, I know as we've indicated, we're looking to do dashboards and just better communicating what's, to your point, board member, what's in the pipeline, where are folks in their process, and how do we better match up expectations on both sides to be able to land projects more quickly, both on the funding, but also on the permitting side as well. So I think we'll have a lot of opportunity this next year to either have specific items and kind of updating on where projects are from the list, or other ways that we'll communicate all this. So thank you for that. Any other comments from board colleagues? And then otherwise, Vice Chair, I see your hand up. By all means, good to see you.
Hi. So just kind of teeing off on the discussion that was raised by Board Member McGuire and that Chair Esquivel, you pointed out to too. My concern is probably just more big picture, and that's in terms of our communication. So just looking to have some increased coordination. I think the coordination's been very good with comms as we are out in communities and talking about possible funding opportunities, but maybe just circling back around now that we've had a little bit more of a reality check. I think that'd be helpful because I'm a little concerned about, you know, the potential where we might be misguiding folks as well. So just wanting to make sure we have the most accurate information as possible.
Yeah, I completely agree, Vice Chair. I think we want to make sure, and we see this with all of our programs, but it's really important to communicate expectations so that we're not mismatching them. And I know many of us have been out there, particularly around the bipartisan infrastructure law, talking about a generational investment. And I think what it provides us also an opportunity is to better communicate with our representatives in DC and others to say, here's what we're seeing manifest on the programmatic level, and see if we can't make the case for what we know is a lot more need out there, and that there may be opportunities to start to align or not, and just be aware of what we're actually receiving. Appreciate that. Thank you. Let's go ahead and move to our number of commenters, unless, just want to double check, nothing further from board members. Then let's go ahead and start with, I believe we have Andrew Hall, who will be followed by Robert Ferrante. Good afternoon. You should be invited to unmute here momentarily. Good to
There
see
we
you.
go. I only need to comment if necessary. I'll defer my time to Robert Ferrante.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm Robert Ferrante. I'm the General Manager for the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts. We're a wastewater agency that serves 5.5 million people throughout Los Angeles County. And before I get into kind of my prepared remarks, I really do appreciate the discussion and direction that I've heard this morning. I think you'll see based on my comments that we think you're really moving in the right direction on these things. And we really have appreciated the SRF program. We've been one of the most active participants with over 45 loans that have helped us continue to not only protect the environment, but do so in a way that makes it affordable for our ratepayers. We do want to thank you and staff for the recently proposed modifications to change sheet number 1, which provides additional funding for projects that scored at least 13. We understand that it's not all the projects, but we feel it was important to have at least a few of the projects awarded. While we understand and respect the need to be prudent financially, we're just concerned, like you, about the initial recommendation to not fund any new projects, and that would add significant uncertainty to the program in a year in and year out basis. We continue to be concerned about the long-term funding levels, especially considering the recent state and federal appropriations. And in talking about communication, I think we would all benefit by having a better understanding with respect to the long-term finances, and see if we as stakeholders can't work with the board in terms of looking for solutions to those concerns. A few other issues: the draft IUP gives the deputy director authority to not fund projects that haven't consented to the clean water loan provisions by October 31st of 2022. We agree that projects that have stalled should be removed from the list. However, we recommend that a schedule be agreed to between an applicant and the DFA, and that would be used by the deputy director in evaluating projects that are not proceeding, especially because some of these projects are very complex. And the IUP should allow for an appeals process to the board, so that we ensure that only projects that definitely are not moving forward are the ones that are removed. One other major concern for us in the wastewater industry remains to be the time it takes to review projects and complete agreements. And we feel that has significantly contributed to the backlog over the last few years. Specifically, the environmental and legal review processes should be done more efficiently. And we believe that the process could shorten the lengthy overall loan application process, which is not only burdensome for applicants, but also for DFA staff. And hearing about reinstituting the stakeholder group, that is our recommendation, including CASA and water reuse among major stakeholders, but I'm sure there's others, to look at reducing the time and effort related to both the environmental and legal review process. Furthermore, those efforts shouldn't just focus on improving they should focus on improving the process both from the stakeholder side as well as the DFA perspective. So we look forward to partnering with the State Board along with other stakeholders in implementing the EFC report recommendations and hope that will lead to improvements in the funding plan, SRF policy, and in the application process. With that, thank you for the time and thank you for the consideration of our comments.
Thank you, Mr. Franti. I appreciate your engagement on this and your good suggestions here, and for acknowledging the report with Sacramento State. I think that provides a real good basis for the follow-up and recommendations that you've made when it comes to just better understanding how we might, on our side of the review, help speed things up, but also look 360 and figure out how best we all are able to implement the program and these projects in ways that help us do more sooner. So thank you. I appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up Bobby Larson from CASA, and then Ashley Womack from Inland Empire Utilities Agency. Okay, and then we can move on to Ashley Womack.
Great. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Ashley Womack, and I'm here today representing the Inland Empire Utilities Agency. Like many other agencies across the state, IUA has immensely critical water infrastructure projects that are necessary to ensure that we can mitigate negative effects from the statewide drought. We've been grateful for the opportunity to partner with the State Board on many projects. I don't think it's quite as many as 40, but getting pretty close over the years through the SRF program to ensure that critical projects come to fruition. We acknowledge that the State Board is working on a rolling fund for the Clean Water SRF program, and that you aim to manage a financially sustainable program. However, we are concerned that this year's fundable list proposed revisions excludes other critical projects at the score level of 13, like our project that supports water reliability efforts in treating liquid portion of an average influent wastewater flow of approximately 7 million gallons per day. As a result, this is creating some significant challenges for our ability to plan and execute important projects that will leave a lasting impact on local water reliability and community well-being for future generations. We respectfully request that the State Board consider funding all projects in some capacity of a score of 13 or higher in order to support critical infrastructure projects that help mitigate drought impacts at a consistent level with prior IUPs. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today, and we look forward to our continued partnership.
Thank you, Ms. Womack. I appreciate the comments, and I know the challenge that this poses when it comes to not being able to fund what are even below a score of 13, many projects that are deserving. And so we need to continue to understand how we best balance that. And so I appreciate the engagement around that, and even still the request to be able to try to do more. Next, I'd like to call up Alexandra Ganell, who will be followed by Michael Claiborne. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Alexandra Ganell, Grants and Loans Manager for the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. On behalf of the SFPUC, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this important program. We really appreciate the willingness of the board and staff to consider the comments that have been submitted and to propose changes to the draft Clean Water SRF IEP. We support the proposed changes and the comments submitted by CASA and Water Reuse. We do have a request for your consideration. In previous years, when you've provided partial funding, you have included language in the IUP that allows applicants to shift funds from one project to another, as long as the total fundable value is not exceeded. We respectfully request that you could permit a similar flexibility this year for our projects by allowing us to work with your staff to potentially shift some or all of the funds from one of our projects to another. This would allow us to cooperatively implement what we think might be the most cost-effective financing and least administratively burdensome approach for both of us. Again, thank you for proposing changes to this year's IUP. We value the cooperative relationship we've developed with the state and are proud of the work that we've all done together with our fellow borrowers, the associations, with you and your staff to support the growth and development of California's SRF programs. We are excited about the increase in funding from the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, and we're optimistic that if we can all work together to demonstrate how these funds are addressing critical infrastructure needs, that Congress may not wait decades again to make a substantial investment in our aging water and wastewater systems. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you, Ms. Cannell. Regarding the request about which have we ever historically done that? Had a moment where we shifted funds between projects?
We have in the past where we've provided partial funding to projects that had multiple segments listed in the IUP. So I don't believe the two projects that are that would be added are interconnected. So sometimes, these projects are very large. They're broken up into multiple construction contracts. And so we've written multiple financing agreements and connected those with each other.
Okay, yeah. But those were projects that were kind of phased out together to begin with. So that kind of flexibility was kind of in that evaluation.
So this recommendation would be going beyond that historical trend.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate the flag and request and that response. What I will say would give me a little pause as well is just that knowing how important the scoring is to who's actually getting dollars to kind of score under one project and then, pull them into another, I think can be, yeah. I mean, if it didn't score right to begin with, then I don't know. I think it starts to unpack some challenges. And it sounds like this request is still further something than an example of what we've done before. But again, that's when a project was phased in and of itself. So, okay, I appreciate that. And thank you, Ms. Cannell. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Claiborne, who will be followed by Karen Cowan.
Good afternoon, board members.
Good afternoon.
So I'd start by thanking staff. We met with staff about written comments we submitted a few weeks ago. Thank you for being accessible and discussing some of our comments. And then I have, I think, 4 points about additional revisions we'd like to see or things that we support. The first is in the support category. Thank you for continuing to support and prioritize septic to sewer projects. We're working alongside communities in the San Joaquin and East Coachella Valleys that are working on, I think, 3 or 4 septic to sewer projects, including in Fairmead, Matheny Tract. There's a mobile home park, Sunbird Mobile Home Park in East Coachella. And all of those are deserving projects, and thank you for continuing to prioritize those and for increasing the per connection and per project caps for those projects. I think that's a really big deal, so thank you. Second, we recommended looking to the drinking water program and incentives that the IUP allows for voluntary consolidation of water systems and bringing that same concept over to the Clean Water SRF for voluntary extension of sewer service. It's a very similar circumstance in that there is now mandatory extension of sewer service authority held by the regional board. But kind of with that stick, we'd like to see the incentive to try to push people in that direction without a state mandate. As a second recommendation, we do support prioritizing TA funding to ensure that small disadvantaged communities continue to benefit from the state revolving fund, and ask that as the wastewater needs assessment progresses, that we use that information to develop a project pipeline. And there is some language in the IUP that we thought reflected that intent, so that looked good. And then as a final point, we work with many households that are either waiting for a septic to sewer project to be implemented, or just are never going to be connected to sewer because they're too far out, they're not close to a sewer system. And we worked with a nonprofit called Environmental Policy Innovation Center on a recent report looking at options to help households with septic maintenance, septic repair, and things like pump outs for low-income households. So we would love to have a conversation about innovative use of SRF dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate those good suggestions and comments. I'll note, and I appreciate the call out for good work that we're doing on the consolidation side to incentivize with the drinking water SRF. And yes, on the clean water SRF, I think opportunities to mirror and have some parity on those. I think there is within the OTS policy, as I understand it, an ability for counties or entities to take out, and this is different than your suggestion around, I think it's 10 million or so that water agencies can have like zero interest loans to do something in their service area that's not necessarily connected with the consolidation. But at least in the OTS policy, there is an ability to develop loan programs that handle the private side at like zero interest loans perhaps. And I think, I'm not sure, Christopher, if we've had any counties that have necessarily taken advantage of that, but I think part of it is really better marketing what can be these improvements to really help on the consolidation side like we're doing on drinking water. But on septic to sewer, do we have anyone kind of taking advantage of what is that loan program opportunity for the private side of things, or just kind of wondering?
Santa Cruz County did do that once many, many years ago. It wasn't, to be candid with you, it wasn't very successful. I think you've hit on a lot of the reason for that, the marketing. But yes, there are states that do that. There are states that work through other agencies, as a middleman for individual homes, or West Virginia, I'm familiar with them. They work through their housing agency. So there are definitely opportunities there, but it'd be quite a bit of work to get it up and running.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate the good comments. Oh, and the call out for EPIC, the Environmental Policy Innovation Center. Tim Mayle and I worked together on one of the first water data challenges when he was at CEQ in the Obama administration. So glad they're doing good work. With that, we can move on to our next commenter. And I believe we have Karen Cohen, who will be followed by Rick Pipkin. Good to see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Karen Cowan, the Executive Director of the California Stormwater Quality Association. So my first comment is I'm really glad to see that stormwater is now included in the funding approach for the fundable list. That's a really exciting step forward for stormwater. I have a bunch of questions that are better, I think, mostly for staff. And I think that's part of, we all have 1,000 things on our plate, myself included, as do staff, in the expanding our ability to communicate here, and particularly for stormwater when it comes to the SRF. So I'm not I'll hold my questions for staff for afterwards. I do want to note that even within the approach and the funding list, trust me, every step forward is a good thing. And I'm going to say thank you for every step forward. And I'll do everything I can to try to work with the stormwater community to figure out ways that we can take what's there and sort of be that bridge to get access to that funding. My note of caution is that even within the fundable list approach that's there, the bar is still set pretty high in terms of without having a lot of folks with a dedicated funding source. So in one instance for the projects themselves, it's a 50% principal for forgiveness, which again is great, but that translates still into a 50% local match essentially to come up with that funding. And then on the feasibility planning side, again, a fabulous level of 75% of the funding being offered. But again, that translates into a 25% local match. And I'm thinking, especially in terms of like some of the phase 2 communities, $100,000 planning project would still require $25,000 of local funding and the effort, of course, to even get on the fundable list in the first place. So having said that, I think what I would love to offer is, let's work with what we have and be a bridge again to the stormwater community to try to get things on that fundable list, but also then be a bridge the other direction. If there's any way we can, lower some of those bars or barriers, I would love to be able to provide that information as well. So to do that, absolutely, it's going to take a lot of communication and in a stakeholder group. I haven't heard CASCO or stormwater yet, so I just want to amplify and elevate that. I know it's hard for us to sort of get, we're the small guys in terms of like what's historically been done through the SRF, but I want to make sure that we're not sort of left behind there. And I do actually, one question I do want to ask, because Board Member McGuire raised it, and I believe so did Board Member Diadamo, is what's communicated in terms of what funding actually is available. Because to be that bridge and tell folks, here's what we need to do to get on the list. And if other projects ultimately, if there's not actual funding for it, I want to be able to communicate the right thing to people. If I kind of motivate them to action, that there's a there for them. So I guess I do have that question. If stormwater's on that fundable list approach, is there or is there not funding if we get folks sort of moving forward to get some projects on the list? And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. And to your question, I think it would ultimately mean where they would rank on the list, right? As to how likely the likelihood there is of getting funding and how many new projects next year. I guess we end up cutting it. But Mr. Stevens, anything to add?
Yes, the scoring system is intended to be agnostic as far as there's 11 different eligibilities for the Clean Water SRF program, and it was, not saying it's perfect, somebody can point out a flaw to me, but it was intended to be agnostic as to any of those projects.
Appreciate that, thank you. Let's, I know we have a few further commenters here. Let's now move on to Rip Pipkin, and then I think after that we have Jared Boskell, and then Beth Olhasso.
Good afternoon, can you hear me?
We can, good afternoon, thanks for joining us.
Great, thank you, Chair Escobar and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the draft IUP for the Clean Water Program and change sheet number 1 circulated on Friday. As you know, Chair, the Union Sanitary District has begun a series of significant improvements we call the Enhanced Treatment and Site Upgrade Program. The program updates infrastructure and provides significant climate resiliency for the San Francisco Bay through early action on the reduction of nutrient loading to the Bay. The Bay Area Clean Water Agencies has identified the ETSU program as providing the single largest nutrient loading reduction to the Bay of all the proposed early actors. The board has previously stated that there are a few other estuaries worldwide that receive higher nutrient loads than the San Francisco Bay. And the ETSU program is a significant step in addressing this issue. USD continues to strongly support the verbal and written comments provided by CASA and Water Reuse California, and certainly applauds the urgency to provide funding with this IUP and this with change sheet number 1. USD understands the concerns raised by the Water Board staff and applaud their due diligence. The SRF program remains the financial cornerstone to collectively meeting the goals of the Water Board and the state, and USD continues to support these ambitious objectives through early action and substantial capital programs that really rely upon SRF funding. USD is respectfully recommending and urging the board to adjust the cutoff score in the IUP to 13 and to allow the applicants to demonstrate how their projects meet the new climate resiliency criteria that have been created for admission to the fundable list. I'll just note that I did send an email earlier today with some proposed textual revisions to that to Mr. Stevens. To reiterate, the ETSU program will provide for robust economic growth while substantially improving the water quality of this and the climate resiliency of the San Francisco Bay. We certainly appreciate your previous comments, Chair Escobar, in support of the SU program at the previous EPA press conferences, and hope that we can continue to enjoy your support. Thank you for this opportunity to provide comments.
Thank you, Mr. Pipkin. Appreciate your time today and comments here, and I know continued just good work on helping to improve this program. So thank you. Okay, next I'd like to call up Jared Voskuhl, who will be followed by Beth Olhasso. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents 125 wastewater agencies that provide water recycling, treatment and collection of wastewater, and also perform resource recovery. Seems like I was just here asking for as much funding as possible, and then voila, you have a change sheet, and we now have $600 million in funding. Very radical change, and we're very appreciative of it. Your staff have been incredibly accessible, and we appreciate their time meeting with us as well as with the board members to kind of help explain our perspective on this, and we appreciate the responsiveness there. We also have a newfound understanding of kind of the context that this recommendation came in, and it's been really helpful to speak to staff to get a sense long-term, where does the program go and how can we support your vision? We're incredibly thankful for all the funding you are providing, and we want to be involved in that. And so we're optimistic the stakeholder advisory group will provide the means and channels to have those conversations going forward. We are very supportive of that mid-year check-in. And then we also want to make sure we kind of partner and are communicating to applicants what to expect in the future. And we know there are going to be changes that are being made to how the fund is managed because of changes that have happened in the past, and we will be there to support you on that. I wanted to just flag a couple of items based on responses folks had. One was, I think LACSD, Mr. Ferrante asked about an appeal process or putting, so if someone's taken off the fundable list, just wanted to flag that to get a sense of maybe how to provide that check. I think just having a report out in the subsequent IUP and appendix saying here's what we did might achieve that. There was also a request of allowing a schedule for projects that are in negotiations instead of getting bumped by that 31st cutoff date. And so I wanted to ask about that. Also, the comment just a minute ago by Mr. Pipkin with regards to maybe allowing an applicant to demonstrate a climate resilient impact of their project for consideration, see if that's a possibility. And then with regards to the septic to sewer projects, just note our effort and interest in collaborating on those that Mr. Claiborne shared. And just note in our experiences, there's a pretty stark contrast between a drinking water consolidation and a septic to sewer extension of service. And in working with those, with our members, kind of seeing all the various layers of approval, local government, voting, and things that have to happen, then the litigation that follows, so much administrative work that you're not really typically thinking about when you're just wanting to do a capital project or make some changes in extending service. And so I think a lot of the issues we've seen with those projects are kind of getting through those barriers or navigating them. But that said, we are willing partners on those and we understand the importance of them. So with that, I close my remarks and thank you for the changed recommendation, and we're supportive of going forward.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for the continued engagement. We'll have time for discussion here around, and appreciate the further highlighting around the request for an appeals process and some flexibility around the October 31st deadline, and or then, which I feel kind of tied to it, Mr. Pipkin's request regarding a process around climate resilience and demonstrating it. I think something of it sounds more of also appeal in wanting to further demonstrate. All that takes time. It's like staff time, added time, and I think that's where at least my thought is the balance will be on any new and additional process around it. But I appreciate the opportunity for having something more, a bit of a transparent appeal process, and maybe something that this board is open to. Do we want to, of course, yeah, please, question, Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. Question to staff on that. When we say bypass, does that mean that they are removed from the fundable list, or does that just mean that they're put on the bottom of the list as we prioritize getting through the other projects? That's with the timeline. I know the climate resiliency, I think, is a different issue, but on the timeline, meeting those deadlines is if those deadlines aren't met, and I know also that that deadline is at the discretion of the deputy director to utilize equitably. Just that's my understanding of the language. But so does bypass mean they are removed from the list, or does it mean that they're kind of moved to the bottom as we get through those folks that are ready to go?
Yeah, what's the consequence?
So there's two ideas here. One is a bypass, and then there's also some discretion for the deputy director to remove somebody from the fundable list. So bypass does not mean they're taken off the fundable list. It's the latter of the two ideas that you talked about. So we have existing projects that have been on the fundable list for at least since April of last year. They've known about it. And so that October 31st, that would allow the deputy director some discretion to say, okay, we're going to set this off to the side for the time being, and we're going to work on these other projects. Give some flexibility there. The second idea would be taking somebody, the deputy director recommending that somebody be taken off of the fundable list. So that's not going to be a fly-by-night decision. It's going to be a very serious decision. Everybody's talked about a schedule, and we're going to work very closely with the applicants to make sure that it doesn't come to that. I'm expecting this to be a rare thing. It's not going to be a capricious thing. And this SRF policy already talks about an appeal process. So any discretionary decision made by the staff can be appealed to the board. So if it did come to that and we just couldn't see eye to eye, then they could come and talk to you about that.
Thanks so much. That's really helpful. And that sounds great to me in terms of addressing the issues that were brought up. I also, on the resiliency, showing of, meeting resiliency goals. So it also seems to me like the language allows for some discretion, but can you clarify if a project were able to, that otherwise scored 13, were able to show that they did meet climate resiliency goals, what the process would be for them to be able to be on a fundable list?
So at this point, to be candid with you, we don't have a process. So we have that language in there. Obviously, climate change is very important. And so we wanted that language in there. It was suggested to us to include that in there. I did take a look at the planning documents, a cursory look, this morning. There's a number of documents posted on the web from Union Sanitary District. I did a search on climate, and there was a couple of instances of the word climate, but there was really no substantial discussion about climate resiliency in those documents. Again, it was just a cursory look, so I'm not questioning anybody's integrity or anything like that. So that might be something that we could take a look at, but as I say, at this point, we really have no process for doing that. We'd have to specify that in the IEP, I guess.
And sorry, to be clear, what's being proposed is to add those 9 projects through change 11, right? That covers the field, that captures all of the decision making. So that's a different, it makes that decision today versus what I think is being discussed about having ongoing demonstrations.
Right. So, but in effect, it means that the sort of cursory evaluation of what's already been submitted at what meets climate resiliency is what we're approving today. And if folks are able to show later that it does meet climate resiliency goals, that they're not on what we're approving today. Like, is there a process? And by process, I understand there's not a clear set process, but what are the avenues that an applicant could utilize to, in effect, bring forward the necessary information to show that they meet climate resiliency goals if they're not on the set of 9 that we're approving today?
So at this point, there isn't a process. This is proposing that those 9 projects are meeting those criteria that we specified. Climate resiliency, water resiliency, and enforcement orders. So those are the ones that we were identified. It's a relatively new idea to add climate resiliency that wasn't in the original draft. And so it's a rather late addition. And so, yeah, we'd have to try to flesh that out.
Yeah, and I guess I will say, I know we're gonna, do we have more public commenters? Okay, I guess I'll just say, look forward to more discussion on this. I am really concerned about, even just with those 9, there's 2 years worth of loan capacity, and just, I think making sure that we're successful in getting money out just to those 9 in this year, and what that means for our ability to fund projects even next year, I think is of concern. So I do, and I also would say, given our priority of accelerating the approval process and making sure we're holding ourselves to the kinds of speed and standards that we want to meet, I'm concerned about creating a whole process that would take a lot of staff time and discretion to do. So just to say, look forward to discussion, but those are some of the things I'm weighing.
Board Member McGuire, please.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Real quick question. Could you just clarify how much in funding for those 9 projects that you're looking to add to the fundable list for this year?
So my quick math is about $240 million.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to our last commenter, Beth Olhasso. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Chair Esquivel. Thank you very much. Beth Olasso on behalf of Water Reuse California. Jennifer West sends her regrets that she couldn't be here. My comments are going to largely echo Mr. Voskel's, and we really appreciate how staff was able to be very nimble on this and listen to all of our comments, take a lot of meetings. You all took a lot of meetings. We appreciate that feedback. I think the discussion in the last couple hours has really shown that we are going to have a lot of work to do this winter. We're going to have a very robust stakeholder process that we are very excited to participate in, because I think the comments we have heard is we just need some more predictability for our agencies as they're trying to meet the state's goals and meet their local climate goals and water goals, and try to create new water with water recycling and figure out how to pay for it all. We need to understand what is going to be available, what is possible, and so they can look for alternative sources of funding if it's not going to be available in the SRF program. So being able to establish that and understand the new scoring criteria early, understanding how much money is going to be available, so that our folks can really help meet those states' goals. We're really, really looking forward to that process and are ready to dig in. And so we appreciate all the work and look forward to the work of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Board members, where does that leave us? The October 31st deadline, nothing automatically happens at that point. And that's, I think, an important thing here to note, that, and would be different for me if October 31st hits and everyone drops off. It's actually just opens up what is then discretionary ability for the Division of Financial Assistance Director to be able to figure out, create a time schedule, and or maybe consider for some that, they need to be removed. But that's the most extreme of it, and none of it is automatic, and it just unlocks discretion. So that gives me enough, and knowing that we already have appeal processes for whatever is decided in that space up to be elevated up to the board, gives me comfort on that. I guess it just leaves, for me at least, the climate resilience criteria that we used in part to determine the 9 projects will move forward out of the 13 or the 15 that are otherwise identified with scoring criteria of 13 or over. I can sympathize that someone, and we heard here from folks that felt that they meet a climate resiliency type of filter for this year's IUP and want to be able to appeal it. I think, as Board Member Firestone said, it's kind of a balance of then the work to go on around that. I guess my question is, as is, if one of the 9 projects isn't look like it's going to make it through, it has its own challenges, it actually needs to, it'll land, the next year. Is there opportunity to elevate others that were part of, that scored 13? Is there flexibility there, or are we pretty firming ourselves by only putting these 9 onto the intended use plan that no others would be able to go on? Again, in the case here of like a project falling off or so, at that point, I guess, if someone who didn't make the original cut had made an appeal and were then waiting, if you will, are we just overcomplicating things at that point? I don't know. Trying to figure out where maybe there is a case to say you didn't do enough of a keyword search on our project or whatever it may be, and want to be able to demonstrate something else to us. The issue is there's no more space on the list. But if some projects had fallen off, and I think we all have to note for ourselves, we are late in the year for the IUP on this. We'll soon be in the next IUP. And so, this isn't the only bite. It's really about what we do in these next months there, I guess. And my question is, do you have some flexibility there already, or do we need to think about this further?
Not as it's currently written, and I guess I would answer your question more generally to say, if we were at a list which was close to the fundable capacity, just speaking hypothetically, then yeah, I think that would make sense. Since we're so far over it, I don't think there isn't room to begin with. Then so
Right.
then to sneak somebody else in, yeah.
Fair. Colleagues, how are you feeling?
Yeah, so I agree with you, Chair Esquivel, on the October 31st date. I think there's enough flexibility within there, and I, having once been a employee in DFA, appreciate that you do. There is a lot of back and forth. There is, nothing is done in a vacuum. You do have a very conscientious process in terms of making any decisions if you were to recommend taking a project off the list, and I trust that you'll work with those applicants that are struggling to complete the legal review aspect and work with them as much as possible. I just reflect that, October 31st is coming up really quickly here. We're already in October, so that was the one part that gave me a little bit of pause and hesitation in thinking about that date if someone's already in a difficult spot. So hopefully you can work with those folks and come to an agreeable schedule at least to complete that process. When it comes to projects on this list for this year, that's why I asked about how much additional funding you're recommending to add. I know, $240 million, that's certainly more than zero, which is where we started this discussion, but it's still under $600 million, which is the annual fundable target. So I'll just say that, it has been a change. Adding the rollover projects into consideration for that annual fundable evaluation is a difference from how we've handled the IUPs in the past years. And so that has come as a surprise to folks, myself included, because my understanding was that was already incorporated into the calculations in the past. And so if that is the right way to look at it, that is what we need to do. That's, the true assessment of our funding capacity, then that's what it needs to be. So then the question is there any additional wiggle room beyond $240 million if we don't want to introduce a full new process here to consider climate resiliency projects today, that we might decide to add another project? And I'm open for discussion on that, but I will say that hearing Union Sanitary District kind of describe their project, that has to do about nutrient load reduction. We've heard a lot this year about harmful algal blooms and the fish kills in the bay, and that's exactly where this project is. So, if any project, if that's truly what it's about, and that's certainly a lot of our goals at the board here moving forward, then, it's a little bit compelling to me to give some weight to adding that project. I see there's actually 2 of them here, but at least one, if possible, to give a nod to the fact that climate resiliency does include looking at ways to creatively reduce nutrient loadings in our surface waters.
And certainly I take your comments. One option would be, if you think that that's a climate resiliency project, to just go ahead and add it at this point. That is, it isn't really two projects, it's two segments of one project to upgrade the facility. If you did, I would recommend that they be capped at $50 million of financing like everyone else. That would push the added projects, the added financing up closer to $300 million. And just a general comment here of, even if the board were to decide to add all the projects and finance $2 billion worth of projects, is the program going to come to a screeching halt tomorrow? No, there is quite a bit of capacity there, but as I talked earlier about New York, it's a question of, do you spend it now, or do you spend it later, or do you spend it evenly across time? So, yeah, I just want you to be aware of those trade-offs there. It wouldn't be the end of the world to add any project onto the fundable list at this point.
So can I just make one comment that we are at October, and we'll be starting in December the IUP for next year, and it seems appropriate if we want to add all right. So if we want to add a more process oriented towards climate resilience, which I'm very much in favor of. I think nutrients is a big issue that we need to be tackling, but it seems that it would make more sense to add a process that more than just the Union Sanitation District who came today and made that comment would have an opportunity to participate in and make it part of direction to staff as they're working on the IUP for next year. But that's just my take on it.
Appreciate that, Mr. Bishop. Board Member Morgan.
Oh, thank you. So just in line with that, I'm thinking about just, the climate resiliency, the projects, and, the deadline is fast approaching for next year's IUP. And, within here, let's see here, slide 14, you have on here that the deputy director will evaluate the impact on the future year's lending, as well as a number of other things. I'm thinking that these things are going to directly, perhaps directly impact next year's, list and your staff's recommendation to us. Do we have a timeline on this, on the evaluation? And, I'm looking for that transparency and, communicating back out to the agencies that are perhaps, preparing applications now for next year's IUP. And for these that, have not, or perhaps may not make the cutoff for this year. So, is there value in them perhaps going and, updating their application to build in some more of those perhaps keywords or the climate resiliency, and provide additional information about their projects so that, it could be evaluated within that context for next year's IUP. But, again, that transparency and knowing, how to best spend their time. So this evaluation that the deputy director is going to be doing, and, do we have a timeline on that where we can understand and, the agencies can understand, where they should be best investing their time if it's valuable for them to do this additional work?
Well, as everybody has noted, then the deadline for next year's scoring is December 31st. We'd have to do it before then.
So is that the plan to do it before then? Is it? Yeah, that's why I'm asking you. What? I don't believe that we were given a timeline on this evaluation and when we could be able to communicate that back out. Where?
So yes, we would have to do it in December, and no, I don't have a specific timeline at this point. But for it to be meaningful for next year's fundable list, then we would have to do it in December, get it done before December.
Yeah, and I guess, our challenge is just that we do have a climate resiliency lens that we apply to these projects now in this IUP. And I guess the question is, should folks expect us to carry over the way we used it in the screening for the projects now? Or is there going to be something more of a process is maybe the question then?
Yeah, that's something that I would like to discuss with the stakeholder group and come up with a better timeline for you than just December. But part of it is working with a financial advisor and updating those. They do have a model which can be updated relatively quickly. It's not, it doesn't take a few minutes, more than a few minutes. But yes, that would be something that we would have to work with the stakeholder group and figure out a venue for that, or create a venue for that to talk with stakeholders. Probably a workshop would be in order.
Great, I appreciate that. And that's for, again, and I appreciate the comment from Board Member Morgan about next year's IUP and how that starts to structure and where folks, and appreciate leaning on the stakeholder group as well to have that conversation. When it comes to this year, how are folks feeling? Are we at the 9? Are we going to provide some ability to do more than that? Are we going to name the project? Again, because we are where we are in our process, I'm apprehensive about saying we're going to create a process to be able to reevaluate and have climate, so, maybe we just make it easier on ourselves and just add, I don't know. I'm kind of agnostic here because it's.
I mean, I will say, sorry, I just feel like we are already overextending ourselves here, and I think there's good reason why we're doing that. But the idea of trying to add more projects right now, I'm really concerned about what the impact will be for next year. Every project on this list, especially that's scoring a 13, is a valuable project. So it's not a question of that. And arguably, frankly, every project can be tied to a climate resiliency at some level. So I can't imagine a project that wouldn't try to argue that they meet climate resiliency. So I think we are just making a cutoff here, and that's really the decision we're being asked to make. I think the cutoff should be where we have it. In fact, I'm concerned that we're actually being overly inclusive, honestly, just given the loan capacity that we have right now. And also just really agree with digging in right now, especially, we've got a couple months before the December 31st deadline, really digging in to work with stakeholders on establishing clear expectations, looking at how to have, kind of a two-way street on expectations on timelines, being able to really dig into how to address, the limitations we have on funding. And frankly, we're also going to be in the process of updating our policy. And that is where I think some of these discussions lie in terms of how are we prioritizing and scoring projects, right? Like, what are the priorities? How are we assessing them? Are there more innovative ways that we can be looking at things? And we're going to be in the process of doing that over the next few months and next, year, I guess 9 months. Can't do the math on the fly, but so, to me, what's really important is setting clear expectations and working closely with stakeholders so that we're all using our time efficiently, both on our end to be able to perform and get the money out that we are already, like I said, I think extending ourselves here to try to meet and also just be able to make sure that folks that are receiving our funding are applying to receive our funding are able to move quickly on their end and not waste their time and process as well. So I personally think the change sheet addresses a good balance. Like I said, even with my concern over extending ourselves, I think I think staff did a good job of trying to balance that, expectations, working with stakeholders, accountability on all ends, but also, trying to recognize that we have more demand than funding, and that's going to continue next year. And so this problem isn't going to go away. So that's where I am on that issue. I had just one other, I guess I'll just say now, I do feel like in the policy discussions, as we move forward on that, I think there were a lot of great ideas here on kind of innovative ways to use SRF dollars. I think we should really dig in with stakeholders on that. And I think that includes looking at how we might be able to further accelerate consolidation or extension of service with small disadvantaged communities, especially on the kind of failing and emergency response side for failing wastewater systems. So I think that's something personally that we can be developing within the discussions on the policy update. And also, I've said this with often, and I'll say it here again, and also with drinking water, is just, I think there's a lot of opportunity also on the policy side to dig in around affordability and how we might be able to better continue to address that as well.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Guire.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I think this has been a very good discussion. I certainly share the concerns with our funding capacity, as I've said, that clearly we're maybe not fully overextended, but we're touching in that area where our 5-year average is certainly higher than the sustainable target, and something has to give on that. So I think I anticipate even though our the applications for next year are due in a couple months here for scoring, that it's going to be another tough year next year. It's not going to get any easier. And so we do have a lot of work to do, and I think the commitments that you've made today with regard to the stakeholder work group, with regard to giving some additional consideration to how this process might work if, in the interim, as the policy updates are being considered, between now and then, there's still going to be more project applications submitted. And so we do need to be clear about what those priorities will be for that next tranche, to the extent we'll be able to fund anything this next year. So that being said, I have been thinking about the Union Sanitary District projects, and I note that they are, over $300 million worth of funding applications. So I suspect that $50 million worth of funding does not quite get them where they need to be. There will be a lot of work to do. I am compelled. I would like to know more about their project. I don't know, maybe as much more than you found out. This change sheet did come very late in the process here, just a couple of days ago. So I can certainly appreciate that you didn't have a lot of time to dig into each project and whether or not it met that test of climate resiliency. So, I would be comfortable moving forward today with the change sheet as proposed. But also given what you said earlier about the fact that projects that, if they're not awarded funding this year, that don't have to start the process over again, that they can kind of re-up their documentation and perhaps clarify some of it to the extent that would be helpful to you. Working with Union Sanitary District, perhaps you could meet with them offline and have a conversation about how they can bolster their application for the next cycle. And I think with that in mind, I'd be okay moving forward today.
I just have a future ask, and it's probably more for Ms. Tosny's group. For a future board meeting, I would like to have a workshop regarding septic sewer and regionalization projects. I believe the Office of Sustainable Water Solution, your group, Megan, has done several projects. Some have come to completion, and I'm thinking you will have some lessons learned that you can share with us all. Hearing a lot of discussion here today regarding septic to sewer and regionalization, I think it would be beneficial to, I know at least me, to hear hear about those projects, how they went, those lessons learned, And so as we move forward, especially with the wastewater needs assessment, we can bring that into, the work as we move forward.
Thank you, board member. I think we're prepared for a motion.
I'll move to adopt item 7 with change sheet 1.
Second.
Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Aye.
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 Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The vote carries, and item number 7 is adopted with change sheet number 1. Thanks everyone for the good discussion. Plenty work and more to discuss, so thank you. Let's go ahead. We had jumped over item number 6 to have 7. Let's go back to 6 and apologize for jumping up and down the agenda here. But we'll go ahead and take item number 6 now, and appreciate everyone's good work. And item number 6 here is consideration of a proposed order prepared by the Administrative Hearings Office, the AHO, denying and in the alternative canceling the City of Stockton's application 3053-1B for a permit to appropriate water from the San Joaquin River. And I believe Ms. Kenzie is joining us here remotely. Good to see you. Good afternoon. Oh, and you should be invited to unmute here momentarily, if not already a co-host. All right, good to see you.
All right, I'm able to unmute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I apologize for those who had to wait. I was trapped in the Zoom waiting room purgatory, but here we are.
I apologize for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Nicole Kinsey. I'm a hearing officer with the board's Administrative Hearings Office, which I will refer to as the AHO in this presentation. Thank you for having me remotely. I had hoped to be there in person, but it was not meant to be. Maybe next time. If we can go ahead and go to slide 2, please. I'm presenting to you today a proposed order canceling or in the alternative denying the City of Stockton's water right application 30531B. This hearing was conducted by my colleague, Megan Nyes, and the proposed order was also prepared by Hearing Officer Nyes, who is now on maternity leave with her second daughter, I'm happy to report. So I have the honor of presenting this proposed order to you today. Next slide, please. The City of Stockton filed application 30531 in 1996 for a permit to appropriate water from the San Joaquin River. The appropriation was to be year-round and would divert water originating from the San Joaquin River or an amount of water equal to the amount of wastewater discharged by the Regional Wastewater Control Facility into the San Joaquin River. The maximum proposed rate of diversion was 317 CFS, and the maximum proposed annual amount of diversion was 125,900 acre-feet. Next slide, please. This is a map of the relevant facilities along the San Joaquin River. You can see here that the Regional Wastewater Control Facility discharges to the San Joaquin River near the center of the map. That's depicted as RWCF. The San Joaquin River is flowing generally to the northwest towards the upper left portion of the map, where the intake facility diverts water into the raw water pipeline, and that's located about 8 miles downstream from the wastewater facility discharges. And that pipeline delivers water to the drinking water treatment plant that serves portions of the City of Stockton. Next slide, please. The division publicly noticed application 30531 in 1997. The Bureau of Reclamation, Department of Water Resources, and San Joaquin River Group Authority filed timely protests to the application. In 2005, the division committed to including specific terms in any permit issued on the application to address the protests, and then was able to dismiss those 3 protests. Also in 2005, the City of Stockton issued a programmatic EIR for the Stockton Delta Water Supply Project that included a project-specific analysis of a portion of the project contemplated in application 30531. And based on that EIR, the city requested bifurcation of application 30531 so that the division could act on that portion of the application that was addressed in the EIR and defer action on the remaining portion of the application. Next slide, please. The division split application 30531 in response to the applicant's request into application 30531A and application 30531B. The division then issued permit 21176 on application 30531A, which was the portion of the application addressed in the programmatic EIR. Permit 21176 authorizes diversions of up to 317 CFS and 33,600 acre feet per year, but is not to exceed the rate of discharges of treated wastewater into the San Joaquin River from the Regional Wastewater Control Facility. And the deadline for Stockton to perfect the beneficial use of water under permit 21176 was December 15th, 2020. Next slide, please. The City of Stockton has not yet diverted and beneficially used the full amount of water authorized under permit 21176. Stockton has filed a petition for an extension of time until 2040 to divert and beneficially use the full authorized amount. Currently, the maximum amount of water that Stockton has diverted under the permit occurred in 2019, which was 37.3 CFS, which is a portion of the total authorized amount of 317 CFS, and 11,426 acre feet per year, which is a portion of the total authorized amount of 33,600 acre feet per year. Some of the obstacles that Stockton has faced in achieving full beneficial use of water under permit 21176 are limits imposed by the applicable biological opinion and incidental take permits on Stockton's intakes from the San Joaquin River between February and June to protect delta and longfin smelt. Also, lack of demand for additional water supplies within the city's service area. And thirdly, restrictions on delivery from the drinking water treatment plant that result from the existing distribution system. Next slide, please. This slide is intended to show the capacity of the existing facilities to accommodate water authorized for diversion under permit 21176 and any additional water that might be authorized if the board were to issue a permit on application 30531B. The intake pump station and water pipelines are sized to allow the drinking water treatment plant to process about 67,000 acre feet of water per year if it were utilized year round, and the intake pump station itself has a capacity of 80 million gallons per day, which is about 124 CFS, or 90,000 acre feet per year if utilized year round. These facilities could accommodate the full amount of water authorized under permit 21176 and an additional approximately 33,000 acre feet under application 30531B if the city had the demand for this water and did not have restrictions on its pumping under the biological opinion and incidental take permits. The Regional Wastewater Control Facility has a treatment capacity to discharge into the San Joaquin River of 55 million gallons per day. And the maximum discharge occurred in 2020, which was 33 million gallons per day, or about 51 CFS, and 26,111 acre feet per year. In comparison, the maximum authorized amount of diversion under permit 21176 is 33,600 acre feet per year. So as of right now, the city is not particularly close to having enough wastewater discharge to maximize its diversions under permit 21176. Nonetheless, any additional amounts under the application 30531B, although I will note that application 30531B includes as a source San Joaquin River water that is not necessarily part of the wastewater discharge. Next slide, please. The executive director assigned the proceedings on application 30531B to the AHO in February 2021, and the AHO held a public hearing in November 2021 to consider whether to cancel or deny application 30531B under Water Code Section 1276 for failure of the applicant to provide information requested by the board, or under California Code of Regulations, Title 23, Section 840 for lack of diligence in pursuing the application. Next slide, please. On March 14th, 2022, the AHO circulated a draft proposed order to the parties to the proceeding, which would cancel or in the alternative deny application 30531B. The City of Stockton submitted comments opposing the draft proposed order, and San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority and Westlands Water District submitted a joint statement of support of the draft proposed order. On July 5th, 2022, the AHO transmitted a final proposed order to the clerk of the State Water Board. And on September 23rd, 2022, the AHO issued change sheet number 1, which I will separately address. Next slide, please. The proposed order would cancel application 30531B under Water Code Section 1276 because Stockton did not submit information requested by the division to support its application and has not demonstrated good cause to support a further extension of time to submit that information. In the alternative, the proposed order would deny application 30531B under California Code of Regulations, Title 23, Section 840, because based on the evidence presented during the hearing, Stockton does not have an immediate intent to diligently prosecute the necessary planning, construction, or use of water under the application, and Stockton would be unable to proceed with the proposed project within a reasonable time. However, the proposed order cancels and denies the application without prejudice, which means that the city preserves its right to file a new application for the same or a similar project when it is ready to diligently pursue that project and submit the information necessary for the division to act on the application. Next slide, please. The proposed order cancels application 30531B for failure by the City of Stockton to meaningfully respond to the division's request for information. In 2007, the division asked the city for a schedule for the city to complete a project-specific EIR necessary for the board to act on application 30531B. Stockton responded that it would complete the EIR in about 2017. In 2013, the division asked for a schedule for full beneficial use of water under permit 21176, which would in a way be a prerequisite to use under any permit that would be issued on application 30531B, to which the city responded that it would achieve full beneficial use sometime after 2020 to 2025. The city also pushed back its estimate of the timing to issue a project-specific EIR to sometime between 2020 and 2025 as well. Next slide, please. Most recently, in June 2020, the division again asked the city about its timeline for full beneficial use under permit 21176 and the submission of information under application 30531B. This time, the city responded that it would achieve full beneficial use under permit 21176 sometime after 2040, which is an extension of 15 to 20 years from the previous response, and would issue a project-specific EIR for application 30531B sometime between 2040 and 2045. Again, an extension of approximately 20 years from its previous response. Next slide, please. One of the reasons for the extending timelines given by the City of Stockton is likely the changes in estimates of demand within the city's service area due to changes in population growth and reductions in demand resulting from conservation, which of course is in many ways good news, and relatedly changes in the estimate of wastewater discharge that would be discharged into the San Joaquin River from the wastewater treatment plant, and that would be available as supply under the existing permit. This table in this slide is also included in the proposed order. The supply data is from the city's 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, and the demand data is from the demand data which is listed near the bottom, the projected demands, is data from Mr. Granberg's testimony that was submitted during the hearing. Based on these two sources of information, it appears that the city has available water supplies in excess of demands through at least 2045 and beyond, given that this table shows an excess of approximately 36,000 acre feet through 2045. This lack of an immediate demand for additional supplies is likely an important reason that the city has continued to extend its timelines to conduct planning that would be necessary for the board to act on application 30531B, and the failure of the city to provide to the division necessary information, such as a project-specific EIR, to act on the application. Next slide, please. The proposed order would also deny application 30531B because the city has failed to demonstrate due diligence in pursuing its proposed project. An applicant for a permit to appropriate water must have a definite project in mind and display not only the ability, but also the intent to proceed with reasonable diligence with the construction work and application of the water to the proposed uses. Next slide, please. One who does not propose to proceed immediately with development of a project cannot make a reservation of water for future needs by the expedient of filing an application. And this is a basic principle of California water law, which is reiterated throughout the State Water Board's past decisions and precedential orders. Next slide, please. California Code of Regulations, Title 23, Section 840, states that an application will be denied when the applicant does not intend to initiate construction of the works required for the contemplated use of water within a reasonable time, and thereafter diligently prosecute the construction and use of water to completion. Or the applicant will not be able to proceed within a reasonable time, either because of absence of a feasible plan, lack of required financial resources, or other cause. Next slide, please. Based on the information presented during the hearing, there are several significant obstacles to the city perfecting its use of water under permit 21176, and then subsequently beneficial use of water diverted under any permit that might be issued on application 30531B within any reasonable period of time. First, the 2008 biological opinion and CDFW's incidental take permit limit the maximum rate of diversion of water from the San Joaquin River at the intake pump station from February through June. This limits the total amount of water that the city is able to divert through its intake facility to less than the total authorized amount under permit 21176. Second, the discharges from the Regional Wastewater Control Facility are currently less than the total authorized amount of diversion under permit 21176, which means that the city is unable to maximize diversion of water under the permit because the source of supply is not available. Application 30531B includes both discharged wastewater and San Joaquin River as a source of supply, but the application describes the discharged wastewater as an important element of that supply. Third, Stockton itself presented persuasive evidence that it has adequate available supplies to meet its existing demands within its service area from sources other than application 30531B through at least 2040 to 2045, if not significantly later. And finally, and likely because of the lack of any immediate demand for the water, the city has not conducted the necessary project-specific planning necessary to perfect the appropriation of water under any permit issued on application 30531B. Next slide, please. The proposed order before you would cancel and in the alternative deny application 30531B, but would do so without prejudice. The city would have the opportunity to file a new application for the same or a modified project when it has a need for additional water supplies and is in a position to pursue the new application with diligence. Stockton would still be able to seek priority of access to San Joaquin River supplies and its own discharged wastewater under the Watershed Protection Act and Water Code Section 1485 in any newly filed application. Next slide, please. The city raised a number of comments on the draft proposed order, which the AHO addressed in attachment A to the proposed order. The first of these comments was the city's claim that it exercised reasonable diligence and provided timely responses to information requests. In its responses to the division's requests, however, Stockton did not address important elements and details to demonstrate that the city is committed to a specific timeline to conduct the additional planning and environmental review that would be necessary for the board to issue a permit on application 30531B. Stockton has not met the deadlines that it has provided in its responses in the past, and the information that Stockton has most recently provided indicates that the city does not have a concrete plan and intent to put the water requested under the application to use within a reasonable time. Next slide, please. The city also objects that only minor facility modifications are necessary to use water under any permit granted on application 30531B, and therefore this should not be a basis for denial of its application. But the information submitted by the city is inadequate to support this assertion because the city has not identified what necessary modifications to its system would be, when it would make those modifications, and when it will complete or even begin to prepare a project-specific EIR. Next slide, please. Finally, the county objects that the board should allow Stockton to reduce the rate and volume of diversion requested under application 30531B rather than cancel or deny the application. However, Stockton has not submitted an amendment to its application or other information necessary for the board to act on a revised application. Stockton has also not developed a schedule or shown intent to complete necessary steps to beneficially use water either under the current or any revised application, even if it were to include a reduced face value within a reasonable time. Several of the comment letters received by the board on this agenda item raise the possibility of using application 30531B water for groundwater recharge and subsequent beneficial use to help achieve sustainability in the groundwater basin. Although this possibility may certainly be worth further consideration, as it is proposed, application 30531B does not include any element of groundwater storage, and any element of groundwater storage is not before us, therefore, today. In addition, such a change to the application would require a change petition and additional processing, such as a new noticing period. Next slide, please. On September 23rd, the AHO issued change sheet number 1 to the proposed order on Stockton's application. These changes are only to the conclusion section of the proposed order, and they acknowledge the decline in the city's economy that has occurred since the bifurcation of the city's application into A and B parts, which these changes in the city's economy has affected population growth and therefore water demands within the city. And the changes in the proposed order also acknowledge the city's status as a disadvantaged community. The additional text added to the order reiterates the board's commitment to the human right to water, which is particularly appropriate given our discussion earlier today, and the availability of division staff to provide appropriate assistance to the city if and when the city files a new application, if the city finds in the future that additional water supplies are necessary to meet the needs of its citizens. Next slide, please. For the reasons I've discussed today and with the additions presented in change sheet number 1, the AHO recommends that the board adopt the proposed order in its entirety pursuant to Water Code section 1114, subdivision C2A. And with that, I conclude my presentation. I'm of course happy to address any questions that may come up, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kinsey, for the presentation. And here, I know the great thought and care that went into the recommendation here. I know we have Ms. Carissa Beecham here with the City of Stockton. Before I say anything further, I'd like to give her the space to address the board. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Actually, I am with the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. So if there is someone else that would like to speak on behalf of the city, I would yield. And
apologies. Yes, I believe we have someone in person here that is with the City of Stockton. And apologies that you weren't showing up here on my list.
Yeah, well, I apologize. I didn't submit a comment card. I figured we did submit a presentation, though. So name is Aaron Ferguson with Somax, Simmons & Dunn. We're special counsel to the City of Stockton, and we do have a brief presentation that myself and the city's municipal utilities director, and then Mr. Robert Granberg, the former assistant utilities director, would like to make to you today in support of our request that you maintain the application.
Looking
now's
to
the time.
Yeah, looking to Ms. Townsend, if we have that presentation. Okay, it's coming up now. Thank you.
Thank you. So So first off, I want to thank the board for its flexibility in extending the hearing date. I know this was originally scheduled for August, and I appreciate the opportunity to come at a later date. It provided the city an opportunity to coordinate a bit more closely with some of its local partners in the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And to that end, as Ms. Kinsey mentioned, you received some comment letters from those local partners requesting that you maintain the application. Secondly, I would like to thank the AHO for the thoughtful and detailed order. Certainly a lot of time and attention was devoted to this issue and this matter, and I very much appreciate that, and I know the city does as well. Despite the diligence in preparing that order, the city respectfully requests that you reject the order and maintain the application at a reduced annual maximum diversion volume of 33,600 acre-feet. And we have, again, a brief presentation today explaining the basis for that request. Again, Dr. Mel Lytle, again, he's the city's municipal utilities director. He will address some issues with respect to water sources and water service area for the city of Stockton, as well as the Delta Water Supply Project and related facilities, and then also some public interest considerations that the city believes are important in its request. And then Mr. Robert Granberg, again, was the former assistant utilities director who managed the city's water supplies and then oversaw the planning and permitting, design, construction, operation of the Delta Water Supply Project, will also cover the city's water demand and planning issues, both past, present, and future. And I will return and provide a few additional legal comments.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to share a little information for a short while. As Aaron said, that I'm Dr. Mel Lytle. I'm the Director of Municipal Utilities for the City of Stockton. I've been there for about 10 years, and grateful for the opportunity to kind of give us the opportunity to discuss this issue. I've got a short presentation, and I'll trade off to Bob, and then he'll go through a few more things. I just want you to understand right off the bat, City of Stockton is indeed a disadvantaged community. We have many communities within the city, and we're highly sensitive to that, particularly in our municipal utilities department, because the costs of improvements are based primarily on ratepayer dollars. And so we're very sensitive to the concept that we're taking money out of people's wallets to meet new infrastructure needs and demands. But with that, our water supply, I can't complain about it because there's been a huge amount of historic forethought and investment into the city's water supply. Back in the 70s, 100% of the municipal water supply of the city was through groundwater pumping. With investment came the Stockton Water District, Stockton East Water District's treatment plant, which brought 2 sources of water on the Calaveras and Stanislaus in 1987. And then also additional development, as we've talked about just a little bit, is the Delta Water Supply Project. That came online in 2012. 2 sources of water, one being the McCollum River through a contract with Woodbridge Irrigation District, and another under this water right permit 21176. And so where we're 100% on groundwater now, throughout the entire city, about 10% of the water is on groundwater pumping. And so it's a huge change. Underneath the city, groundwater levels has come up about 35 feet over those years. And so it's an effective use of the water that we are permitted. Next slide, please. This is the way the water is served in the city. The City of Stockton's municipal utilities, we provide water in the north, and in the south, California Water Service Company provides water in the central part of the city. We have 50,000 connections, about 200,000 customers to our drinking water supply. Next, please. This is a Title 23, Section 840 idea about we haven't essentially moved ahead on construction in order to perfect Part B of our application. I have a few comments regarding that. Come to the next slide. Delta Water Supply Project, like I mentioned, was dedicated in 2012. It was the largest public works project in the city's history at $223 million. 12.5 million dollars of that was a Department of Water Resources investment. It's a 30 MGD or up to 90, about 90 MGD diversion. It's state-of-the-art fish screens, pumping station, 13 miles of raw water pipeline that moves the water over to an advanced water treatment facility with ozone and ultrafiltration before it's treated with chloramines and distributed into the city. Like it's been said that based on 1485 of the Water Code, we look very closely at the amount of water we discharge from our wastewater treatment plant so that we can mirror the amount that we can divert at our diversion works on Empire Tract. Next. Talk about the Regional Wastewater Control Facility. You might wonder why I'm talking about wastewater when I'm talking about our water diversions. Section 1485 of the Water Code marries up our discharge as well as our diversion. And currently, the wastewater treatment plant is under a very large, what we call the modifications project construction. It's a $240 million effort. Clean Water SRF contributed about $46.8 million. WIFIA, 108 million, the rest being ratepayer monies. It's currently set to be dedicated in June of 2020, has to be up and running completely under the new regulatory permit requirements by June of 2024. Next, please. But with these two projects together, we look at them together because ultimately this is Stockton's indirect potable reuse program, where water is treated at our wastewater facility, discharged into the San Joaquin River, and then diverted in our drinking water treatment works and treated and redistributed to the city. Essentially, I think it's probably the largest indirect potable reuse project in Northern California at about 30 million gallons per day. And so this is really significant to us. Can I have the next slide? And the reason being that because this is connected, the future of this project hinges on our ability to continue to capture water through Water Code Section 1485. If you look at the cost at $465 million to upgrade our wastewater treatment plant, build our diversion works, and all the things that have gone into the treatment plant, that's a huge investment for Stockton and the disadvantaged communities that we rely upon, as well as all our other ratepayers. So we see this as Part B is essentially just that next step for us. And you need to understand that we understood when the Delta Water Supply Project was constructed that we oversized. We invested an additional $25 million in oversizing our raw water pipelines. Our diversion works at Empire Tract are sized to the matter that we can take additional supply just by changing out the pumps. And our fish screens won't need any modification for us to take Part B water. The only changes that occur will be at the drinking water treatment plant. And I'll let Bob Granberg talk about that. And so just think about that. We are only asking for us to be able to continue on with our long-term planning process. Allow us to continue to move on Part B because this is essentially what we're doing here. And I'll talk a little bit about why I think this is in the public interest to allow us to continue. And Bob, I'll let you go on from there.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. Robert Granberg. As I've been introduced, I was the Deputy Director of Water Resources Planning for the City of Stockton from 2004 to 2013. And then I was the Assistant Director working on the wastewater project from 2013 to 2018. I'm now have my own company and I'm supporting Stockton in their efforts to maintain their position in the water rights program here with the state. And I'll walk through some of those points. So Title 23, Section 840 talks about the applicant will not be able to proceed in a reasonable time either because of a lack of a feasible plan, lack of required financial resources, or other cause. Next slide, please. So I want to maybe take a step back. So water supply planning, the city started that in 1996 when they filed their water rights application. At that point, the city was poised for significant economic growth, and there were projections made at that time of what the future would look like. And if you've done any water supply planning, it's over a long period of time, and you make your best guess at that point in time what that future is going to look like, and then you go about planning for it, doing your CEQA, doing your design, feasibility studies, all that. And ultimately, you build a project. But fortunately, we have a 5-year urban water management plan that allows us to take a look at those water supply projections on a regular basis and make adjustments. So keep that in mind. So the facilities that were built to use Part B water, there's 2 photographs there. The one on the top is the water treatment plant. The one on the bottom is the intake structure on the San Joaquin River on the Empire Tract. As you can see from these photographs, or I'll point it out to you, that the city of Stockton was very intentional about how they built this facility, not just for the 30 MGD diversion under Part A. The plan all along was to build at an appropriate point in time for economies of scale to invest in that Part B water. So the water treatment plant, this is looking from northeast to southwest. So we located all of the first phase facilities at the north end of the project. So when Part B water would come on, all you had to do was to add treatment facilities in a southerly direction. So in the middle of the photograph, that's the flocculation sedimentation facility at 30 MGD. We already have the design. You just build another one right next to it. You're immediately at 60 MGD. The facility just to the left of that, that's the membrane building that has membranes for 30 MGD. You build a very similar structure right next to it. All the pipelines on site are sized for 60 million gallons per day with turnouts to those future connections. So at a very economic and expedient manner, the city could then expand the treatment plant. At the intake pump station, the city and that project, we got into the river one time. We built the exclusion area with that sheet piling so that we could ultimately build out the 160 MGD facility by only going in the river at one time because of the onerous permitting hurdles to overcome in building a facility in the river. So the building there houses the pumps, and the fish screen is there in the front on the river. That's was designed for 80 million gallons per day. So mirroring that facility to the west, you would get to 160 MGD, which is the ultimate diversion capacity that the city was seeking. So that was done intentionally, as I said. Next slide, please. So going back to the timing and planning, water supply planning over a number of years, and when the city would anticipate the need for Part B water, things changed just during this process. From the time that we heard that there was a proposed order to cancel or deny Part B, we started looking at the numbers. Of course, we needed to respond. We needed to defend ourselves. And even during that time of about a year and a half, things changed. And if you look at the most significant change for the city is with would be the third row down, the purchased water from the Stockton East Water District. If you note in 2035, that goes to zero. We did not know that at the time. And those numbers that were presented earlier by the AHO, that, yeah, Stockton won't need this water till way out into the future. It kept getting further and further out. Well, that all changed in 2021 when the Stockton East Water District adopted their 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and showed that zero water would be coming to the city of Stockton. Fortunately, the city has a Delta Water Supply Project to be able to serve their customers. But what that has done is shown that there is an immediate need, nearly immediate need for that Part B water. And in 2035, and I'll show you what those numbers are. In 2035, Stockton East goes to zero. And another assumption that was made is due to Groundwater Sustainability Act, Dr. Lytle had mentioned that the city has done a good job of maximizing surface water use, but there's still an effort regionally to protect the groundwater basin. And the Delta Water Supply Project, particularly with Part B water, is critical to allowing the region to be reach sustainability by 2040. So with the assumption that groundwater pumping is limited to 10% of demand, shows that 845 acre-feet of Part B water would be needed in 2035. And that will grow over time, and it gets even more substantial in about 2048 when the contract with the Woodbridge Irrigation District terminates. So in 2050, you can see that amount of Part B water jumps up significantly. Next slide, please. These are just the numbers on the slide here that I've mentioned. Delta and wood supplies in 2035 at 38,000 acre-feet, which is more than the plant can process. So it immediately tells you need to expand the plant. The raw water supply line from the Delta is already sized to pump or to convey 60 million gallons per day. And all we would need to do at the intake pump station is to upsize the pumps. Next slide, please. So in looking a little bit further out, 2045 to 2050, the WID contract, as I mentioned, expires, leaving the groundwater pumping at 10% of demand and hopefully some relaxation or modifications to the BIOP, the biological opinion. We've already retained a fish biologist. We think there's an opportunity to pump more water divert more water from the Delta later in the year in that May to June timeframe. And we're working on that, which would allow the city to divert even more from San Joaquin River. In addition, I think it was mentioned earlier, there's a project underway to add another 5,100 acre-feet of demand for groundwater recharge. The city has received $2.3 million in grant funding to do that project, and it's a priority of the GSA, Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Next slide, please. So, timeline. Am I stealing your show, Dr. Long? Okay, I'll keep going. So in 2035, as I mentioned, additional treatment would be needed when the Woodbridge Irrigation District water is increased, along with the Delta water will exceed the treatment capacity of the treatment plant to meet demand. So kind of working backwards from 2035. Planning, as I mentioned earlier, takes a lot of time. So design, permitting, construction of additional facilities would take about 3 years. So you're back at 2032. Prior to that, we need to work on the project level CEQA for that water treatment plant expansion. And that would take probably 2 to 3 years to do that. To go through the state board permit approval, maybe 5 to 7 years. Working backwards from 2035, that means the city would need to get going would need to get going in earnest no later than 2027. And here we are, not that far away. And that is to secure that 845 acre feet per year of Part B water. And that could change with the next round of urban water management plan. That number could go up, it could go down a bit. So it's a continually changing environment. And then, as I mentioned, 2045 to 2050, it gets even more reliant on that Part B water that needs to be put into use. I guess my last point would be, well, I was here in the meeting in the Division of Water Rights when the offer was made up to bifurcate the permit. So, and that was based on a programmatic EIR for the entire amount of water. It was clear that we couldn't proceed beyond Part A water because it was only a project level CEQA analysis. So that was a decision that was made cooperatively between the city and the Division of Water Rights to bifurcate that permit. So they knew at the time that we didn't have a need for that water. And as I said, water supply planning changes rapidly, and it's informed every 5 years through the urban water management plan process. So I just question, what is the rush to terminate this at this point? It's becoming more clear now. The city's on the verge of exercising that next increment of water. So why pull the rug out from under them at this point? So that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
So Mr. Granberg and Dr. Lytle covered the points why we believe Section 840 is not a basis for canceling the application. I'm going to quickly touch on why the city believes Water Code Section 1276 is also not a basis for denying the application. It speaks to the need for an applicant to provide information when requested, and that a application should be denied when such information is not provided unless good cause is shown. So I want to step through a couple of items with respect to good cause. Next slide. So with respect to the information requests and Stockton's responses, there were 3 requests over a period of years. Stockton did its best to estimate when it would need Part B water, and I did identified specific timelines with respect to when it thought it would start the CEQA process and ultimately need to conduct any construction that would be necessary to use Part B water. And so in that respect, believes that they met the information request with respect to what was asked as far as a schedule. Stockton is now giving more immediate dates with respect to CEQA analyses that need to be conducted. And in that regard, those dates, like I said, are becoming more immediate. 2027, as Mr. Granberg mentioned, is the likely start date for CEQA work that would be needed in order to bring Part B water online by 2035, given all the various planning that needs to go into the bringing such water online. Stockton believes it'd be inefficient to cancel the application at this point, given the long time horizon for getting through all of these approval processes. Again, the board's own information indicates that processing an application could take 5 to 7 years. So if we need the water by 2035, we're back in earnest, kind of moving through that application process in 2027, 2028 time period to get that ball rolling. Additionally, the city has major concerns about the financial hardship that would be associated with canceling the application at this point. The city has expended approximately $82,000 to maintain the application. The city's estimate of a new application, if we were to file today for 33,600 acre feet, would be approximately $500,000 to initiate a new application. and that would be a significant financial hardship to the city. So I know in our comment letter we mentioned it. I just want to reiterate, recently for San Joaquin County, in the process of canceling an application, there was some discussion about looking for potential solutions and mitigating a financial hardship in the event the county needed to come back and file a new application. I guess the city would ask for the same consideration to the extent those authorities and opportunities exist. Next slide. So this is we've talked about this a fair bit throughout the presentation, but just a summary of the time schedule that the city's estimating based on the information we presented today. Just a few more slides. Dr. Lytle is going to close with some comments with respect to the public interest. Thank you.
Like we mentioned, the original project was oversized. The diversion is oversized, 13 miles of pipeline, so we have the capacity already in place with a $25 million investment that was put in when the original Delta Water Supply project was made. And so we would hate to lose that investment. And so I think that that's one of them. The other is City of Stockton is a GSA. We're very active with the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Authority. There's 16 member GSAs that are currently working. We resubmitted our GSP in order to help get that completed so that we can meet the SGMA requirements in the basin. The City of Stockton is currently evaluating a active groundwater recharge project that would help balance the basin. It's been escalated to a project A type in the GSP that would help us do that very thing. We have 70 acres currently under contract with a geological consultant to look at the value of that site as a recharge area. We didn't file for an amendment to Part B yet on, groundwater storage element or something like that, simply because we didn't know if the site was a good spot yet. And so if that trues itself out, we'll definitely take those actions. Like I said just a little bit earlier, the City of Stockton's project being the largest indirect potable reuse project in Northern California, since 2012 has treated and delivered 12 billion gallons of water to the City of Stockton. That's water reused and provided back. And so we see that as a huge benefit. Next slide, please. I think to the governor and California's overall plan for water reuse, we're looking at that as a great success for this project, and we look to continue under Part B. Part B will, again, bring 1485 water to the city and into the future, and help us, reap the value of all the investment we've made into those projects. It also, you need to also remember that the City of Stockton is currently working with the State Water Board on small potable reuse or small potable community water systems and their connections to our utility. I'm not sure if you've heard of the Sunny Road project. It's a small Century Mobile Home Park down off Highway 99 south of the city. This type of water is what will help the city connect to those types of systems into the future. And so we're trying to cooperate with the State Water Board on that. And at the same time, we feel like we might be getting, like Bob said, the carpet pulled out from under us trying to develop these types of projects for an overall benefit to the state and to the people in our community. And I think ultimately, like I said in my opening remarks, is Part B is the future of the City of Stockton's water supply. and for disadvantaged and environmental justice communities. And so it takes a long time to develop these types of projects. And particularly in our community, we have to be so ultra sensitive to investment, working with, through the SRF process so that we can lighten the load. That was 4 years in the making and trying to get that on our wastewater plant. So that's why we're looking now for Part B. And we're, as Bob said, that we're ready and raring to go. And the more of the uncertainty approaches us through climate change, through changes, through if voluntary settlement agreements occur, flow standards change, all these types of things affect long-term planning for water supply. And when you're doing that for a municipality, it becomes very, very difficult. And so we appeal to you to allow us to move ahead with Part B so that we can continue in our long-term water supply planning and provide benefit to the city overall. So thank you.
Thank you. I do appreciate the presentation and the engagement around this, but want to make clear that this board is not intending to pull the rug out of under any communities, and has a balanced decision before it and a recommendation, which I appreciate what seems like some new information here, but that it didn't come out in the proceeding doesn't really kind of help some confidence here on keeping these timelines. Let's go to and finish off our comments, and then I'm sure this board will have plenty to discuss here about this decision. Next, I'd like to call Carissa Beecham. Ms. Beecham, good to see you.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and good afternoon, board members. Just a very brief statement on behalf of the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. There are policy implications to allowing an application to remain on file for decades with no indication of progress or other efforts to move the application forward. That include others that filed an application later in time could be prejudiced, regulatory conditions, system demands, and additional relevant circumstances change. Staff turns over and institutional knowledge is lost. The effort by all interested parties to remain informed of the issues relevant to the application can be overly burdensome. Presumably, for these reasons, the California legislature authorized the board to cancel an application if the applicant does not demonstrate diligence in obtaining the permit within a reasonable period of time. So the board is certainly within its authority per the Water Code to cancel an application that has been pending for decades without progress, such as any project-specific environmental review, and good public policy supports that it do so. We're confident that this policy statement is accurately reflected in the current proposed order. And with that, thank you for the opportunity to comment this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Beecham. Fellow board colleagues, this reminds me, not unlike the San Joaquin County discussion, just the difficulty of having a water rights system that hasn't really been resourced to be making and going through applications, making determinations like this, and now with the AHO, with additional resources, we're moving the water rights process forward, and not trying to here rush or pick inappropriately winners or losers, but I think trying to approach the right balance. And when you look at the application's history, when you look at still the real need for what is explicit work to diligently pursue an application, move forward, and here the board better prepared to move forward quickly when the conditions are there and you have an applicant that has done the due diligence, is ready to move forward, is a water rights system I think that we're all trying to move better forward toward. I think that there are real important, and I appreciate the change sheet because it reflects that, considerations when it comes to the community here. It is at cost. I know that it comes to even engage in the water rights system, and for communities that don't have as much resource, the the potential for this board to send the application without prejudice, but cancel or deny the application does open up a potential here for a moment when, as the community is ready, to come back and reapply, and it be at a higher amount, because we're better trying to reflect the work that it takes to maintain an application, to keep things moving, especially when there sometimes isn't that diligence. So that gives me, I know, and I think it gives others pause as well. But I think, the sound reasoning and rationale contained in the AHO's proposed order, I think still stands for me at least. But I look to my fellow board colleagues for some further discussion on how to best approach this and balance, I know. And again, the intent is for this board to ever pick on communities, pull rugs out from under folks, but you need a rug there to pull. So, Vice Chair, please.
Thank you. Yes, Chair, I couldn't agree more. I think that what we're looking at here going forward is to just be more serious and mindful about the system that we have and where we can build on processes so that we can be more effective. And just yesterday, I was rereading the governor's water supply strategy and just looking for looking at the messaging that we're really, with aridification, going to have to look at every opportunity possible. These projects are local projects, but they need to be well thought out and brought before us in such a way that we can process quickly. And hopefully, collectively as a state, if we can move in that direction, then I think that we will have better outcomes overall. And so I'm comfortable with going forward. I'm pleased with the language that makes it clear that this is without prejudice, and just really hoping that the city can utilize what opportunities we have to provide, and also looking at potential funding sources through the Department of Water Resources and other funding opportunities, maybe to allow them to have a more robust, solid application going forward. And I'll just say, it doesn't give me pause on this application, but the one area that I have some discomfort with, maybe looking at a broader policy discussion, and that's on the fee. So, that the fee is lost, what provided for was lost. And I think it's important to maintain that system so that applicants take the projects seriously before they even apply. But at the same time, that's an area that where I guess, again, not for this one because those were the rules, but maybe going forward, how can we provide for clear rules that incentivize more clearly thought out and ready to go projects, while at the same time, maybe having some discretion on that fee as needed for disadvantaged communities. So that's just really something that I'm kind of putting out there, looking at maybe future policy discussions.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate that. And I agree. I appreciated the presentation around what is the current thinking around Stockton's needs and the interplay between the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and even investments in water recycling, how that all plays out. But importantly, as we'll see how this board determines in a moment, but as we even move forward, having technical assistance for you all on your application, having more of an interface so that we ensure that you have a clearer path, if you will, because you can bake in considerations now within your application that maybe weren't as incentivized before. I don't know. I want to extend out what I know is our desire to continue to work with you on your application, to not see this as a no. As the Vice Chair said, the fact that this is without prejudice is important to us here because this isn't a hard no, and we want to be able to work with you on your project. And I think that there are ways that the project can actually benefit from then a real refined engagement and know that we're here to help bridge what are sometimes, I know, challenges when it comes to technical resources to get applications through or work. I think as the Vice Chair said, we're looking to think creatively around that as well. Other board members, thoughts?
Well, I'll go. Sure. So I really think the city should be commended for its ingenuity in building resilience over the last 5-ish decades. I think going from 100% groundwater to less than 10% groundwater is something that really should be celebrated. And just the fact that you've achieved that through building diversifying your supply sources from multiple rivers, from the Delta, from groundwater, from different suppliers, building your own surface water treatment plant just shows the resolve that the city has been able to demonstrate to ensure that it has reliable water supply for the future. So I can see this being a difficult spot in not ever really knowing for certain, what future decades might bring in terms of, will that supply source be there? I think we're all experiencing that right now with climate change, with the drought that we're in. There's a lot of pressures on our water system, and we really don't know what the future has in store fully. At the same time, our statute, our regulations, our water rights process is there for good reason to implement the priority system. I appreciate all of the work that our water rights staff has done, working with the city to bifurcate the application, to work with you over the last 25 years to move this project forward. But the fact remains on Part B that the project just isn't there yet. It's not developed. You're doing work on it. It sounds like you're making some progress there and are getting a better sense for that timetable. But the fact is that we're here, even 2035 is 13 years from now, and we're not quite sure whether that need will be there or not, given changes in demands, given the fact that you have a contract with Stockton East Water District, which I recognize will expire at some point, and I'd imagine you'd have to perhaps renegotiate that, or perhaps that does go away, and that's a bridge that needs to be crossed, as that time draws nearer. And so it's not easy to say, hey, this is, I don't take it lightly to say that we should proceed with an order that cancels a water right application. But at the same time, for the city, having that priority to the 1485 water, canceling it without prejudice, the acknowledgements of some consideration for providing additional support going forward should you need to submit another application in the near future, I think does provide some window of opportunity there that all is not lost here, that you do have some resources to bear that could be provided through this. I mean, the last thing we would want to see here is for the city of Stockton to be in a difficult situation when it comes to providing water to its customers and its citizens. So I'm comfortable today proceeding with the order as it's written, but appreciate the discussion.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Morgan.
Just want to, also echo the appreciation for all the work that the city has done to diversify its water supply and to, move forward several projects through difficult times. I know the work that you guys have done is not easy. It does take a long time to develop all of the projects that you have brought to us today, and your continued work to look at what are the future needs of the city through ever-changing times. Yet you're definitely right when you say when you take a look at the water supply needs every 5 years, that they are ever-changing. And so I appreciate the revisiting of those needs and bringing forward to us today what that's looking like now and with the, that future date. And so, for me, this is just not easy. I wish there was other things that we could really take into consideration because, you do serve many disadvantaged communities. We're talking about, domestic supply here. And with the work of, you're talking about the mobile home park, of consolidating and making sure that you have that future supply, and also looking at the just the economics of reapplying. I appreciate the conversation and just really just want to say, this is not a decision that's taken lightly. It's not a decision that is easy. And, the one that does not sit, it just does not sit easy with me at all.
Board member.
Yeah, I think I don't have anything to add to all of the comments today. I would agree. I think this is a great project that we would love to see happen. I think it reflects the kind of strategies that we want to support. I think we want to ensure that it's viable for Stockton and other cities like this to be able to pursue these projects. I think because this is without prejudice and it's really within, I think it's really, Stockton, there, in this case in particular, there's not so much of a concern of others trying to take priority over this water. It's really a matter of fees, which is very real, as Board Member Morgan said. And so I think as we, move forward on this, I would, I think we all really want to make sure that we can support Stockton being able to afford to reapply for this as they're ready, and hopefully it'll be as soon as you all brought projections today. And so just look forward to trying to figure out how we can support that and make sure it's affordable for these sorts of projects to happen, or this project in particular to happen with Stockton and serve the areas that that you serve. But I too will support the order with change sheet 1. It sounds like other folks are there as well. I can make a oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, please, if you wanted to respond further.
Yeah, just one quick comment. I just want to address a couple of comments that have been made about us bringing a new schedule here today. And I just want to make clear the demand dates that were identified in the hearing and in the table that Mr. Granberg showed were presented in the testimony and at the hearing. 2035, 2045 to 2050 haven't changed. What's changed is us making more express the CEQA, the planning, then the construction timelines leading up to 2035. I will admit, yeah, we didn't present that level of detail at the hearing. We thought it was implied essentially by saying that the water's needed in 2035. So what we've done today is make that more express at the hearing. I just want to make sure that was clear, that we hadn't changed anything.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to adopt with the change sheet.
Thank you, Board Member.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Can you please call roll call vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you as well. The vote carries and the item is adopted. And again, the door isn't closed though. And look forward to continuing to work with Stockton and the many areas that we continue to have, I think, a real common vision. If not a disagreement on this vote though.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a 10-minute break and come back here at 4:05, and we can continue on to items number 8, 9, and then 10. Thanks, everyone. I know it's been a long day and appreciate the work. See you at 4:05. Okay, everyone, it is 4:06. I appreciate everyone's time for a break there. And let's now move into item number 8, which is now the drinking water side of what we had previously adopted before we ordered things here, which was on our clean water side. So, Mr. Stevens, drinking water intended use plan.
Thank you again, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. So I neglected to introduce Matt Wilson on the previous, Matt Wilson from the Office of Chief Counsel, and I have Jean Fung here from the Office of Chief Counsel as well to help me. So if we could bring the presentation up there, essentially the same outline and order of business there as far as my presentation goes. So like the Clean Water SRF, the purpose is to guide staff in implementing the drinking water SRF and complementary funding sources. We're applying for, as I indicated earlier, as part of the application for the capitalization grants. And again, all the grants have been awarded at this point. I'll talk in more detail about the transfer of the Clean Water SRF emerging contaminants into the drinking water SRF. And then, of course, the other thing that's different on the drinking water side is the lead service line replacement funding. And so we'll talk about that. And then, again, appropriations from last year's budget and this year's budget for drinking water infrastructure and PFAS funding as well. So go to, I think it's slide 3, Margie. Yeah, you can go to the next one. Yeah. Okay, similar organization. There's the main drinking water SRF IUP, which we do every year. That's continuing. $300 million annually is the estimated capacity for loans on the drinking water SRF. Between grant and principal forgiveness, roughly $700 million this year. As I say, there's a supplementary grant from the bipartisan infrastructure law for lead service line replacement. $62 million of that would be loan, and $122 million would be principal forgiveness. And then also an emerging contaminant supplemental IUP, so $55 million principal forgiveness and $80 million in state grant funding for PFAS. So next slide, please. So public comments, highlight some significant public comments. As on the clean water side, there were comments regarding the grant restrictions for communities, disadvantaged communities that have second homes, more than 50% second homes. And so similar change that we did to the clean water. We've for priority projects, those being in categories A through C, the public health categories in the drinking water priority system, those would be eligible for grant, but those lower on the priority system would not be eligible for grant if they had that high percentage of second homes. There were some comments about receiving water systems should qualify for consolidation incentives after acquisition of a subsumed water system. I have to say that slowly, but before fully consolidating it within the receiving water system. So we've clarified that if the water system has already been purchased, then that would not qualify for a consolidation incentive, but it would still qualify for funding a project in that part of the system. As with the clean water side, there were comments about providing water efficiency funding, and so I've already talked about that and how DWR plays a role in that. There were comments about limiting the use of set-asides to maximize project funding. Yes, that's a good comment in general. I guess the one thing I would add to that is, so if we do take the set-aside funding, that does not decrease the principal forgiveness funding. That would come out of the loan side of the ledger. Next slide, please. The most significant comments that we received were regarding the lead service line replacement supplemental IUP, and I think we had most of the discussion during the workshop regarding that aspect of the IUPs as well. So a couple of comments I'll highlight. commenters wanted us to prioritize lead service line replacements for disadvantaged communities. Certainly that's very consistent with the board's history. And then urged the board to use the 26% set-asides to comply with the inventory requirements in the lead and copper rule. And so, yeah, I agree with all of those things. I guess the one thing that I would note here is that both the project funding and the set-aside can be used for inventory work. So we want to be as flexible as we can there. We are having discussions with Division of Drinking Water about using the set-asides to maybe hire a contractor to do inventory work statewide or maybe on a regional basis. Nothing is final there at this point, but certainly there could be some efficiencies in hiring folks that come in and help water systems do the inventory work rather than having each of them do it individually. But again, we're not trying to predetermine any outcome there, just trying to keep as much flexibility as we can. Lead service, there were some questions about lead service line replacement, using those funds for replacing galvanized lines that are downstream of lead components. Yes, that's eligible, so we've tried to clarify that in the change sheet. Number of comments about the State Water Board only funding lead service line replacement projects that are performing full replacements. And should require systems to fix any past partial lead service line replacements. And so, yes, we would agree with that, but of course, there's two sides to that coin. We don't know exactly where all the lead service lines are, particularly on the private side, so we don't necessarily want to stop people from replacing things that they already know about. But yes, I think that we had quite a bit of discussion about whether to, require that as part of the intended use plan. We think it's better that the deputy director have some discretion to establish conditions in the agreement based on where the applicant is in that process. And that's certainly, I think, within the discretion of the deputy director to include a condition on the agreement requiring, full replacement of all of those lines and components. And then the most significant, and I'll talk in more detail here in a few minutes about this, about our previous recommendation to offer a combination of principal forgiveness and loan. The big challenge here with the lead service line funds is that the money is appropriated to the states, and the states must use exactly 49% for principal forgiveness. It's not up to 49% or a minimum of 49%, it's exactly 49%. So that's the biggest challenge in administering these funds. So I'll talk in more detail here. We've got a plan B that we're going to talk about. So if we go to the next slide. As with the Clean Water SRF, just to highlight some of the significant changes in the change sheet, we made a number of, again, editorial and administrative changes and clarifications. It authorizes the deputy director to enter into contracts for set-aside work. As I've noted, priority projects would be eligible for grant funding regardless of the percentage of secondary homes. We've added some discretion there for the deputy director to exclude the population of certain facilities, the most obvious example being prisons, from community population for purposes of funding eligibility. We've tried to reinforce in the case of subsumed water systems that are regulated by the CPUC, there are definite rules about enrichment of owners and ensuring that grant funds benefit ratepayers. But the flip side of that, of course, is that there are pretty strict reviews by CPUC about how rates are set. And so there would be some discretion for the deputy director to waive the ability to pay analysis in those cases. And then, as I indicated earlier, clarifying when receiving water systems, when they're doing consolidation of their own systems, that they wouldn't be eligible for the consolidation incentive, but they would still be eligible for drinking water SRF funding in general. So next slide. Some changes we're recommending in the case of the emerging contaminant supplemental IUP. We got a number of comments both on the clean water and drinking water side, again, about concerns that this would be a decision which would affect all 5 years of the money, the emerging contaminant funds that are going to the clean water SRF, and so clarified that no, this is just a recommendation for 1 year, and then in the future we'll come back with an IUP, a supplemental IUP for those funds, and make those decisions on a year-by-year basis. It authorizes the deputy director to exceed $15 million for technical assistance grants and be able to apply some safe and affordable drinking water fund expenditure requirements to those TA providers. And then just a note, this money still needs to be appropriated, but there is some indication that the legislature would appropriate additional funds for PFAS in next year's budget. And so that could bump that $80 million up to $200 million, potentially. Again, it's not a little premature to count any chickens. Okay, so next slide. So let me talk about our recommendation for the lead service line replacement supplemental IUP. So we are prioritizing disadvantaged communities, but again, the hurdle is we've got to balance that 49% of principal forgiveness with $25, of loan. So we've had some discussions with Division of Drinking Water. We think there might be some systems, some larger systems that we would be willing to take on loan. So what we're recommending is that either financing would be 100% principal forgiveness or 100% loan. So the 100% principal forgiveness for the project would be for a disadvantaged community. The 100% loan would be for a non-disadvantaged community. Now, here's the extra part of the loan, is that a disadvantaged community, according to the state definition, which we go by in the Health and Safety Code, a disadvantaged community can be a portion of a larger community that is non-disadvantaged. So the loan can be written with the option, not a guarantee, but the option that after the work is done at some future point, the recipient could request that portion that is dealing with the disadvantaged community that's part of their non-disadvantaged, overall non-disadvantaged community, that could be converted to principal forgiveness, contingent on, number one, there being availability of principal forgiveness, and two, again, meeting this mandated 49% ratio requirement that's required as part of the grant. So next slide. So that is not a perfect solution either, I'll be candid with you. And so some of the things that we would want to do and that are written into the change sheet are to direct DFA to, number one, comply with the lead service line replacement grant conditions. We've had a number of discussions with EPA, and trying to ask clever questions about how we can manage this exact requirement. And that is a requirement. There's just no two ways about that. It has to be 49%. Maybe Congress will change it at a future point, but of course we can't make any predictions about that. We need to come up with procedures to periodically review the agreements that we would write under these conditions, and advise recipients and potential applicants of where we are with that availability. Continue to look for folks, for every 100% principal forgiveness agreement, we're going to have to find somebody that's willing to take a loan to balance that out. And as I say, there would be an opportunity for those receiving 100% loan to request that conversion be done for the disadvantaged community within their service area. So the change sheet spells out those things that we need to do to try to make this work in the future. So with that, last slide, just real quickly, is the schedule again, basically the same as what I talked about previously. So last slide, Margie. Yes. Any questions?
Thank you for, I know, the good work that's gone into the balancing around this. I appreciate the changes. I guess on the principal forgiveness component, at least for the component of a population within a water systems service area that may be disadvantaged and could then apply, some percentage or whatever it is of the loan that's reflective of the benefit to that community. How much of that has to be upfront in part of the application to identify that, or how much is able to be done at some later point by the applicant to try to prove up that?
Yeah, I don't think we need to know it up front. I mean, it's really, because the applicant for 100% loan is taking a certain amount of risk there that we may not have the principal forgiveness at some future point. I don't think that would be the case, but we can't guarantee that we would be able to convert that. So if they're willing to take 100% loan and deal with 100% loan, then I don't think we should stop them from doing that necessarily. But I don't really see a need for us to be really stringent about, you have to show us that there's disadvantaged community there. They're the ones that are expecting that later on. And so I think for most, I'm generalizing here, but I think for most large communities in California, you're always going to find at least some pocket that would qualify as a disadvantaged community in that community.
Yeah, I just know it's been, at least I've heard of requests a few times for a number of systems that, their overall average MHI may not meet the definition of a disadvantaged community, but they have pockets, they'll say. So I just appreciate the thought and ability to change that a bit to allow for systems to be able to make the case for principal forgiveness, at least in this instance, that there's a component of their population that it could apply to. So thank you. Okay, any comments or questions from board members? And then otherwise, we can start getting into some of our commenters. First, I'd like to call up Ellen Lee, who will be followed by Lawrence Levine. And Mr. Levine may not be on the platform, so it'll be Mr. Claiborne afterwards. Good afternoon, good evening, nearly, Ms. Lee. Good to see you.
Hi, my name's Ellen Lee. I'm with NRDC. I'm their drinking water equity advocate. And first, I wanted to thank you for changing the funding ratio. I think it's a really great step in the right direction. And I think, focusing on equity and centering equity during the implementation and distribution of these funds will be really important. I'm going to be commenting mostly on the lead service line replacement funds. One thing that I think is still really important to consider is that the IUP only encourages but does not really appear to require funded water systems to pay for any necessary replacements on the customer side. There's some language and inconsistency in language in the IUP as it relates to that. And I think it'll be really important to not place additional financial burden on individual property owners and exacerbate inequities when people can't afford the costs of replacing those lines. And I think also I wanted to commend the board on including some more clear language in terms of the galvanized line issue. I think that will be really important to recognize that galvanized lines downstream of lead components can be very dangerous to human health. And so making sure that, or ensuring, keeping an eye towards projects that do address those partial replacements will be very important. And I think also one more piece that I think is really important to include in the IUP and also keep an eye towards for implementation is that currently the IUP doesn't require water systems to use basic public health protection, such as providing notice, filters, testing when performing replacements. And I think that will be very important. And then, sorry, going back to the last issue on funding customer side replacements. A few months ago, the state of California filed a brief in federal court challenging EPA's lead and copper rule under the Safe Drinking Water Act. And on that ground, by failing to ensure that all water systems replace customer sidelines, even when the customer cannot afford the expense. EPA's approach imposes disproportionate effects on minority and low-income individuals who face greater lead exposure but may not be able to afford replacement of a privately owned lead service line or live in a rental housing where the landlord refuses to pay for such replacement. And so I think kind of incorporating that into the IUP will be exceptionally important. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your good comments and sticking with us through what I know has been a long day. Just on the lead service line replacement, and here I know we do have language that is encouraging replacement on the private property side. Can we require, I think it would be a fundamental shift to say it's required that that be part of any application that we're part of, but just wondering if that's, if we're able to create that sort of requirement or if we're precluded. Either Mr. Stevens.
Is that the requirement to not do partial replacements, or the requirement to require customer side funding?
Customer side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so our funding is discretionary, and we are able to apply numerous conditions to our funding. One of the trade-offs, and you all have heard this numerous times, the trade-off to conditioning funding is then creating a disincentive for applicants to apply for the funding in the first place. Whether that's likely in this circumstance, I would ask Mr. Stevens to shed some light on.
I didn't quite hear the last part of the comment there.
Placing conditions on funding can constitute a disincentive to applicants to applying for it.
I would agree with that in general, and so, yeah, that's always the risk, is that it's unlike a permit where someone doesn't have a choice. They have a choice about this funding, and so I'm not predicting that folks would not take the funding in those cases, but that's one of the risks.
Yeah, and I think the challenge becomes where on the private side would the system come up with the funding if we're going to require it, that they address that. And, there's Prop 218, there's a lot of other challenges that they may have.
Well, from our funding, the idea would be if they're taking our funding, then they have to.
Then they incorporate, well, at that point.
They have to, then they shouldn't require customers. They should utilize it. They should utilize our funding to cover the cost that otherwise customers would have to pay, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess now the languages are encouraged, and the question is whether we would change that to are required.
I think we should, at a minimum, say that, and have the expectations of the applicants and the deputy director to make sure that there aren't, that there is no, that no customers are prevented from getting their lines replaced because of inability to pay. It may be simpler, as you're exercising discretion, just to say, customers should not be required to fund any of the costs. But I think at a minimum, given the potential discriminatory effect that it would have, we'd want to, at a minimum, say that inability to pay, shall not be a barrier to customer side replacement. But other folks have.
Well, question, are there restrictions of using state or federal funding on private property?
I think Ms. Funk can speak to what US EPA has said on that point with respect to this funding.
Right, yeah, US EPA specifically allows funding for the private side replacements. And in fact, they say that if any part of the service line is replaced using this funding, they must replace the entire lead service line. So for this funding especially, but the Prop 218 concern that the chair raised is an issue for recipients that receive a loan. So if we require loan recipients to pay for the private side replacement, they will need to repay the loan somehow. And based on Prop 218, who will they charge for, whose rates will they increase? It'll be the same people that got the replacements. The concerns may be different for PF.
I don't see that as a Prop 218 concern. I just think there's, I mean, you know, this may be something that I think Prop 218 attorneys can weigh in on, but if there would be a clear discriminatory impact if customers are prevented from getting their lead lines replaced because of their inability to pay. So I think that could be part of the responsibility is part of the responsibility of a water system. So I think that's something that the water system could work through. There is a explicit requirement here. As I understand it, there is a requirement, as you just said, to not do partial lead line replacements. That means to replace it on the private side. And so we should ensure that that happens without, and that folks that can't, that otherwise can't afford it to contribute shouldn't be prevented from doing that. And actually, there's a responsibility on the water system to do it. So anyway, I think if, my sense is that we need to at least have protection against discriminatory impact. And if we want to just require it, that's fine. But that's great. But I think that there may be, if they're taking all loan, that there may be cases where it does make sense for the water system to require customers to contribute that can afford to do that. I think if there's, I just think it's really important to make sure that if customers can't, that they're still able to benefit and that the water system's still able to do its, meet the requirements of full lead line replacement.
Yeah, I think for me, you know, the reality is these lead service line replacement dollars, we're gonna be challenged to use them all to begin with. And so really want to see applicants coming to us with the consideration of the private side and not let that, you know, ability to pay be an issue, because again, we have access to a lot more, I believe, and I've heard at least, loan capacity and principal forgiveness, and we may even have applications for out there. So we can.
Sorry, just one other thing on that. I think given the change sheet and the flexibility in trying to put together a package for loan and principal forgiveness, you know, ensuring that the state is being able to put some of the loan dollars to cover customer side that otherwise couldn't afford it for the customers and those systems, I think is consistent with what the IUP and change sheet says as your, you know, deputy directors exercising discretion over that. So I think, to me, there's just, I think it would help to have a clear expectation on that somewhere in our policy. And I know we talked a little bit before the meeting. I don't know if we have draft language we could look at for that.
Sure. So I think, you know, one option would be to direct DFA to consider this as you just laid out, whereby you add a sentence to the board resolution saying the deputy director is directed to consider how best to support low-income households in making funding decisions under the lead service lines replacement supplemental IUP. And that way you've called out low-income households in particular and placed the responsibility on the deputy director to affirmatively manage that situation.
I appreciate that. Let's continue hearing from some commenters, and I'd be supportive, though, of having that added. Let's move on to Michael Claiborne, who will be followed by Eric Oriana.
Good afternoon again, board members.
Good afternoon.
So I'd start by saying we're in alignment with the NRDC's comments regarding lead service line replacement, and especially making sure, I appreciated the conversation around making sure that low-income households can afford to participate. I think that's very important. Second, Oh, and just noting, I agree with the take that you can fund improvements on private property in this circumstance. As a second point, support. I just think this IUP is honestly, and I should have started with this, very good. It's improved a lot since we started working on this and commenting. I've been working here since 2016, and I think this is the best IUP I've seen. So really appreciate all the good work, the continued support and prioritization for drinking water consolidation and projects benefiting disadvantaged communities. And then I have 3 points on affordability, which I think needs to be a continued focus and an area of improvement. One thing to highlight is the topic of a letter that we submitted along with a number of other organizations in September, and that's focus on direct install water efficiency improvements so that low-income households can benefit from projects that do improve affordability while also advancing our conservation goals. As a second point, we are interested in exploring how to use state revolving fund dollars to incentivize and potentially offset the cost of low-income rate assistance for water and sewer at the local level. We do think that there's flexibility in that SRF to advance those priorities and potentially offset local costs. That would be, I think, a creative use that would require quite a bit of discussion, but we're really interested in having that discussion. And then as a third point, I think this is already eligible, but could be an additional focus, investments in water systems that improve ongoing affordability or reduce ongoing costs. For example, if you put in a well, maybe you put in solar at the same time, reducing energy costs, which for small water systems can be a big piece of the budget, maybe 30% for some systems. We look forward to engaging with DFA staff or continuing to engage on development of metrics to ensure that internal processes move as quickly as possible. And also, I mean, this is something that impacts us as a technical service provider, but making sure that TA providers are accountable to the communities they're serving and getting their work done on time as well, I think is important. And we're interested in engaging in that conversation. And then as one final point, SB 552 is a bill that we're really interested in seeing implemented and making sure that low-income small water systems can afford to meet the statutory deadlines to ensure that their systems are more climate resilient. And with that, thank you for your time, and I really appreciate the work.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the good engagement, and I think we're definitely always open, and especially as we contemplate even like the SRF policies and everything, open to innovation, open to thinking how we really do more with the SRFs, continue to innovate and maximize the opportunity to invest in our communities. But you look at the oversubscription of the program, and it also is important to balance that amongst what we know is always a growing need. And so, but I think it's important to innovate around the types of programs that we deliver, even with a real backbone that is still really needing to be invested in, if you will, when it comes to the core type of projects that have always been at the SRF. But I really appreciate the good, again, thoughts around how we do, especially as we tie it to drought more with what we have. Next, I'd like to call Eric Oriana. Thanks for sticking with us. I know it's been it's been a long day.
No worries, Chairman. Really appreciate everyone's time, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. So as you stated, Chairman, name is Eric Oriana. I'm a policy advocate with Community Water Center. I just want to provide a few brief comments here. And one, I wanted to align my comments in support of Mr. Claiborne's comments from Leadership Council, Ms. Lee's comments from NRDC, and Ms. Susan Little from the Environmental Working Group. I wanted to first start off by saying we're grateful to see changes to the lead service line replacement component of the intended use plan to be more in line with the comment letters from the coalition. And in future years, we would like to see some of this funding used to expand monitoring efforts for lead, hopefully in the near future. And just more broader comments around the intended use plan. I wanted to give a special thanks to Division of Financial Assistance staff for their work on this year's intended use plan. We've been meeting with them, with our community solutions team, and we're really grateful for their continued reaching out to us to identify process improvements with our sort of unique insight as a technical assistance provider. So really, really happy. A lot of positive findings and recommendations have been coming out of that. So I want to give a special thanks to Mr. Karkowski for that. I really just wanted to know and ground us in the fact that we're seeing a level of funding being implemented here and leverage for disadvantaged communities, and disadvantaged communities are a priority for this funding. And then lastly, I wanted to note the board's waiving of the ability to pay analyses as a really important change to this year's intended use plan. Our community solutions team has been identifying this as a priority, and we hope to see this being a tool to advance the number of consolidations statewide. So really happy to see these changes and really appreciative of the opportunity to comment, and looking forward to continuing this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oriana. I appreciate that and the acknowledgement. Yeah, a significant shift when it comes to the level of financial assurance we do for those 100% grants and others. So thank you for that. Okay, next I'd like to call Catherine Dodd, who will be followed by Craig Johns, Kim Boyd, and then last speaking here will be Susan Little.
Hi, this is Catherine Dodd. Am I unmuted?
You are. Welcome.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a long day. I'm surprised that an item of this importance got, especially with so many good changes, got left to the end. But I'm still here with a very sore throat. I represent Families Advocating for Chemical and Toxic Safety, and we are the co-signers with nearly 30 other organizations on the September 23rd comment letter. And I want to associate myself with those recommendations and with the comments by the previous three speakers. I think it's the importance of that Commissioner Firestone highlighted can't be underscored enough, and I'm hopeful that that will be reflected in the new changes and the affordability issue. I want to point out that I'm speaking from, first of all, I want to point out, and this will show you that I was on the call the entire day. My expertise in this area is that I'm a maternal child health registered nurse with a PhD in sociology, and I've been flushing my toilet with shower and sink warm water since 1974, when I implemented this practice in my dorm at UC Berkeley during that early drought. So you were singing words in my chorus, and I imagine many of you weren't even born in 1974 when I took a tremendous amount of flack for flushing the toilet with other water. At any rate, from a sociological perspective, the intersection of socioeconomic status or low-income populations and populations of color and health has been a long-time interest and advocacy area of mine. And from a health perspective, we know that for decades, even a tiny amount of lead exposure during childhood can affect neurodevelopment, including behavior disorders, IQ, and attention deficit disorders. The fact that our youth and juvenile justice system have higher blood lead levels than the general population should be a major indicator of alarm and action. Combine that with the fact that California has not yet gotten the lead out of our drinking water, and in fact, has only done partial lead service line replacements in many of the areas of the state. It's actually frightening. Recent research documents that low-income neighborhoods have higher children's lead level. This is not just an environmental health issue. It's a racial justice issue, and the implications that the future children of color in those neighborhoods could have more difficult ability in education and economic opportunity. This decision will affect generations to come, not just in terms of health, but in terms of opportunity. You highlighted this momentous anniversary of the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act and the upcoming Clean Drinking Water Act. It's also Children's Environmental Health Month, as well as the Human Right to Water anniversary. So your decision of how to spend these new anticipated federal dollars, which many of us lobbied for at the federal level, this decision will hopefully ensure that all our children have lead-free drinking water. One other health social disparity that you may not know of is the medical literature documents that adults with higher lead levels have a much higher incidence of heart disease and mortality from heart disease. Again, another health disparity, racial health disparity that can be prevented. So from the 8 recommendations that were made on that coalition letter, I do want to say, and you've said that you will try an inventory, but it's important to identify all the galvanized lines that are currently downstream from any components, as well as to fix the partial lead replacements that have occurred. This is angel money. This is a gift to really clean things up. I think I'm very impressed and moved by your sensitivity to the importance of affordability and the customer side. I did most of my public health nursing in the Bayview Hunters Point area of San Francisco. Lead was a major problem, mostly from paint at that time. Little did we know that our kids were just drinking it. Lastly, I just want to emphasize the importance of including funding for recipients to provide basic health protections for households affected by the replacements, including notice in appropriate languages that doesn't go to the property owner, but that goes to the resident, filtering and sampling. And I want to say thank you, and I'm impressed with how carefully you read and took into consideration the literal thousands of people who are represented by those organizations and the hundreds of health professionals that are concerned. I've spoken to many public health nurses these past 2 months about how important this is. And this is, if you make this decision and you do it right, this will be one that you should, be proud of the rest of your life. You will have changed the lives of low income and communities of color. And it's so important. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dodd. Really appreciate your advocacy, sticking with us through what I know has been a long day, and your early adoption of your conservation techniques. Just to really appreciate your engagement, your feedback, and support of this program and the work that the board is doing. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Craig Johns, who will be followed by Kim Boyd, and wrapping us up on this item will be Susan Little. Mr. Johns, good evening.
Yes, good evening, nearly. And actually, if I may just follow Ms. Boyd, I think my comments are going to be only if necessary. So if that's okay
yeah,
with the chair.
More than fine. Thank you, Mr. Johns. Ms. Boyd. Good to see you.
All right, thank you. Good to be here. And good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Kim Boyd. I am a senior management analyst with the Tahoe City Public Utility District. We provide water, sewer, and parks and recreation services to communities on the north and west shore of Lake Tahoe. And we want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on the draft drinking water SRF IUP. My comments will basically just summarize written comments that we had submitted in September in the context of the issued change sheet of proposed revisions. So first, we do appreciate the staff's efforts to address our concerns about the second home exclusion language. And we think that the proposed change 5 will be very helpful to communities that have discernible pockets of DAC members, even though there may be high prevalence of second homes. To better address the affordability challenges that exist in these communities, for those who qualify as small DAC and DAC, we would appreciate the opportunity to continue to work with interested board members and staff to develop language for future revisions to the drinking water SRF policy. Secondly, we appreciate and support change 7 in that it recognizes the importance of and eligibility for principal forgiveness and grant funding for some consolidation projects that achieve many of the stated and implicit goals of the drinking water SRF policy, this water board, and the current statutory program parameters. Consolidation of water systems provide one of the best opportunities the state has to accomplish its stated goal of providing clean and affordable drinking water to as many Californians as possible. And it's imperative that principal forgiveness and grant funding be available to public water systems willing to take on the system challenges and liabilities of failed or at-risk small community systems. The TCPUD looks forward to working with the Division of Financial Assistance to find ways to help accomplish these goals and address these challenges. I would like to end by emphasizing that the TCPUD does desire to be a part of future discussions about improvements to implementing the drinking water SRF program, particularly as it relates to consolidation programs or projects. At the PUD here, we have never actually built a water system, and we have consolidated many systems into our service area since 1938. So this is an important attribute for us. And also, we want to emphasize the importance of getting the augmented bipartisan infrastructure law funds out the door and into communities to more quickly achieve the various drinking water SRF program goals. So thank you again for your consideration to address our comments, and we do look forward to working with staff and the board to make the drinking water SRF program work as efficiently and appropriately as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. I appreciate the engagement from the Tahoe City PUD around just the concern about what the rule on 50% second home ownership was doing. And so I really appreciate our folks in the program making an adjustment that reflects, I know, the input that you and here we as a board were also giving. So I think it's a fair balance there, and appreciate your engagement around the issue and on the IUP. Last, we'd like to call up Susan Little, who will round us out on this item for commenters. Hello, good to see you.
Hi, good to see you too. And it has been a long day. Really appreciate the board's continued interest in this issue and your engagement with us on our concerns. And especially just want to thank Board Member Firestone and the chair for their desire to try to address what's happening on the customer side and to ensure safer replacements. I should just start off by saying that my name is Susan Little. I'm Senior Advocate with the Environmental Working Group, and again, do appreciate the movement in the right direction that some of the discussion has demonstrated that the board seems to want to take, and would encourage further movement in that regard. I'm just here today. I wanted to first just remind the board, take this opportunity to remind the board about some key elements and the reasons why we're so concerned about these replacements and this overall program. The Centers for Disease Control states that there's no safe level of lead exposure, and the American Academy of Pediatrics concurs with this opinion and further states that lead in drinking water should be reduced to less than 1 part per billion. The Academy bases its opinion in part on their finding that most childhood IQ points lost to lead exposure are lost when children have low or moderate blood lead levels. And the Academy also points out that water contributes approximately 20% to any child's blood lead concentrations if lead in water exceeds 5 part per billion. Of course, that amount is well below California's lead action level of 15 part per billion. So this contribution toward children's lead exposure can be much higher for some children, especially for infants who ingest large quantities of tap water in their formula. Unfortunately, data also demonstrates that children who are malnourished and ingest lead absorb the lead much faster. Their bodies absorb lead as if it were a nutrient the child is lacking. And harm caused by lead exposure cannot usually be reversed. So to date, the board has heard expert testimony that galvanized pipes downstream of lead goosenecks are sources of lead in drinking water. When these pipes are disturbed, lead accumulated in the pipe's rust can release into water. Galvanized pipes release of lead was evident when Fresno residents tested 370 homes serviced by galvanized pipes, and almost 40% of the samples showed detectable levels of lead, and 17% of the samples found lead levels above 15 part per billion. And even the city of San Francisco found lead levels as high as 1,400 part per billion following removal of a gooseneck upstream of galvanized line. So given these facts, we're increasingly concerned about California's management of investigations and removals of lead user service lines, which are often attached to galvanized lines. So public health protections have not been uniformly or consistently required during these investigations and removals, and it appears that over the last 6 years, much of this activity up and down the state occurred without even basic health protections. And for many years, water systems have been allowed to partially replace lead lines, including lead goosenecks upstream of galvanized lines. These goosenecks and fittings comprise most of the known lead user service lines in the state, and over 560,000 galvanized lines remain on the utility side. But today I'm here to express our immediate concern that the IEP, as currently drafted, proposes to use the bipartisan infrastructure law funds, again, once in a lifetime monies, to pay for lead line removals that could exacerbate public lead exposure, especially in disadvantaged communities. The proposed IEP prioritizes funding projects in disadvantaged communities as it should, and we're pleased to hear that the board is adjusting the funding so that communities can receive a larger portion of the fund without having to pay any of it back. However, the IEP allows water systems to use the funds to continue problematic partial removals of lead service lines, lead goosenecks, and galvanized pipes downstream of goosenecks. And the proposed IEP does not require water systems to provide public health protections when doing the funded removals. And such a requirement is needed because other than 13 permit amendments issued in March, no other statute or regulation in California requires water systems to use basic public health safeguards when removing or disturbing lead contaminated lines. As was demonstrated by water systems' past activity, it appears that explicit mandates to provide customers notice, filters, and water testing are needed. Since the bipartisan infrastructure law funds are going to largely pay for lead and galvanized line removals in disadvantaged communities, we would ask that the board exercise tremendous caution and do all that it can to ensure that water systems do not expose customers and their children to lead during funded activities. So as was discussed in the letter that we and other organizations signed on to as part of the comment period, we're asking that inventories include that the board require all the funded inventories to include inventorying galvanized lines on the customer side, even if utility side inventories and replacements have already been done, and to also prohibit funds from paying for partial removals of lead user service lines or galvanized lines downstream of goosenecks. We'd also ask that the board expressly require strong public health safeguards during investigations and removals of lead lines, the goosenecks and the galvanized downstream of those goosenecks. So thank you very much for your attention to our views, and we really do appreciate the movement that you all have taken in this regard so far. And we look forward to further conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Little. Appreciate your time. I know, again, it has been a long day, but and good comments here, and always focused on the work that we're doing on lead service line replacement.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of our commenters. Board colleagues, any thoughts or considerations from folks further?
Does Craig have his?
Oh, well, I don't know. Mr. Johns, did you have a further comment that you wanted to make? I'm sorry, I didn't. I should have gone back to you after Ms. Boyd. Should be invited to unmute here. Hold on. There you are.
Okay. Yes, I apologize for making this hearing go longer. I don't know if the administrative changes that Chris Stevens mentioned in his presentation are going to catch this. I just wanted to point out that on your change sheet, change number 7, there's a reference in that to be added text to exhibits D and E, and I'm not certain, but I think that should be appendices D and E, and that may have already been caught, as I mentioned before, by staff, but I just wanted to mention it.
Thanks, Mr. Johns. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to go over a few things. I mean, first of all, this is, I think, an incredible amount of work and intentionality that we have here, and I'm really excited about having this level of funding. Also really appreciate how much of a priority the division and stakeholders are putting on process improvements and speeding things up, and just continuing to work on that. I think really for me, the main things I want to discuss are with lead service line replacements. This is a brand new funding program we haven't done before, so we're really doing a lot of learning. We're not sure who's going to apply. We have it's a very different kind of funding than we've done in the past. So it's also taking place at a time when there's a lot of uncertainty and change and transition around the lead and copper rule, and that makes it even more complicated. So just I think really appreciate the comments that were brought. I do think, and I guess I want to start with just clarifying that my understanding of this is that we will not be funding partial lead line replacement with this funding. Is that correct? So I think there continues to be maybe some suggestions with, or some disagreements or misunderstandings of whether that's going to happen with the current language.
No, and that's not allowed by EPA's guidance either, so.
Okay, and then I would say there's a couple things that I don't know that they need to be addressed with changes to the IUP language, but I do think we should set expectations for how we administer the deputy director uses his discretion, and that we set expectations for applicants. But if we need to change something in the IUP, I would love to discuss that. First of all, I think just as we said, making sure that project applicants will not prevent lead line replacement on private side due to customer inability to pay. I think we've talked about that. That is, I think, needs to be a really clear expectation in how deputy director uses his discretion in processing these applications. I also think, given that we have been requiring this of folks that are doing active replacement, that making sure that funding recipients, clear that funding recipients should be providing notice, filters, and sampling for potentially impacted customers. I think that's something that we would do anyway, but again, making sure that that's the expectation. I see Deputy Director of Division of Drinking Water is here today, so you could clarify if I'm not understanding that right. But making sure that, again, that there's clear expectations on notice, filters, and sampling for potentially impacted customers for anyone receiving funding. And then lastly, there is, I think, less study and certainty on and disagreement, frankly, within the field on how much potential exposure there is from galvanized lines downstream of goosenecks or lead components after some initial period. And I think for our funding, where we are investing funds in this, that we should err on the side of public health protection, and that we should set expectations that recipients of this funding should be removing galvanized lines downstream of lead components. I know that's certainly allowed under this funding, but I think it's an expectation we should set for recipients, especially in this first year, as we're, we don't have a lot of certainty on who will apply, but I think starting with setting those expectations from the beginning would be good and important for us in terms of how we're investing our money, or the money we're tasked with administering, I guess, the taxpayer money. And then just lastly, and related to this, there's an incredible opportunity with funding the inventories. And one of the things that, I think DDW and stakeholders and DFA will be working together on the design of that. But I do think it's important, given that kind of uncertainty or disagreement in terms of understanding continued releases or significant exposure where galvanized lines are downstream from lead components such as goosenecks, that we should make sure that there is, as part of the inventory work, notice and monitoring of any partial replacement that was already conducted over the last few years. So monitoring and notice and an offer of filters until results are sufficient to show no continued releases or significant exposure. I think we should be erring on the side of collecting of public health protection and collecting the data that we have the privilege of having funding for now to ensure folks are protected. So I think really most of my understanding of this is that can be accomplished by just setting expectations here today with the deputy director. And if we do need to make any changes within the IUP itself or the resolution, then I would like to make sure we do those to address that. But we'd love to hear from other board members.
Thank you, board member. Colleagues, anything further?
I actually don't have very much to add. I'm very supportive. I mean, I appreciate that this is a brand new program, and that's very challenging to figure out, how does the funding apply appropriately to lead surface line replacements where we have gooseneck situations where we have partial replacements that have happened in the past. We have a lot of dynamics on the private side, and kind of uncharted territory here as we embark into this program, which I hope is incredibly successful, and would love to be able to look back 5 years from now and say, hey, we met the mark. We've used every dollar of this. We've replaced every single partial or full lead surface line that exists in California, or we've at least optimized this funding, and we can look back and say we've done our job. We're going to learn a lot here. I think in this first year, we don't know how many folks are going to come through for funding at this point. We're going to learn a lot in the subsequent years. To that extent, I am supportive of some flexibility and discretion in terms of how the funding would be applied. I am very mindful of the provision of funding and making sure that there's no unintended discriminatory actions in disadvantaged communities. So I think the resolution language that was discussed earlier, or something along those lines, if not already appropriately covered in the IUP, is something that I definitely could support, because I think that's a very good comment, especially on the private side replacements. Beyond that, I think I'm going to have to defer to staff in terms of any additional changes. Board Member Firestone, to reflect your comments, because I'm not quite sure. Some of this, for me, it seems to touch on funding, but then it also touches on water system permitting. And so I'm not quite sure where that line is in terms of setting requirements within the IUP versus having our Division of Drinking Water work directly with the water systems on the replacement. So I'm a little fuzzy on how to do that right now. So I'm going to defer for any staff input on that.
Board member, anything immediate, Mr. Stevens?
Well, I guess what I would suggest is, yeah, it is fuzzy between, is this a condition of funding that may discourage folks from applying versus is this something that should be handled through a regulatory channel? Yeah, that I wouldn't want to try to figure all those out, today. I'm not totally clear on them. And so I guess what I would suggest is maybe to build on the suggestion from Ms. Artridge is, to put those things into the resolution there, and there is language in the drinking water IUP as well as the clean water IUP that sort of indicates, the deputy director should carry out these guidelines, but that shouldn't prevent the deputy director from coming back to the board if it's necessary to suggest some amendments to the IUP. It's a fair amount of work to do amendments. So, but there are avenues for us to adapt to circumstances and try to meet those expectations. I don't know exactly how to do that today, but I think we could build on that language and perhaps steal some language from the drinking water IUP that would suggest the deputy director come back to the board or advise the board if things aren't quite working out to meet those expectations, and adapt to those circumstances to try to meet them.
Yeah, Board Member Morgan.
So thank you for that. And I think, with the division, first to back up, just say I'm supportive of the additional language that was presented earlier. And then for this piece here, I think just Division of Financial Assistance working with the Division of Drinking Water to implement this funding. And as, lessons learned, and perhaps even, I'm not sure if how this would work, but perhaps a resolution language that states that as appropriate, to work with the Deputy Director of Division of Drinking Water and to add additional language in the agreements as appropriate to meet the intent. And so trying to think of ways to where we can make sure that we are continuing to learn as we're implementing the program and reduce the hurdles to doing so, and definitely working with the Division of Drinking Water to learn from their experience with replacing of lead service lines and the best practices, and pulling as appropriate to pull that language in, because definitely do not want to disincentivize systems to come in, but also want them to make sure that they are following best practices, and we really, that we aren't, having greater impacts on underserved communities, and we are, doing our best to protect communities of color and, disadvantaged communities and households.
Thank you, Board Member. Yeah, I think I again, had signaled being comfortable with the language that was read before. I think maybe some refinement is good. And I think ultimately, we want to set expectations. I agree with Board Member Firestone around the thoroughness of the opportunity to replace lead service line, downstream galvanized, have protective measures in place for communities, and have the right, just focus on getting the dollars out. I think that we need to set those expectations, but this is important in the first year to just remain flexible, because we don't know what we're actually going to receive, which isn't to say that, and here we heard clearly, partial replacements won't be funded. There's fundamental protections that I think are already kind of there, and a desire to see that better coordination with the Division of Drinking Water so that folks are appropriately protected, not through just requirements on funding that may disincentivize access, but at a more thorough kind of space. So that being said, yeah, again, I'm supportive of the language that was read earlier, but I would find a hard time knowing what we would add additionally now that we could all come to agreement on, that doesn't just limit maybe some of the flexibility that otherwise I think is important, especially for the lead service, here specifically the lead service line replacement dollars. So I know Ms. Hartridge is working on a bit of language with Ms. Fung. Board members, Vice Chair, others, anything to add further? And then otherwise, we can give a little time, if it's helpful, to come up with some language. Okay.
If it's Vice Chair, can I say? Maybe I'll add just one thing. Before coming back to the lead service line discussion is just, I really look forward to working on the policy update. And I think, again, said this before, but just want to keep reiterating, looking for ways that we can more directly address affordability, including household affordability. I think there's a lot of innovative ideas. And that's something I think as we look at policy updates, just really trying to dig in to understand and find opportunities to do is going to be important. I don't know if we want to take a break and what language folks are working on. I think, just to emphasize, I am not suggesting changes to the IUP, but I do think that this is the first year of funding where we would be investing in projects. And I think we should be erring on the side of investing in projects that are not going to inadvertently cause harm. And so as we do that, we should err on the side of public health protection, even as we are inviting and working with stakeholders to identify, how to make funding sources work. I'm not suggesting changes to the IUP that would restrict us more, but I also think we should be setting expectations clearly, because the deputy director is going to be having to administer this. There's a lot of discretion. This is brand new. And again, I just think for this first year, we should be clear that, there's the expectation of that public health protection that I think we are, if we're putting in, which this is different than a regulatory requirement, in that we are actively utilizing our funding to fund this, or taxpayer money to fund this as a state and federal government. And so, I think we should be using that to do the most public health protection as possible.
Thank you, board member. Looking over to Ms. Hartridge, if you'd like some time, and we can take a break, and we still have another item after this.
I think Ms. Fung has some language
Okay,
that she can
great.
propose.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, what we came up with is the deputy director, so this, I guess you haven't seen this part yet. The deputy director is directed to consider how best to support low-income
Sorry, Ms. Fung.
households.
Just to help us all, where would this be? Would this be a new resolution? Item?
Yes, whereas in the resolution.
Okay.
Sorry, this would be a new resolve 2 in the resolution?
Okay.
I'll start over. The deputy director is directed to consider how best to support low-income households in making funding decisions under the lead service lines replacement supplemental IUP, including but not limited to requiring public health safeguards in consultation with the Division of Drinking Water, and requiring that recipients ensure that the entire lead service line is replaced.
Thank you for that. Board members, Firestone and otherwise, is that capturing our discussion here?
So that would be trying to combine both the low-income customer side language as well as public health safeguards, because just hearing the first run through, it sounds like the public health safeguards would just be applying to low-income residents, but I don't know that that's what the intent was. Is that, not having it in front of me, I'm not sure what the, how the language works on those two things.
I think we could do it either way. I mean, we could insert a period there. We could direct the new resolve to the Deputy Director of DFA is directed to consider how best to support low-income households in making funding decisions under the lead service line replacement supplemental IUP, period. New resolve 3. The Deputy Director of DFA is directed to, sorry, where does the sentence start? The Deputy Director of DFA is directed to require public health safeguards in consultation with the Division of Drinking Water in the removal of lead lines and, where does the sentence start? And require that recipients ensure that the entire lead service line is replaced.
I like that second one, or I like the
Yeah, we can break them up. That
revision.
sounds
Yeah, I like that. Thank you.
second reading. Okay. Ms. Hartridge, do you want to kind of reread one more time for the records purposes, or do you think what we covered is fine at this point?
Either way you want. I'm happy to rewatch the video. But new resolve 2, the Deputy Director of DFA is directed to consider how best to support low-income households in making funding decisions under the lead service line replacement supplemental IUP. New resolve 3, the Deputy Director of DFA is directed to require public health safeguards in consultation with the Division of Drinking Water in the removal of lead lines and require that recipients ensure. Did I read this one before or that one? Ensure that the entire lead service line is replaced.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hartridge. Ms. Firestone, other board members? I think that very much captures everything that we discussed. Hopefully no further thought, and then might be prepared for a motion.
Great. Okay, I would move for adoption with change sheet 1 and the language read into the record. Am I making the motion correctly? All right.
I'll
Thank you, board
second.
member. Thank you both. Ms. Townsend, can you please call roll call vote? Board member Morgan.
Aye.
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 Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The vote carries and is unanimous, and item number 8 is adopted with the changes. Thank you, everyone, for the engagement. Really appreciate it and appreciate the strengthening of the lead service line response there. Okay, let's move on because it is late. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. And now we are at number 9, which is consideration of a proposed resolution adopting the fiscal year 2022-23 fund expenditure plan for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. 2 intended use plans for the state revolving fund, a number of programs, and now here we're at our last voting item, and then it'll be on to board member reports, and they will be brief. They will be very brief. So thank you, everyone. I know it's been a long day, and now we can proceed to item number 9. Thank you all for hanging in there. I know it's been a long day. Good to see you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon or good evening, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Jasmine Oaxaca. I'm a supervising engineer in our Division of Financial Assistance. And today we're asking the board to consider adoption of the fiscal year 2022-23 Fund Expenditure Plan, or FEP, as I'll be referring to it, for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. Next, please. The first segment of the presentation will look at our plans for the current fiscal year, 2022-23. If you are interested in performance for the prior fiscal year, you may refer to the FEP text or the board workshop. So to start off, I did want to refresh everyone's memory on what funding sources we are talking about when we talk about the Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience, or SAFER program. This includes all funding sources that the State Water Board administers for drinking water projects, and these range from capital planning and construction projects to non-capital projects such as interim water supplies, emergency repairs, technical assistance, administrators, and operation and maintenance, or O&M funding. So from left to right, the funding sources that make up the SAFER program include the 2021 General Fund Drinking Water Infrastructure Appropriation, drought funding, including the new California Emergency Relief Fund, the General Fund appropriations for addressing per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, and other general fund appropriations from prior years, mostly for urgent drinking water needs. Highlighted at the top is the star of the show, so to speak, the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, created in 2019 through SB 200. And additionally, the SAFER program includes drinking water bonds such as Prop 1, 68, and 84 from prior years, and then various pieces of the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, principal forgiveness, lead service lines, and funding for emerging contaminants. Next, please. This slide shows in a slightly different way all the funding sources we have available for the SAFER program this current fiscal year to go towards drinking water projects. And so out of the $1.15 billion total available for grants and loans for drinking water projects, only about $325 million of that, or the light blue portion, is available for non-capital projects. And then I wanted to note that part of that $325 million is the $130 million for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. Next, please. These are our proposed priorities for the SAFER program this fiscal year, which will continue to focus our efforts on small disadvantaged communities and low-income households. I also wanted to note that these are not listed in a ranked order, but generally the needs of out-of-compliance systems will be prioritized over at-risk systems. And so the priorities are to address any emergency or urgent funding needs expeditiously only where other funding sources are not available, to address community water systems and school water systems consistently out of compliance or at risk, to accelerate consolidations and promote opportunities for regional scale consolidations, to expedite planning through use of technical assistance for systems out of compliance, at risk, as well as state smalls and domestic wells, to provide interim solutions, to initiate planning for long-term solutions, and fund capital projects for state smalls and domestic wells. And then new to this year's FEP is to provide direct O&M support to assist community water systems facing the highest affordability burdens based on our 2022 needs assessment and the affordability threshold. while also promoting sustainability of those systems. And then lastly, to ensure assistance is distributed in a manner consistent with the State Water Board's racial equity resolution and associated action plan. Next, please. These are our proposed targets for the new fiscal year's appropriation of $130 million. Overall, we propose 111.3 to go towards projects, and that includes 18.3 million for interim water supplies and emergencies. We also carry forward an amount of 47.4 million for these projects from prior fiscal year 2021-22. We target 70 million for technical assistance. This is slightly decreased since the version that was posted for public comment. 5 million for administrators, 3 million for planning, 5 million for direct O&M support. This one is slightly increased from the version posted for public comment. And then 10 million for construction. Additionally, we target 3.2 million for the point of use, point of entry pilot project, 1.5 million for contracts, for example, data management investments, and then staff costs would be 14 million, and that includes personnel for both administrative and implementation tasks associated with SB 200 requirements. So overall, this totals 130 million or 177.4 with that reserved amount. Next, please. Next, I will summarize key comments we received during the public comment period. So we received 4 comment letters. The first one was from the Rural County Representatives of California, and it included some suggestions for the O&M program, as well as suggestions around potential metrics for increased administrative efficiency. Another letter was from the Great Oaks Water Company, which recommended dedicated staff resources for urgent funding needs, as well as making technical assistance available to help systems complete applications and oversee construction. And it also recommended high priority be given to funding system level emergencies, as well as not limiting funding to small DACs only. Next, please. Another letter was from the Association of California Water Agencies and the California Municipal Utilities Association. They recommended that the human right to water or out of compliance systems be addressed ahead of the at-risk systems. It included suggestions on the direct O&M program and affordability threshold, and also commented on the importance of minimal staff costs so that more funding is available for projects. And then the last letter was from Community Water Center, Clean Water Action, and the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And the letter included some suggestions related to metrics and process improvements, as well as some suggestions on program implementation related to O&M eligibility, urgent needs, co-funding, and consolidations. Next, please. Lastly, I wanted to summarize key updates to the FEP text compared to the version that was posted for public comment. So the text being proposed today for adoption includes clarification that the priorities are not listed in a ranked order again, and then the out-of-compliance systems will generally be prioritized above the at-risk systems. We modestly increase the O&M funding target to 5 million and decrease the technical assistance one to 70 million. There's some data cleanup in the racial equity and environmental justice metric tables. We also updated the indirect cost allowances section for increased flexibility in handling indirect profit and markup costs. And then lastly, data on system size and disadvantage status was added to Appendix H, which lists out fiscal year 2021-22 committed expenditures. Next, please. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I've really appreciated that we've had here grouped up actually the intended use plans, the safe and affordable fund expenditure plan, because it really has provided us just a really good basis of actual discussion around the many different programs that we have. And here, so incredibly proud here, 3 years into the passage of that fund, and have a lot of good work to show. Have a lot of good progress and movement on what we know is still a huge challenge before the state when it comes to a lack of access to clean water and sanitation. And so just thanks for the good care and attention that continues to be brought to that program as we continue to just maximize these opportunities we have. And so I have no further question, but look to my colleagues in case there is. And then otherwise, I know we have a couple of commenters with us to share in the discussion. Okay, let's call up Mr. Michael Claiborne, and who'll be followed by Eric Oriana. Thank you for sticking with us through the course of the entire day here. It's a nice follow through and thread, from the start acknowledging 10 years of the human right to water to talking about now here at the end, the signature program that we have been able to, that took, many years of negotiation to finally get to in 2019. So here we are. Mr. Claiborne.
Thank you, board members. I was just talking to Joe about how this is not the longest State Water Board meeting I've been at, so seemed brief.
We'll try
to
not
me.
to get close to whatever that may have been.
So you won't be surprised to know that we support adoption of the fund expenditure plan. We are very much in support of the new priority for direct O&M assistance. I think that was an important reason for passage of the fund. It was one of the things we messaged when we were sponsoring, along with Community Water Center and Clean Water Action, quite a bit. And it's something that I know board staff are trying to figure out how to implement in communities like El Porvenir. And I think it's got to be a focus. So that's great. We did have a comment around eligibility for funding for pre-existing debt that existed before the passage of SB 200, and appreciate the response to comments, which clarified that that is in fact an eligible expense if it's a system that is implementing a drinking water solution. So appreciate the response to comments. Did have a remaining question on community capacity building and technical assistance. And I'm not sure if this is going to be addressed. It looks like in the racial equity plan, racial justice plan, or if there's an availability of kind of a timeline for a proposal for community capacity building. It's kind of spanned a couple of different programs, including the CV SALT's adoption resolution or comments in the fund expenditure plan, and now the racial equity policy. So just wondering if there's an update there. And then I won't spend a lot of time on this because I sound like a broken record on metrics. We're excited for that conversation. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, and keep being a broken record on that. Yeah, on community capacity building, I know it is bubbled up in a number of kind of different forum. How do we ensure that we're helping support the participation we're looking for in so many of our programs? And I know that comes to mind particularly with the fact that we have an advisory council with the Safe and Affordable Fund, and what is the ability, where is the funding ultimately coming from? I don't know if anything that certainly we all have landed on or have heard from, but would look to Megan or Jasmine with any thought. There's nothing's materialized that I know, but I think as you see, yes, it's being brought up in a number of our programs.
Yeah, I mean, so the fund expenditure plan, I should introduce myself. I'm Megan Tosney. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director in the Division of Financial Assistance. So the fund expenditure plan talks about the concept of a funding partner that would be able to accept a grant agreement from us and then distribute that money out to community-based organizations to help with capacity building and outreach and that sort of thing. We are still accepting proposals through our technical assistance RFQ for folks that might be interested in that. We had initially had a deadline for that, and nothing came to fruition out of that process. So, we'll be kind of going out to outreach and try to get some more interest in that process.
Thank you for that. Really appreciate that. Mr. Orellana.
Thank you, Chairman, and board members. Last comment here, hopefully. Well, I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to comment again. We submitted a comment letter to the State Water Board in response to the fund expenditure plan and have connected with the Division of Financial Assistance staff. So just want to say thank you for their work in responding to our feedback and making sure that our concerns were addressed. I just wanted to echo comments that Mr. Claiborne had shared here around debt obligations that water systems might have prior to SB 200 being signed into law. And I also really wanted to focus on the community capacity engagement item that Mr. Claiborne already mentioned here as well. We're really looking forward to seeing more community partners around the state be interested in doing this work. As a technical assistance provider, that we work with communities to do this community engagement and outreach, and it is critical to get this work done. And so whatever this board can do to increase the number of technical assistance providers or community-based organizations do this work, we encourage it. It is vital and critical work, and it will be necessary for us addressing the many systems across the state that need consolidations and other solutions. I also wanted to just quickly flag a continued priority for Community Water Center and our partners, which is making sure that well affordability is a reality for Californians. Right now, the cost to drill a well is exorbitant, some above $50,000, $60,000 to drill a new well. And so two sort of issues related to this. One, there's some residents who, for whatever reason, did not or have not used the current grant programs available. And so if we can support those residents with either loan forgiveness or particularly loan forgiveness, we would like to see that and hope that existing funding guidelines allow for that. And then second, we recognize that the Safe and Affordable Fund Expenditure Plan has funding limitations around income eligibility criteria. And so really looking forward to seeing how we can support residents who are just above the 80% median household income threshold with additional resources, maybe not the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, but perhaps other relevant funding sources. And lastly, we wanted to just comment on the strategy to implement a statewide well testing and outreach program. Really excited to see that. I think it's going to be critical for us to address the more than 90,000 at-risk wells in the state of California. But a particular just note that we wanted to make about that is that there are responsible entities that are responsible for any impacts caused to drinking water wells, particularly the nitrate CV salts management zones and the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. So one, we'd like to see coordination agreements in place, or if not, find ways to recuperate costs from them if we are doing testing, if the state of California is doing their job for them. And then lastly, GSAs need to be held accountable for the impacts they're causing. Millions of dollars the state of California is spending on well repairs at the current moment. And unfortunately, a lot of the fees that they're collecting are not enough, and a lot of them don't have programs in place. So we urge you all to continue to think about how that has impacts and implications on the SAFER program and how that drains the SAFER program. So Just want to share these comments, but really excited about this fund expenditure plan. A lot of great work on here. Strategies to address state small water systems and private domestic wells is a clear priority for the state. So just want to commend the work of the Division of Financial Assistance, the whole SAFER program, and the work that the Office of Public Participation has done to incorporate feedback to the SAFER Advisory Group. I couldn't say enough nice things about this program. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Ariana. I appreciate your just always good contributions to the program and discussion, and particularly for flagging CV salts, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. The Safe and Affordable Fund doesn't live in a vacuum. It lives and exists in connection with what are these other programs that are all complementing each other, and here the board continuing to help figure out how best we maximize the opportunity for them to do big things like ensure universal access to clean water in our state. So thank you. I appreciate your good comments. Those are our two commenters for this last item of a long day. Any thoughts, any adjustments? And then otherwise, just again, huge thanks to all of our partners and importantly our colleagues in the actual program for continuing to just deliver incredibly high quality product and work here across many, many programs and many here funding opportunities. It's been really great this afternoon to really dig into the IUPs, the various new funds we're receiving on the federal side, the intended use plans that is, and the state revolving funds, and now here the Safe and Affordable Fund. So just thank you. And then look to my colleagues.
I'll make an motion to adopt item number 9. My brain kind of froze there.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Can you please call a roll call vote?
Aye.
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 Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye. Thank you, Ms. Townsend.
Yeah.
Thank you. Much appreciated. The vote carries and the item is adopted. Item number 9, our Safe and Affordable Fund Expenditure Plan. Thank you all. Much appreciated. And that brings us nearly to the end of our very long day with just some board member reports. And so I will not do a thorough report. I have not been here. I was not here at the ending of our last meeting. I had to leave early. And so quickly gloss on the fact that I had the honor and pleasure of attending the World Water Congress in Copenhagen in Denmark. Here, gosh, it was mid-September. And so what I found just incredible, and really linking back to this morning's discussion, is the human right to water and sanitation is said over and over and over again. It is a critical part even of the Sustainable Development Goals that the UN has put out that all developed and developing nations are working toward. Those came out in 2015. Water and sanitation, SDG 6, is an explicit item there, and was really empowering and great to be part and having discussions in the international community that reminded me of many of the discussions we're having here in the state. How are we adopting to climate change? How are we ensuring the human right to water and sanitation? How are we ensuring that we're addressing inequities that exist at global scales, at national scales, at state scales, at local scales? And knowing that regrettably, the conditions that climate change have created, the extremes in our weather, are uniting all of us at this point. You think of Europe this last summer as well, that saw rivers, major rivers that have never, almost never seen these conditions, at least in modern history for sure, do so. And what was empowering as well was the clarity of the science around what is happening to our climate as the Arctic warms, as the Antarctic warms, and the poles warm disproportionately faster and destabilize our jet stream, create what is now a 7 sine wave across the top of the globe, and is why you see recently tropical storms go up to Alaska here just because you get these wild variations in the jet stream that are bringing up subtropical moisture, acting like a heat pump, and just raising it up even further in the north. All of that was terrifying, but at the same time, it felt empowering to hear about all the work that other nations are doing and how others are, with increasing clarity, knowing we have to drop down our emissions of both CO2, but methane and other pollutants, and how even wastewater treatment plants are committing to net zero, to becoming carbon positive insofar as accepting, in here, California doing the same now, but accepting what is otherwise going to landfills and contributing in a real neat way. So just appreciated that opportunity. Was also then here in Santa Fe, where I was part of the Colorado River Symposium. There too, very similar discussions. How are we going to adjust to the reality of what climate change is providing us, write our budgets, if you will, focus on conservation, increase our supplies. And so that was great to then be part of at the Colorado River Symposium in Santa Fe. And then last week I was in LA at the World Water Tech. It was a North American Water Tech conference, and moderated a panel on PFAS. And so it was great to be able to have on the panel folks from San Jose Water, and then also a practitioner, technology company working across the nation to talk about the status of PFAS work. And then after that, the next morning, I was just last week with San Diego County Water Authority and talking affordability there with their member agencies. And so really appreciated the invitation to participate there. And that's where I'll stop. I feel there's just been a lot of more travel recently, a lot more invitations that are starting to crop up to attend things, and it's good to be out and about, but also looking forward to not traveling for a couple of weeks, I think, at this point. So, other board members?
Sure. Let's see here. So on September 22nd and 23rd, I was with board member McGuire. We went on a tour of the Eastern Sierras with Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. So again, I got to be in a helicopter. If you don't know, I'm afraid of heights, so yeah. But it was very interesting, educational. We also, while we stopped at Mona Lake, we also got to speak to the Mona Lake committee, and so that was good to be able to also have that discussion and hear the other perspectives within the area. So let's see here, just to keep moving. September 24th, I spoke at the Water Education for Latino Leaders, a WELL event in Richmond. I was on a Human Right to Water panel where the discussion revolved around the impacts of not having clean water for children and women of color. So it was a very interesting conversation. And so also got to mention that was the day before the 10th anniversary of the Human Right to Water. So it was an honor to be able to speak to the work that's being done to achieve the goal. On September 30th, got to join some other females from the Water Board. So Vice Chair Diadamo, Executive Director Eileen Sobek, Deputy Director Yvonne West, and Nicole Kinsey with AHO. So we covered various topics of importance, that we're working on right now and what we're looking to in the future. Of course, the drought, enforcement, the AHO and their work with the Division of Water Rights, and the coordination between all the offices, again, I spoke to the Human Rights Water and the SAFER program and just, our achievements and the work to come. And so that was a conversation with women of the State Water Resources Control Board. So again, it was just an honor to join you all on that panel and have that conversation.
Fantastic. Thank you, board member.
Great, yeah. So really enjoyed the trip on the Eastern Sierras with you, board member Morgan, and I think that was the second time I have made that trip. And so if there are any board members who have not, I strongly suggest it. I think it really provides an invaluable perspective of the changes that have occurred in that part of the state over many decades, and also the attempts and successes, frankly, at restoring many of those issues. So, stopping at the Owens Valley, seeing the air mitigation efforts that have happened, stopping at Mona Lake, seeing the creek restoration efforts, talking about lake level challenges. I think those are all really helpful perspectives to have, and encourage you, if you haven't gone, to take advantage of that at some point. And then last week, Thursday, had an opportunity to do my first Save Our Water event. So I appreciated the opportunity to do that with Secretary Crowfoot, and it was sponsored by Valley Water at one of Google's facilities, brand new. They like to say that they were net positive water producers because they have stormwater capture and they're doing on-site wastewater reuse and all, of course, water efficient landscaping. And actually, it was the event was on turf grass area, which was actually pretty warm. I'll just say there are trade-offs to having turf, the artificial turf. It heats up.
Yeah, and you have to think anyway.
Yeah, but otherwise, really great event. Great speakers from Valley Water. Secretary Crowfoot did a great job speaking in both English and Spanish to our need to save water, and really speaking about the need to continue to lean in to water savings for potentially a fourth year of drought. And one of the highlights was just that the county, Santa Clara County, I guess has saved 30%. They've reduced their water use 30% since 2020. And that doesn't, we had our update this morning, and that doesn't always come out, the county level savings. And so I thought that was actually quite remarkable, what they've accomplished. And then after that, I had a chance to go to Valley Water's Rinconada water treatment plant and get a tour of that. They're upgrading the facility to be more climate resilient, adding ozonation for disinfection byproducts, and expanding the capacity for the future. So a really good discussion there as well.
Fantastic.
I'll be brief. Tomorrow, I get to go on a tour with Regional SAN, and locally get to see that facility, which I'm looking forward to. Friday, I'm participating in a panel as part of a UC Davis celebration of the 50 years of the Clean Water Act on the wetland policy. And there's a Supreme Court case that had oral argument today on the definition of 404 wetlands, that we have actually the plaintiff's attorney that participated in that is going to be on the panel, which will be interesting. And I think I'll save other stuff for next board meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Vice Chair. It's good to have you with us digitally.
Yeah. It's been an interesting day. I just have a couple of things. Thanks, board member Morgan, for talking about the Women in Water event. It was just really great to be with a lot of leaders from throughout the state. And board chair Cantu was there, as well as Chair Gray. And so we were also joined by women leaders on the regional boards. And board member Firestone, we talked a lot about how great it is to have you on the board as well. And you would have been on the panel if we could have three of us. So I'm sure that there'll be other opportunities because this is a conference that's held every year. And then also on the 24th of September, I followed Board Member Morgan at the Water Education for Latino Leaders event that was in the city of Richmond, and had the opportunity to talk about the governor's water supply strategy, harmful algal blooms. And there was an interesting discussion that we had about water rights as well. There was also on the panel that I was on, one of the board members from East Bay Mud talking about water rights. So it was a good discussion. And I think an opportunity for folks to be educated about the water rights system, and then also possibilities going forward to improve it. Talked a lot about water rights modernization and some of the provisions in the governor's strategy. That's all I have. Good to see you all.
Good to see you too. Thank you, Vice Chair. And I wanted to kick it over before we close out board member reports to our executive director. Although we don't have an executive director's report, I know Ms. Sobek would like to highlight something.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you all know about one thing we did last week, which was last Wednesday and Thursday was our first in-person MCC-DMC meeting. So, and we did not offer a hybrid option, and that was partly because we did 9 full hours of racial equity training.
And those meetings are, what do they stand for? Well, you know, it's okay. You don't have to mention what they stand for. But who's in them?
The Deputy Management Committee and the
Okay.
Management Coordinating Committee.
Okay, thank you. It's the regional boards. It's the regional boards.
Yes, the leadership from all of our regional boards, the executive officers and the assistant executive officers, and then the leadership from state board as well. And you know, that is a big chunk of change. And I think, and part of the motivation was, first of all, it was great to see everybody in person. And then since we, the state, are working on our racial equity action plan, and since so many of the regions are doing a lot of important work, their own resolutions or their own planning efforts, I think we're just at a juncture where it was really, really important to make sure that the leadership throughout the state is educated enough to, you know, we're sort of beyond just the rhetoric. We're really into making this work and making it part of how we do our business. And that means we all really needed to get up to speed. And some people, you know, have already gone through this kind of training multiple times. Other people are still anxious, and we're sort of we're waiting for an opportunity. And I did want to call out our training team. It was our own Nefertari Cooley, Adriana Renteria, and Greg Gerhardt. To have your own internal team do this level and amount of training is pretty amazing. I don't think there are very many organizations within the state that could say that. And I think it really upped the, you know, the buy-in from our staff, because the trainers, they know our organization, they know the individuals, they know the kind of challenges that we're faced with. And I think it really made the training a lot more effective. So I just wanted you all to know that we did that. That was, I didn't do a head count, but it was, you know, 30 or 40 plus people and 9 hours of training over 2 days. And I would say most people were able to stay till the bitter end. And you know how in trainings and 2-day meetings, the last couple of hours sees the little exodus of people out. But the other nice thing was all of these hours applied to the requirement, the 20-hour requirement for leadership training every year. So to be able to do about half of that as a group on a common area that we're all faced with challenges was really great. So I just wanted to share that with you. So thank you for letting me have the last word.
Thanks is all ours for really living up to what this board continues to commit to very publicly around a discussion that isn't easy to have. Around race, around equity issues and challenges, and is very personal, incredibly personal for all of us as we have those discussions. And so, just appreciate that care and thought and leadership to have that. Just you know, I know with the governor's executive order directing the development of racial equity action plans, and here reading so much of that direction be already in the vein that we're in was very affirming, and I think gives me just a lot of pride. I know here collectively, I'll say as a board for sure, and would even note that when I had the honor of being part of the Transportation and Infrastructure's 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act discussion, many of the congressional members brought up our racial equity work explicitly in this whole vein. And so just thankful for the opportunities we have around it. So thank you for that and acknowledging that. That brings us to the end of item number 10, a 10-item board meeting today. Thank you, everyone. It was incredibly productive. We meet again here October 18th. And so until then, be well, be safe. Thank you so much again for everyone's time and attention. This meeting is now adjourned. Take care. See you soon. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Good night. Thanks.
Good night. Good night. Yes, good night.